Chapter 1. Starting with a school bell forcing marriage? An ability user's power depends on the strength of their mental energy. To put it simply, think of your ability as an electromagnetic railgun. Your mental energy is the power source that fuels the railgun. If you try to power an electromagnetic railgun with AA batteries, no matter how powerful your hardware is, it's useless. Meng Hang stared blankly at the podium. Although he could understand each word spoken by the balding middle-aged man, when put together, they sounded like gibberish. Abilities? Mental energy? Seriously? Talking about this in class? Are you kidding me? He felt like a million mud horses were stampeding in his heart. Then, a flood of information suddenly surged into his brain. Spiritual energy revival? National awakening? Savage beasts rampant? I've transmigrated? Meng Hang's lips twitched, but he ultimately accepted this reality. Ding-ling. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. The balding man on the podium adjusted his glasses and closed his textbook. Tomorrow is your awakening day, the most crucial day of your lives. I wish you all good luck in awakening your ideal abilities. The moment the classroom door closed, the previously lifeless room erupted into chaos. I'm so nervous. Tomorrow is the awakening day. Do you think I'll awaken an S-class ability? Dream on. You're delusional. Forget S-class. I'd be happy with a D-class. Holy crap, look. Lin Luoxue is walking towards our class. Where's my goddess? The entire classroom instantly filled with the scent of male hormones. Meng Hang even faintly heard the low growls of a few wolves. Everyone watched as a tall figure with long hair, cascading down her back, entered Meng Hang's classroom. Oh my god, she's here. The goddess is really here. I'm so nervous. Is the goddess coming to confess to me? What kind of expression should I have so I don't look too excited? Draw your swords, everyone. The goddess is clearly here for me. Lin Luoxue, who had walked into the classroom, ignored everyone's chatter and went straight to the back of the room. She only stopped when she reached Meng Hang. Thump. Before Meng Hang could react, Lin Luoxue had slapped a yellowed envelope on his desk. This is our marriage contract. Meng Hang, you must marry me. Lin Luoxue's watery eyes were fixed on Meng Hang, but her mind had already drifted back to the past few days. On her sickbed, Lin Luoxue was tearfully holding the withered, claw-like right hand of an elderly man on his deathbed. Grandpa, don't worry, you'll be fine. Although she said this, she couldn't stop the tears from falling. Behind her stood a middle-aged couple. The man, in a crisp suit, had a handsome face that made all women swoon. The woman by his side was elegant and looked nowhere near her 40s. The couple was also wiping away their tears. They wanted to speak, but opened their mouths only to swallow their words back down. The old man laboriously pulled his hand from Lin Luoxue's grip and took out a yellowed envelope from under his pillow, trembling as he handed it to her. Schwer. This is a marriage contract I arranged for you when you were born. Forgive Grandpa for taking it upon myself to decide your future. The Meng family has been very kind to me, and your grandpa really has no way to repay them. Find the Meng family boy and marry him. Fulfill Grandpa's last wish? The Lin family patriarch looked at Lin Luoxue with hopeful eyes. Then, his gaze suddenly turned hollow, and his arm fell heavily onto the bed. Grandpa! Dad! 3 heart-wrenching cries rang out at the same time. Lin Luoxue held the envelope tightly, determined. Foolish or blindly obedient, she had to fulfill her grandpa's last wish, even if it meant sacrificing her own happiness. After the old man's funeral, Lin Luoxue, ignoring her family's advice, searched desperately for the Meng family descendant. She was surprised to find that the person was actually a student at her school. Is this destiny? Lin Luoxue thought, which led to the scene she was creating today. The originally noisy classroom had instantly fallen silent. Everyone stared at the two as if they'd been turned to stone. Meng Hang was also completely stunned. He had no idea what was going on. Thunder. Reform the economy with a hammer. Holy crap, what is this? Who's singing in my head? Ahem. Ding. System activated. Accept Lin Luoxue's forced marriage. Reward 5 points to strength. Reject. Reward dual Tomoe Sharingan. This crappy system doesn't seem very reliable. Although Meng Hang doubted the system's reliability, it was, after all, the golden finger he'd received upon transmigrating. Looking at the beautiful school bell in front of him, Meng Hang nonchalantly put on an aloof act. I'm sorry. We're not compatible. What? Did I hear that right? Holy crap. Did he just reject Lin Luoxue's proposal? Is he blind? That's the school belle, Lin Luoxue. She's not only a top student, but her family is prominent too. And he rejected a gift like this that fell from the sky. The silent classroom instantly erupted into a frenzy again. Everyone was in disbelief, confused as to what Meng Hang was thinking. Lin Luoxue was also confused, her face a mask of disbelief. She had assumed that as long as she spoke, the unremarkable boy in front of her would be ecstatic and agree. Why you are you sure? Meng Hang's eyes were clear and resolute as he nodded without hesitation. I'm sure. Phew. Lin Luoxue let out a sigh of relief as a huge weight lifted from her shoulders. Although she had been determined to fulfill her grandpa's wish, as a young woman in her prime, who wouldn't want a passionate and exciting love life? Grandpa, it's not that I didn't fulfill your wish, it's that he refused it himself. Lin Luoxue thought to herself. Then, she became a little annoyed. As the school's belle, she was the center of attention wherever she went, surrounded by countless suitors every day. And this boy in front of her actually rejected her? Lin Luoxue felt a hint of defeat. She bit her lip and said resentfully, Meng Hang, you will regret your decision today. With that, she put away the yellowed envelope and turned to leave the classroom. She didn't keep the envelope because she wanted to use it to threaten Meng Hang later, but simply because it was an item left behind by her grandpa, and she couldn't bear to discard it. Otherwise, she would have torn the letter into shreds, erasing any proof of this ridiculous engagement. Hearing Lin Luoxue say this, Meng Hang scoffed in disdain. I'll regret it? So what if she's pretty? I'm going to have a system now. How can I let a woman hinder my progress to become stronger? When there's no woman in your heart, drawing the blade will naturally lead to godly power. Ding! Task completed. Reward. Host gains the dual Tomoe Sharingan. Chapter 2, Dual Tomoe Sharingan. A flash of red light flickered in Meng Hang's eyes. It came and went so quickly that the students around him thought they were seeing things and didn't pay it any mind. They still hadn't recovered from what had just happened. Ignoring the strange looks that were being thrown his way, Meng Hang was completely consumed by a sense of joy. I actually got the Sharingan. Just now, he had felt a warm current flow through his eyes. His intuition told him that he could activate the Sharingan with a single thought. It's a pity there are too many people here. I can't test it out now. I'll have to wait until after school. Meng Hang thought, feeling a little disappointed. Even if it was just the dual Tomoe Sharingan, it was still the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. You have to remember that Sasuke in the original series only unlocked the Sharingan when he saw his dearest brother Itachi slaughter his entire clan. He had just casually rejected a woman and managed to unlock it. This was a huge win. Then, Meng Hang's expression became serious. He let out a low shout. Activate! At that moment, Meng Hang's eyes instantly turned blood red. Two black Tomoe also appeared in his eyes. The moment he activated it, Meng Hang felt like the world around him suddenly became clear. Even the flight path of a mosquito in front of him was now crystal clear. He stretched his right hand forward, and a blur flashed before his eyes. He was now holding a mosquito struggling between his index and middle fingers. Is this the dynamic vision of the early Sharingan? Meng Hang said to himself, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Then, he chuckled self-deprecatingly. Using the Sharingan to catch mosquitoes, only I would be so extravagant. Another 5 minutes passed, and Meng Hang still hadn't recovered from his surprise when he suddenly felt a splitting headache, and his Sharingan disappeared. Looks like the Sharingan in this world doesn't consume chakra but mental energy instead. My mental energy is still too low, and I can only maintain the Sharingan for about 5 minutes. Enduring the pain, Meng Hang climbed into bed and fell asleep immediately. As he drifted off, he mumbled to himself, tomorrow is the awakening ceremony. I wonder what kind of geniuses will appear in our year. I also wonder what surprises the Sharingan will bring me in the future. Chapter 3, Ability Awakening Ceremony. The next morning, as sunlight streamed into his room, Meng Hang got up early and left the house. Today was the important day of the awakening. Even though he already knew his ability, he couldn't contain his excitement. How could he not be thrilled to be in such a vibrant and diverse world? As soon as he reached the school gate, Meng Hang stopped in his tracks, staring ahead in astonishment. The school gate was completely clogged with students and their parents. He could hear parents yelling out encouraging words to their children, unable to contain their excitement. After a moment of thought, Meng Hang understood. The awakening ceremony was the most crucial moment in a person's life. Whether they would remain ordinary and mediocre or soar to great heights depended on what happened today. Work hard, my precious daughter. Whether you can get into one of the top 4 universities depends on today. Son, go to the front line and kill beasts. Don't embarrass your old man. Son, you must awaken an A-class ability or higher, so you can make others lose their. Spit, 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 so you can stand out from the crowd. The parents next to him stared at him as if he were a fool. Meng Hang was also stunned by this statement. He was cursing his own son to lose his head even before he had awakened. I'm really worried about his son's future. Meng Hang thought with a dark chuckle. He took a deep breath and squeezed his way through the parents' wall using all his might. His appearance caused a small commotion. Fortunately, today was a special day, and no one had much time to pay attention to him. When the clock on the teaching building showed 7 o'clock, all the students had lined up neatly, organized by their homeroom teachers. Principal Lin Luoxue, with his large belly, walked solemnly to the stage. What followed was a long, drawn-out speech. Something about how today, you take pride in the school, and tomorrow the school will be proud of you. Ahem, ahem. Just as the students were starting to nod off, the principal paused. His voice became incredibly dignified as he said, "Now, the ability awakening ceremony will officially begin." As he said this, a translucent crystal ball appeared next to him. Hearing this, everyone perked up, their eyes wide. Is it finally here? Meng Hang could almost hear the pounding hearts and gulping sounds around him. Next, the students whose names I call, please come up to the stage and place your hand on the crystal ball. Lin Shu. Present. A young man with a buzz cut and an ordinary appearance rushed to the stage, trembling as he placed his hand on the crystal ball. The moment Lin Shu's hand touched the crystal ball, the previously clear sphere emitted a faint glow. Unfortunately, the glow was very weak. If it weren't for everyone's attention being focused on the crystal ball, it would be hard to notice. Seeing this, the principal said regretfully, F-class superhuman ability, visual enhancement. Hearing this, Lin Shu's face turned pale, and he almost collapsed. In other words, visual enhancement meant seeing further and having better eyesight than ordinary people. It was a solid support type ability, and the lowest level at that. Just as he was stumbling, Lin Luoxue waved his hand calmly. Lin Shu felt an invisible force supporting his body. I'm sorry, Principal. I lost my composure. With that, he staggered off the stage. Meng Hang's eyes narrowed, and he was a little amazed. Lin Luoxue's effortless movement had really shocked him. It was a small thing, but it showed that the portly, greasy, middle-aged principal had considerable strength. Lin Luoxue looked at the dejected figure in front of him and shook his head. In his decades of teaching, he had seen too many scenes like this. He couldn't help but feel a little sad, so he tried to comfort him. There is no such thing as useless abilities, only useless people. As long as you work hard at your cultivation, even an F-class ability can unleash unexpected power. Although that's what he said, the students there all knew that the principal was only trying to comfort them. Ability levels were divided into 9 grades: F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. And realms were based on the strength of one's mental energy, divided into human, earth, sky, universe, cosmos, creation, and emperor. Realms determined an ability user's overall strength, while ability levels represented the limits of a user's power. For example, 2 people might both be Emperor Realm experts, but one had an F-class ability, and the other had an SSS class. Then, without exaggeration, the SSS class ability user could destroy the other with a flick of their finger. This was why all the students were unimpressed by Lin Luoxue's consolation. Alright, next. Xiao Wenhai, D-class elemental ability, water type. Lin Luoxue, E-class elemental ability, wind type. Ma Yukai, E-class superhuman ability, strength enhancement. Li Xingliang, B-class transformation ability, four-winged demonic wolf. A giant, ferocious wolf with 4 wings appeared as a phantom behind the person. Holy crap, a B-class ability, and a rare transformation type at that. Incredible, incredible. Even though a B-class ability user may not get into the top universities, there is still some hope to get into one of the first-rate ones. Lin Luoxue looked at Li Xingliang with approval, but he still felt a bit bitter inside. It's been half an hour, and only 1 B-class ability has appeared. Is this where the 3rd high school is going to end up? Li Xingliang was clearly surprised to learn that he had awakened a B-class ability. First, he was stunned. Then he became ecstatic. B-class ability, and a transformation type at that. I, Li Xingliang, will be rich and powerful. As he walked off the stage in high spirits, he narrowed his eyes, sending a chilling gaze in a certain direction. The direction where his gaze landed was where Meng Hang was standing. Meng Hang was somewhat taken aback by Li Xingliang's ill-intentioned look. He thought, "So what if you awakened a B-class ability? You are so amazing. Why are you staring at me like that? I didn't provoke you either." Before he could figure out why, Lin Xiaowen called out the next name, pulling his attention back. Next, Lin Luoxue. Chapter 4. SSS Class Ability. A tall figure with long hair that fell to her waist walked unhurriedly to the stage. Hearing Lin Luoxue's name, the spirits of all the boys perked up at once. Lin Luoxue was the acknowledged school belle of the 3rd high school. Everyone was curious about what level of ability she would awaken. "What do you think is Lin Luoxue's ability level going to be?" A boy whispered to the student next to him. "I reckon it has to be at least B class, otherwise how could she be the school belle?" Bullshit. Awakening levels have nothing to do with looks. It's not like God will open a door for her and then open a skylight. Maybe she'll just end up with a useless F-class ability. A short-haired girl in the back said in a sarcastic tone. The jealousy in her voice was obvious. Lin Luoxue, who was on the stage, looked at the crystal ball in front of her and let out a long breath. Clearly, she wasn't as calm as she appeared to be. She calmed herself and placed her slender right hand gently on the crystal ball. At that moment, the previously unremarkable crystal ball instantly emitted an incredibly blinding light. The light shot straight into the sky, so eye-catching even under the clear daytime sky. WH. Lin Xiaowen, who had been so composed before, stammered for a long time. Finally, he swallowed back the name of a particular plant. He stared at Lin Luoxue in shock, his eyes filled with ecstasy and disbelief. SSS Class Ability, Summoning Type. When Lin Xiaowen said these words, his tone was so high that it was almost a squeal. Whoosh! Hearing the principal say this, the crowd below instantly erupted. Whether students or teachers, they all seemed to have exploded into a frenzy. Did I hear that right? Lin Luoxue awakened an SSS Class Ability? That's an SSS Class Ability. It's been so many years since an S-Class or higher ability user appeared in Cloudwater City. That's definitely a guaranteed place in one of the top 4 universities in the Dragon Kingdom. Not only is it an SSS Class Ability, but it's also the rare summoning type. God didn't just open a door for her. He tore down the whole house. Meng Hang was also a bit surprised as he stared at the incredibly radiant girl on the stage. He didn't expect that this girl, who was pretty but not so bright, who had tried to propose to him right away, could actually awaken an SSS Class Ability. Lin Xiaowen was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. He muttered to himself, SSS Class Ability. Heaven is blessing my 3rd high school. At the same time, as the light pierced the sky, the anomaly was noticed in other parts of Cloudwater City. Other high schools were also holding their awakening ceremonies. All the teachers and students from other schools stared in shock in the direction of the light. Someone awakened an SSS Class Ability? Which school has a student who awakened an SSS Class Ability? Judging by the direction, it should be the 3rd high school. The 3rd high school is so lucky. How could such a heaven-defying genius appear there? If the awakening ceremony wasn't still in progress, they might have rushed to the 3rd high school to witness that genius. The principals of the other schools stood on their platforms, with incredibly complex expressions. There was envy, but even more jealousy. It was them who awakened top-tier talent, not you. You would think that it was you who awakened an SSS Class Ability. Don't waste any time. Next. The very center of Cloudwater City. Numerous high-rise buildings stood side by side, forming a modern city. However, among these skyscrapers, there was a quaint, antique building that was so out of place, a majestic figure standing out from the rest. This was the residence of the Cloudwater City Lord, Zhao Sanpeng. Since the spiritual energy revival and the awakening of human abilities, animals had also evolved in incredible ways. Now, savage beasts roamed outside the city, and some areas had become no-go zones for humans. Furthermore, savage beasts would occasionally sneak into the city and slaughter civilians. Therefore, every city had a city lord with a realm of at least Sky Realm to protect it. The city lord represented the city's highest combat power. Zhao Sanpeng, who had been leisurely enjoying tea in his office, also noticed the beam of light in the sky. After a moment of surprise, he crushed his priceless teacup in his hand. SSS Class Ability? As soon as the words left his lips, his bulky, slightly bloated figure vanished from the room. In the sky above the third high school, a figure stood suspended in the air, his hands clasped behind his back, staring down. It was Zhao Sanpang, who had disappeared from his office. So, it's the little lass from the Lin family. It looks like the Lin family is about to rise again. After staring down for a moment, his figure vanished again. During that time, no one at the third high school had even noticed that a living person was standing in the air above them. Not even Principal Lin Xiaowen was an exception. Lin Xiaowen tried his best to suppress his excitement as he looked at Lin Luoxue with admiration. Good, good, good. I remember you're Lin Luoxue from the Lin family, right? Yes, Principal. At this moment, Lin Luoxue hadn't completely recovered from the shock and answered subconsciously. Luoxue, don't think I'm being long-winded, but I still have to say a few more words to you. SSS class abilities are indeed rare and powerful, but only the support of one's realm can unleash its maximum power. You must not become arrogant because of your ability and neglect your cultivation. Over the years, I've seen many geniuses who neglected their cultivation because they had powerful abilities, and they all ended up mediocre. Hearing what the principal said, Lin Luoxue straightened her posture and bowed deeply to Lin Xiaowen. I will remember your words, Principal. All right, you can go now. After bowing deeply again, Lin Luoxue slowly walked off the stage. As she stepped down from the stage, Lin Xiaowen called out the next student's name. Meng Hang. The students who were still excitedly discussing the event were stunned when they heard the name, and the arena fell silent for a few seconds. Someone finally reacted and couldn't hold back their laughter. As if the laughter was contagious, the entire stadium was soon filled with mocking sounds. Chapter 5, Meng Hang, I challenge you. Due to the awakening ceremony and Lin Luoxue's SSS class ability awakening, the various versions of the school bell and the scumbag's unspeakable past that had spread like wildfire yesterday were temporarily forgotten. But as fate would have it, right after Lin Luoxue was Meng Hang. This could not help but remind people of the relationship between the two. In an instant, Meng Hang was once again thrust into the limelight. Ha ha ha, I bet this Meng Hang's intestines are turning green with regret right now. A devil's figure, an angel's face, plus a top-level ability, she'll definitely be someone we can't reach in the future. And he rejected Lin Luoxue's proposal. It's only because there are so many people here, otherwise, he would definitely be in some deserted place right now, slapping himself senseless. Lin Luoxue, who had just come down from the stage, and Meng Hang, who was walking up to the podium, brushed past each other. Lin Luoxue turned her head to look at him with some apology. If it wasn't for her grandpa's passing and her impulsive actions yesterday, Meng Hang wouldn't have become the object of ridicule for everyone. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something. However, Meng Hang simply walked past her calmly, ignoring her presence. This made the words Lin Luoxue had wanted to say stuck in her throat. As he walked onto the stage, unlike the other students, Meng Hang did not show any nervousness or apprehension. He simply placed his right hand on the crystal ball calmly. Lin Xiaowen, seeing his movements, raised his eyebrow, secretly praising. This kid has a strong mental fortitude. He couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation for his ability. Maybe we'll have another genius who awakens an A-class or higher ability. In truth, he had completely misunderstood Meng Hang. It wasn't that Meng Hang had strong mental fortitude. Rather, he already knew his talent, so he naturally wasn't as apprehensive as the other students. The next moment, a faint light emanated from the crystal ball. Seeing the light from the crystal ball, Lin Xiaowen shook his head with some disappointment. I was too greedy. I bit off more than I could chew. Lin Xiaowen thought self-deprecatingly. E-class ocular ability. Ocular-type abilities are relatively rare, but it's a pity it's only E-class. Hearing that it was only E-class, the whispers started again below. Ha, an E-class trash. Good thing he's not with my goddess. Otherwise it would be a good cabbage being taken by a pig. That's right, that's right. Hearing the chatter below, Meng Hang still didn't change his expression. He swaggered back to his position. Looking at his calm and collected demeanor, which was far beyond his peers, Lin Xiaowen sighed again. What a pity. It took almost the entire morning for all the high school seniors' awakening ceremonies to be completed. Lin Xiaowen was smiling from ear to ear. This year, his students had not only awakened 2 B-class abilities, but also 1 A-class ability. And most importantly, they had an SSS class ability. Hee hee hee. This year, our third high school will definitely shine in the college entrance exams. Seeing the principal grinning alone on the stage, The teachers and students below all had goosebumps. That's definitely not our school principal. Definitely not. After the awakening ceremony, the homeroom teachers were to take their respective classes back to the classroom. There was another very important matter that needed to be explained to the students. That was breathing techniques. Humans were able to stand their ground amongst countless savage beasts, not only because of their awakened abilities, but also, more importantly, because they had developed breathing techniques that could cultivate mental energy. In the early stages of spiritual energy revival, humans also awakened abilities. However, compared to the savage beasts' strong physical bodies and natural talents, they were still far too lacking. Fortunately, the greatest advantage of humans was their intelligence. Countless great people had devoted their efforts and created breathing techniques that could quickly increase mental energy, which enhanced the power of abilities and saved humanity from the brink. However, breathing techniques could only be cultivated by those who had awakened an ability. If ordinary people rashly tried to practice them, they would, at best, become idiots, or at worst, die from head explosion. This was why the school waited until today to pass on the breathing techniques to their students. Just as the large group was heading towards the classrooms in a powerful procession, a voice suddenly rang out in everyone's ears. "Wait a minute, I challenge Meng Hang." This shout directly attracted the attention of all the teachers and students, who all stopped and looked back. Whoa, that's Li Xingliang, the one who awakened a B-class talent. Who does he want to challenge? Who knows, but I know we're going to see a good show today. Meng Hang, I challenge you. Hearing that he was actually being challenged, Meng Hang's mouth twitched. He had only wanted to be a bystander, but he never expected to be the one eating the melon. Can I ask why? Hearing Meng Hang's question, Li Xingliang glared at him hatefully. You actually dare to ask me why? You're an E-class piece of trash. What right do you have to reject Lin Luoxue's proposal? Most importantly, why? Why? Would Lin Luoxue be into you? Li Xingliang spat out each word through gritted teeth. It was clear that the main reason was that he was jealous of the fact that Lin Luoxue would propose to Meng Hang. Damn it! Such a dog-blooded, cliché thing is actually happening to me. After hearing his explanation, Meng Hang looked up to the sky in exasperation. This is a plot point that's been overused in how many novels now? I still have to use the cliché plot point anyway, manual facepalm? Before Meng Hang could express any opinion, he only felt a fragrant breeze, and an almost perfect back appeared in front of him. It was Lin Luoxue. Lin Luoxue realized that the cause of this matter was because of her. She quickly rushed out to stop it. At this time, her face was frosty as she looked at Li Xingliang opposite her. Li Xingliang, you're already so old. Isn't doing such childish things meaningless? Li Xingliang, who had been so furious before, instantly transformed from a big gray wolf into a little sheep when he saw Lin Luoxue coming. He lowered his head bashfully and even twirled two of his index fingers in front of him. It was the spitting image of a young maiden. This scene immediately gave Meng Hang goosebumps. Good heavens, you're really doing the male compatriots proud. Meng Hang shouted in his heart. Luoxue, I'm just standing up for you. Hearing this, Lin Luoxue frowned. Don't make it sound so noble, and our matter is none of your business. With that, Li Xingliang, who was acting like a young maiden, instantly became enraged again. However, he didn't dare to unleash his anger on Lin Luoxue, so he pointed his spear at Meng Hang behind her. Meng Hang, what kind of man are you? Hiding behind a woman? If you're a man, then fight me fair and square. Chapter 6, Double Reversal. Meng Hang was once again speechless. Do all the supporting characters just know these few clichés for a lame provocation? That was what he was thinking, but in reality, the fire in his heart was starting to rage. The rumors about him had been flying around for the past 2 days, and while he seemed calm on the surface, even a clay Buddha had some fire within him. How could Meng Hang not be angry at all? You son of a... Just as he was about to curse, he heard the system's voice in his head. Ding! System activated. Accept Li Xingliang's challenge. Reward 1 point to strength. Actively admit defeat. Reward 3 points to agility. Meng Hang stared in disbelief, shaking his head, suspecting that he had misheard. System big brother, did you get that reversed? Shouldn't accepting Li Xingliang's challenge reward 3 points, or something? This system does not make mistakes and does not accept any rebuttal. Please make a choice, host. The system replied with an emotionless, synthetic voice. Are you messing with me, system? Meng Hang cursed furiously in his heart. If I hadn't heard you shout out rap songs twice, I would have believed your lies. Whose system are you, anyway? I seriously suspect that you're a mole sent by the monkeys. Ahem. The system was a little embarrassed, but still forced itself to continue. Please make a choice, host. Seeing that it was unyielding, Meng Hang couldn't help but give it a thumbs up in his heart. You're so awesome. Was face more important or attribute points? That was a no-brainer. Back in reality, Meng Hang, who was about to explode, instantly switched to a flattering posture. You son of a... How's your mother doing? Meng Hang, don't agree to him. Huh. Hearing the first 3 words, Lin Luoxue thought Meng Hang hadn't been able to hold himself back and had agreed to Li Xingliang's challenge. However, Meng Hang's next sentence changed so quickly that it almost strained her waist. Meng Hang ignored Lin Luoxue's shocked expression and continued to flatter him. Classmate Li, you're a B-class talent, and a rare transformation type at that. How could I possibly be your opponent? I admit defeat. The other students who were preparing to watch the show all threw disdainful glances at Meng Hang. Holy crap, this is the first time I've seen someone be a coward so fresh and refined. Meng Hang, are you even a man? Whether you can win or not, you have to fight before anything. What kind of man is it to admit defeat without fighting? Li Xingliang didn't expect him to admit defeat so directly. He laughed in anger. Okay, Luoxue, now you know what kind of person he is, right? With that, he turned to leave. Lin Luoxue glanced at Meng Hang without saying anything. Although she was relieved that he hadn't accepted the challenge, she was still a little disappointed in him. Ding! Task completed. Reward 3 points to agility. Meng Hang felt a warm current surge through his body and knew that he had received the reward. Wait. The crowd, who thought that everything was over today and were preparing to go home, were once again drawn back by Meng Hang's shout. What? Do you have anything else to say? Li Xingliang looked at him with disdain. Did I let you leave? I've been annoyed by you for a long time. You're really like an old lady licking a lollipop, such a good licker. You refuse to be a proper human being, insisting on being a simp. System, damn it, are you using a glitch against me? Meng Hang's string of insults without a single vulgar word stunned everyone. He had been so obsequious a moment ago. How had he changed so quickly? I'm a little confused by his moves. Does he have split personality? I want to know too. But I have to say, hearing his insults really gets my blood boiling. Actually, I don't like that Li Xingliang either. He claims to be standing up for Lin Luoxue, but isn't he just jealous that she confessed to Meng Hang? Too hypocritical. Li Xingliang's face changed from pale to ashen. Meng Hang, you want to die. Bragging is not real skill. If you've got the guts, then accept my challenge. I accept. Meng Hang agreed without hesitation. Seeing that both sides had reached an agreement, the onlookers tacitly backed away a few meters, forming a circle and surrounding the two in the middle. Not a single teacher came forward to stop them, all of them looking at the spectacle with great interest. Principal Lin Xiaowen, who was on the stage, was even more composed, and was only short of a chair so that he could sip tea and watch the fun. Unlike Meng Hang's past life, this world was full of danger. Therefore, the school did not prohibit private fights. As long as no one was killed or suffered from a missing limb, a little blood was acceptable. After all, these young people were going to the front line to fight, and the sooner they cultivated their bloodthirst, the better. Meng Hang, Lin Luoxue wanted to stop him, but was interrupted as soon as she opened her mouth. Meng Hang glanced at Lin Luoxue and said impatiently, "This is a man's business. What are you women getting involved for? That's what they say about beauties being trouble. You can't even try to be low-key." You. Lin Luoxue's face flushed red. She didn't know if she was embarrassed or angered by Meng Hang. You're ungrateful. I don't care about you anymore. Stomping her foot, Lin Luoxue went back into the crowd in a fit of pique. On the other hand, Li Xingliang's face had already turned so gloomy as to drip with water. Seeing Meng Hang teasing his crush in front of so many people, he didn't waste any more words, and the four-winged demonic wolf phantom flashed behind him. Li Xingliang's figure suddenly shot forward. Although he had just awakened and could not shapeshift yet. However, being a four-winged demonic wolf, known for its speed, still made Li Xingliang's speed at least double after activating his ability. So fast. The onlookers could not help but exclaim in awe. As expected of a B-class ability, he has such speed right after awakening. Seeing Li Xingliang launch his attack, Meng Hang did not hesitate and immediately activated his Sharingan. His originally black and white eyes instantly turned blood red, and two black Tomoe slowly formed. What kind of ocular ability is that? I've never heard of it before. It looks so weird. There are tons of abilities in this world. It's normal that you haven't heard of them. Even if it's weird, it's just an E-class ability, so there's no need to make a fuss. The moment he activated the Sharingan, Li Xingliang only felt an icy chill straight to his heart, and the whole world seemed to turn blood red. Fortunately, this feeling came and went quickly and didn't have much of an impact on him. The two were not far apart, and with Li Xingliang's increased speed, he arrived in front of Meng Hang in the blink of an eye. Seeing Meng Hang standing blankly in place, and although he had activated his ability, but it had no effect on him, he couldn't help but mock. I see your trash ability isn't even F-class. What do you think you can use to fight me? Chapter 7. The Crotch Kick, Meng Hang. Li Xingliang threw a punch straight at Meng Hang's face. His expression was ferocious, as if he could already see Meng Hang lying on the ground in a miserable state. However, at this critical moment, Meng Hang seemed to have predicted Li Xingliang's actions. He simply tilted his head to one side, easily dodging this power-packed blow. Li Xingliang still had too little real combat experience. He hadn't left any leeway for himself with that punch. Having missed his target, his steps were unstable, and his whole body lost its balance, staggering forward a few steps. Seeing this scene, the corner of Meng Hang's mouth curled up in a smirk. Without giving him time to react, he lifted his foot to kick Li Xingliang in the abdomen. Eowuff! A shrill, miserable cry that was neither human nor eunuch-like echoed throughout the entire playground. Hiss! The surrounding students all let out a collective gasp. The boys instinctively closed their legs, while the girls covered their eyes with their hands, too embarrassed to see what was happening in front of them. At this moment, Li Xingliang had his legs tightly pressed together and was holding his crotch, rolling on the ground in pain. Meng Hang, seeing Li Xingliang on the ground, scratched his head awkwardly. He had originally intended to kick Li Xingliang in the abdomen. However, the distance between the two of them was too close. Before his power-packed kick was fully lifted, it landed in Li Xingliang's crotch. Meng Hang looked around somewhat sheepishly, saying, "Would you believe me if I said I didn't mean to kick him there?" How could anyone believe his explanation? They all said with disgust, "Holy crap, a crotch kick, too brutal. That scene is too gory." Meng Hang is a sly one. He actually kicked someone in his nether region. His methods are too dirty. Will Li Xingliang's balls be broken? Will he be the first eunuch in our Dragon Kingdom? That's impossible. As long as a medical ability user takes action, there's a chance to fix it even if they are really broken. All in all, it's best not to mess with Meng Hang in the future, or you might end up being on the receiving end of his crotch kick. Everyone around him nodded in agreement. Seeing that the drama was over, Lin Xiaowen, who had been watching the fun on the stage, finally deigned to speak. "All right, everyone. Hurry back to the classroom. There are still important things to explain. Send 2 people to take Li Xingliang to the infirmary." The crowd returned to the classroom and took their seats. Meng Hang's deskmate was a cute, short-haired girl. Although her appearance wasn't as striking as Lin Luoxue's, she was still a top beauty. Her name was Nua Yun, and she was currently looking at Meng Hang with her large, watery eyes. Meng Hang felt uncomfortable being stared at. He said helplessly to her, "Big sister, can you not look at me like I'm an animal in a zoo?" Nua Yun's face was brimming with a gossipy look. "Meng Hang, the news about you and Lin Luoxue is all over the place. Some people say she's pregnant with your child, and some people say you're a wimp. Which version is true? Please, let me in on it." Hearing what she said, Meng Hang felt like a million mud horses were stampeding in his heart. Don't listen to their nonsense, it's all rumors. Nua Yun didn't believe what he said at all. She pouted and grabbed the hem of his shirt, shaking it gently. "Meng Hang, good Meng Hang, just tell me." Just as Meng Hang was becoming increasingly annoyed by her, their homeroom teacher, Yi Qianwen, walked in from outside with her long legs. This finally gave him some peace. "All right, don't think that just because you have awakened your abilities, you can relax. Awakening your ability is just the beginning. The college entrance exam in 2 months is the real moment that will change your life. If you don't reach the human realm within 2 months, even with an SSS class ability, you won't have a chance to get into a first-rate university. Okay, let's get down to business and pass on the basic breathing technique." Hearing the words breathing technique, all the students showed excited expressions. They had known since they were young that only learning breathing techniques could make them stronger, but without an awakened ability, they had no way of cultivating it. Yi Qianwen took out a pin-sized, jet-black cylindrical object from her pocket. She gently pressed the button, and a blinding light instantly filled the entire classroom, making it difficult for everyone to open their eyes. This is... Meng Hang covered his eyes with his hand, feeling puzzled as to why this scene seemed so familiar. Suddenly, Meng Hang thought of something. Isn't this the scene from the Men in Black movie where they erase your memory? I've never heard of having your memory erased after an awakening. The next second, Meng Hang realized that his concerns were unnecessary. When the light disappeared, a lengthy breathing technique of several hundred words appeared in his mind. The combination of technology and abilities is just too cool. The divine enlightenment that's depicted in novels is probably nothing more than this. Meng Hang thought to himself. He subconsciously followed the method in the breathing technique and slowly adjusted his breathing. The next second, the surrounding things turned illusory, and Meng Hang's consciousness arrived in a void. Where is this? He looked around in astonishment. Not far from him, a crystal-clear droplet of liquid floated silently in the air. At the same time, wisps of mist gathered towards the droplet. However, these mists were too tiny and almost invisible to the naked eye. After thinking for a while, Meng Hang understood. This should be his spiritual world, and those wisps of mist were the legendary mental energy. While everyone was still studying the basic breathing technique with their eyes closed, Yi Qianwen let out a soft, huh. She had suddenly sensed fluctuations of mental energy in the classroom, which surprised her greatly. Usually, people take at least a whole night to master the basics after receiving a breathing technique. And now, someone could actually begin cultivation immediately after getting the technique. How could she not be shocked? With such terrifying talent, as long as the ability level wasn't too trash, they would definitely achieve great things in the future. She looked around and finally focused her gaze on Meng Hang. It's Meng Hang. Yi Qianwen shook her head regretfully. E-class is just too bad. If only he was a D-class. Combined with this terrifying talent, everything would be different. Just as Yi Qianwen was still lamenting, people began to open their eyes one after another. Wow, that's amazing. The breathing technique was directly transferred into my mind. It's a pity, when I tried cultivating following the instructions on the breathing technique, nothing happened. What's the rush? I heard from my older cousin that it takes at least a whole night to master it. You've only been doing it for a short time. Why are you expecting a reaction already? The classroom started a heated discussion, and the noisy sounds woke Meng Hang up from his cultivation. System, open the personal attribute panel. Host, Meng Hang. Ability, Dual Tomoe Sharingan, E-class. Mental energy, 29. Human realm, Strength, 12. Agility, 18. Physique, 13. Chapter 8. The Ghost Market. The first thing Meng Hang did after waking up was check his attributes. He looked at the mental energy that had only increased by 1 point with exasperation. The efficiency of this breathing technique is too low. When will I be able to break through to the Earth realm? Seeing that everyone had woken up, Yi Qianwen cleared her throat and said, cultivation is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you'll fall back. After all, you aren't geniuses like Lin Luoxue, so you have to work even harder to make a name for yourselves in this world. With that, she gave Meng Hang a meaningful glance. After another round of earnest advice, Yi Qianwen dismissed the students and told them they could go home. After all, the two most important things of the day had been completed, and there was no need for them to continue staying at school. Besides, the students' minds had already flown off somewhere else. They couldn't wait to get home and try out their abilities and breathing techniques. After leaving the school gate, Meng Hang was lost in thought as he walked down the street. During his battle with Li Xingliang just now, when he had activated his Sharingan, he had discovered another unexpected use of the Sharingan. It could see the flow of mental energy within another ability user's body. Is this a mutated use of the Sharingan? In the original story, activating the Sharingan would allow the user to see the flow and color of chakra within another person's body. But in this world, it had changed to seeing mental energy. If I can see a person's mental energy, then can I also see spirit weapons that can increase one's combat power? Unlike humans' awakened abilities, spirit weapons were not something that appeared after the world's upheaval. Instead, after the upheaval, many dimensional spaces appeared on Blue Star. These spirit weapons were all products of those places. People discovered that most of the dimensional spaces were like ancient battlefields. Everywhere was filled with ruins and rubble. And within these ruins and rubble, there were actually many weapons or other treasures that could increase an ability user's combat power. However, these ruins had been in the dimensional space for an unknown number of years. These remaining spirit weapons had been washed over by spirit energy and the unique matter of the dimensional atmosphere. This resulted in a layer of transparent crystal forming on their surfaces. This layer of crystal blocked the weapon's conduction of mental energy to an ability user. Only after removing this layer could the weapon unleash its true power. After removing the crystal, people discovered that most of the weapons had lost their spiritual energy and had become a pile of scrap metal. Only a small portion of them still contained spiritual energy. Experts had done research on the crystal that encased the spirit weapons, and eventually concluded that current technology was incapable of artificially producing this kind of crystal. Therefore, the industry of selling these unsealed spirit weapons came into being. After all, the spirit weapons that still had spiritual energy were less than 1%, so it was more profitable to have those who were willing to take a gamble on them, like they were betting on jade. Sometimes, the profits were greater than selling a spirit weapon. Meng Hang, who was deep in thought, suddenly had a gleam in his eyes, and a look of anticipation appeared on his face. He immediately turned around, heading towards the most famous ghost market in Cloudwater City. The ghost market was actually just a place where vendors sold spirit weapons wrapped in crystals. Not to mention finding a weapon with any spiritual energy, even finding a genuine relic was rare. Most of the items were just ordinary weapons that had been wrapped in artificial crystals to pass them off as authentic, and to fool those who didn't know any better. People who were in the know could tell immediately that they were fakes. But even so, there were many people every day who flocked to the market, hoping to find a genuine spirit weapon that would make them rich overnight. If you wanted to find the spirit weapons that had truly come from relics, you would have to go to the large commercial establishments. However, there was no other way. Meng Hang was short on cash and couldn't afford to go to those places, so he could only try his luck in the ghost market. After taking the bus for almost half an hour, Meng Hang arrived at the ghost market. He was a little embarrassed by the scene inside. Each vendor had a rag on the ground and randomly placed all kinds of crystal-wrapped weapons on top, and they started trying to sell them. Meng Hang doubted that a genuine spirit weapon could be found in such a place. As the saying goes, thieves don't come empty-handed. No, that's wrong. Since he was already here, then he should just make the best of it. Since he had come, he might as well take a look around. Meng Hang first bought a pair of sunglasses from a $2 store and put them on. After all, activating the Sharingan was too obvious, so it was better to be low-key. Come one, come all, don't miss out. All the good stuff here came from the wind and storm ruins. Guaranteed you'll get a spirit weapon. Today it's not 99,998, not 9,998, only 998. Blood-dripping sale. Just as he walked into the ghost market, he saw a burly man with a full beard yelling. Meng Hang only activated his Sharingan to take a quick glance, then canceled it quickly. After all, with his current strength, he could only maintain it for 5 minutes. He did not dare to use his ability at will. He shook his head regretfully, not finding anything unusual, and continued on to the next stall. Meng Hang had been walking around the ghost market for more than 10 minutes, and had still not found any signs of a spirit weapon. Just as he was wondering if his guess was correct, a stall not far away caught Meng Hang's attention. Under the Sharingan, a weapon on that stall emitted a faint glow. Found it! Meng Hang was overjoyed, but on the surface, he remained calm, pretending to walk towards that stall casually to take a look. The item that was emitting light was a simple, ancient dagger wrapped in a transparent crystal. If it weren't for the Sharingan, no one would be able to tell that it was a rare spirit weapon. The stall owner was a monk wearing a kasaya and a ring scar on his head. When he saw that the person who had come was a naive student, he knew at a glance that he was a layman. His eyes lit up, thinking that he was finally going to make a sale today, and that he couldn't let this little sheep get away. Umitba, I wonder which spirit weapon this little benefactor has taken a fancy to. Feel free to tell this poor monk. To be honest, these weapons were brought out from the relics by the elders of this poor monk's monastery. They are genuine, authentic relics. If it wasn't for the temple's need to remold the Buddha's body in gold, this poor monk would never have taken these things out for sale. Hearing what the monk said, Meng Hang scoffed to himself. He had already checked with the Sharingan. Other than the dagger that emitted a faint glow, everything else was just a pile of scrap metal. Meng Hang pretended to pick and choose casually, and finally picked up the dagger. Master, how much does this dagger cost? The monk in the kasaya quickly waved his hand. Ah, this little benefactor is mistaken. How can this poor monk, as a Buddhist monk, talk about money? It's all about fate. 18,000 yuan. How much? Master, it seems that you really plan to use gold powder to mold the Buddha in your monastery. Meng Hang's mouth twitched as he mocked. The monk didn't feel embarrassed at all. He put his hands together, chanted a Buddhist prayer, and replied, These are all things that we disciples should be doing. I see that your face is made of gold too. Meng Hang stopped speaking and got up, pretending to leave. When the monk saw the duck that was almost at his beak fly away, he immediately got up and stopped him. Little benefactor, why are you in such a hurry? Meeting is fate. The prices are negotiable. How about this? You tell me a number. Chapter 9. Spirit Core. Hearing the monk's words, Meng Hang didn't hold back. Then, let's round it down to 0. The monk quickly calculated in his mind, and then agreed without hesitation. Deal. 1800. It is 1,800. Meng Hang glanced at him strangely and said, I meant round it down to 0. Isn't 1800 rounding it down to 0? I meant remove all 3 zeros. What? After hearing Meng Hang's words, the monk refused to go any further. Little benefactor, that's not how bargaining works. Oh, then forget it. I just came here to take a stroll today. Having said that, he turned to leave again. The monk hurriedly stopped him again. After a lot of haggling, Meng Hang finally bought the dagger for the huge sum of 20 yuan. Little brother, I still have some Saraira left by the Buddha. Would you like to take a look? Absolutely genuine. Forget it. You should keep them yourself. Meng Hang said those words and left without looking back. He tucked the dagger into his chest, his heart pounding uncontrollably. With this ability, if he ever had the chance to take a stroll through an ancient battlefield, wouldn't he be able to become rich overnight? After wandering around the ghost market for another 20 minutes and visiting every single stall, he hadn't found another spirit weapon. Meng Hang had to leave reluctantly. He didn't go straight home. Instead, he went to a secluded alleyway. After looking around to make sure no one was there, he took out the dagger he had bought with a fortune. He smashed the dagger hard against the wall. With a crisp crack, the crystal outside the dagger shattered into pieces. Meng Hang held the newly liberated dagger in his hand. A cold sensation emanated from it. When he poured his meager mental energy into the dagger, the previously inconspicuous dagger suddenly emitted a bright light. He swung the dagger and gently stabbed at the wall beside him. The dagger pierced the wall as easily as cutting through tofu. Whoa! Meng Hang couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. He hadn't expected a spirit weapon imbued with mental energy to be so powerful. He carefully tucked the dagger away again. He looked at the darkening sky and then went home contentedly. He had a great haul today. Not only did he learn a breathing technique, but he also obtained a spirit weapon. Although he didn't know the quality of the spirit weapon, even the lowest level spirit weapon wasn't something a typical family could afford. He hurried home, carefully put away the dagger, and began meditating on his bed. Meng Hang wasn't so obsessed with the spirit weapon to the point that he had to play with it all the time. He knew that whether it was an ability or a spirit weapon, they all needed the support of mental energy. Following the breathing technique, Meng Hang once again entered the void. That crystal-clear droplet was still suspended in the air, and wisps of mist slowly converged towards it. Just like that, an entire night passed without him realizing it. When the alarm rang, Meng Hang woke up from his meditation. It's already been a night. Meng Hang was a little surprised. He couldn't feel the passage of time in the void. He had thought that it had only been a few hours. Although he hadn't slept, he didn't feel tired. Instead, he felt refreshed and energetic. Furthermore, his mental energy had clearly changed after this night of cultivation. The mental energy liquid had increased from 1 drop to 2 drops, and in the mental energy section of his attribute panel, it had changed from 29 to 61. Grumble, rumble. Meng Hang was still enjoying the afterglow of cultivation when he was interrupted by his uncooperative stomach. Thinking about it, it made sense. He hadn't eaten last night, so no wonder his stomach was protesting. After washing up, he left for school. As for the dagger, after careful consideration, he decided that it was not safe to leave at home, so he decided to carry it with him. He ate 6 buns at a breakfast shop along the way, and felt like he still wasn't satisfied. Meng Hang was a little embarrassed. He usually felt 80% full after eating 2 buns, but today, he had eaten 6 and still only felt half full. It seemed that cultivation was really energy-consuming. He touched his pocket, which was cleaner than his face, and could only swallow and leave with a helpless sigh. The beautiful Yi Qianwen stood on the podium, smiling at the students below. I presume that after last night's cultivation, you have all learned the breathing techniques and felt the magic of cultivation. As soon as she said that, a chorus of agreement came from below. Yeah, when I was cultivating according to the breathing technique, a bowl appeared in my mind, and inside, there were droplets formed of my mental energy. I saw the bowl too. And after meditating for the entire night, I didn't feel a single bit of tiredness. All the students in the class were chatting, saying that they had seen the bowl. Only Meng Hang looked around in confusion, not understanding what they were talking about. Bowl? What bowl? Isn't it a void? Could it be that my spiritual world is different from theirs? Not noticing Meng Hang's anomaly, Yi Qianwen nodded with satisfaction. That's right. When every ability user cultivates the breathing technique, they all envision a bowl-like container, and cultivation is all about striving to fill this container. Huh? Then what is my goal? To fill the whole void? Then wouldn't I end up with the Milky Way? After hearing Yi Qianwen's explanation, Meng Hang didn't feel any more at ease. Instead, he became even more confused. Actually, in your 3 years of high school, we've given you all the theoretical knowledge that we can. So what's left is for you to cultivate by yourselves. With that, Yi Qianwen took out a pile of crystals that emitted a faint, fluorescent glow from her space ring. Holy crap, a space ring! Someone exclaimed in shock, and Meng Hang's eyes also lit up as he looked at the ring on Yi Qianwen's hand. Space rings were not particularly rare in this world, but a cubic meter space ring required hundreds of thousands of dollars. Meng Hang hadn't expected that Yi Qianwen was actually a hidden rich woman. Teacher, I don't want to work anymore. And when everyone's gaze fell on the small pile of crystals on the table, there was another wave of shocked exclamations. Those are spirit cores. What are spirit cores? Meng Hang didn't quite react. He asked Nuayun beside him. Nuayun looked at him with disdain, as if she was looking at an idiot. Did you not learn anything in the last 3 years? Dog, I'm not taking this blame. Spirit cores are special minerals that were produced after the spiritual energy revival. The special energy contained inside can be absorbed by the human body and converted into mental energy. A single spirit core is equivalent to several days of arduous cultivation. Holy crap, so amazing. Meng Hang's eyes widened, and a greedy look emanated from them, so much that Nuayun was a little at a loss. Meng Hang, I know that I'm quite pretty, but you shouldn't look at me so blatantly. Even if you're very handsome, I won't agree to it unless you confess properly. Meng Hang. Chapter 10. Which excavator technique is strongest? That's right, those are spirit cores. Yi Qianwen said solemnly. But these aren't complete spirit cores, but fragments of spirit cores. After all, a spirit core is worth 100,000. So even if the school is rich, we can't give each of you one. Meng Hang couldn't help but click his tongue. It was a case of poor literature, rich martial arts. A single spirit core cost 100,000 yuan. Now that we're on the topic of spirit cores, perhaps your families have reminded you, but I still have to tell you. While spirit cores are good, everyone's constitution is different. The amount of mental energy that can be absorbed daily is different too. So remember to not absorb them without any restraint. Of course, with your current absorption efficiency, even if I placed hundreds or thousands of spirit cores in front of you, you wouldn't be able to absorb too much. With that, Yi Qianwen distributed spirit core fragments to each of the students. Meng Hang held the nail-sized fragment in his hand and watched the energy swirling inside. He subconsciously activated his mental energy. The mental energy within the spirit core seemed to be attracted by an invisible force surging into his body. He didn't know how much time had passed, but Meng Hang pulled himself back from his mental energy void. He looked at the time, and then at the spirit core fragment that had been reduced to powder in his hand. A fanatical look appeared on his face. Only 10 minutes had passed, and his mental energy had increased by one more droplet. That was comparable to a whole night of meditation, and that was just a fragment. He couldn't imagine how much progress he would make if he had a whole spirit core. Make money. Make money. Meng Hang's eyes were bloodshot. All that was on his mind was how to make money. He was like a horny male dog in heat. Meng Hang, this is the classroom. Don't do anything to me. Nuayun, who had just opened her eyes, saw that Meng Hang was breathing heavily. His eyes were red, and she thought that he was planning something, so she warned him. Meng Hang screamed inwardly. Big sister, can you not be so narcissistic? At the same time, people woke up one after another, and their faces were filled with excitement. I believe everyone has felt the wonder of spirit cores, but the school can only provide you with this one batch of spirit cores. In the future, you need to work hard on your own, and strive to gain the strength to go out and hunt savage beasts to obtain spirit cores. She also had another thing she wanted to say but didn't, because she was afraid it would demoralize her students. That was, that other than going out and hunting savage beasts, Wealthier families had already prepared spirit cores for their children. That was how unfair society was. There were many things that couldn't be chosen. As soon as the bell rang, Meng Hang couldn't wait to stop meditating and ran towards the school gate. Yi Qianwen looked at the students below who were still cultivating, and then turned to look at Meng Hang, who had already run off. She snorted in dissatisfaction. Their ability levels aren't that high to begin with, but they don't even know how to work hard. That's why the gap will keep widening. Actually, Meng Hang also wanted to cultivate a bit longer, but he had more important things to do. At this time, the mental energy liquid in his mind had reached 4 droplets. This morning, thanks to the spirit core, he had condensed a droplet of mental energy liquid in just 10 minutes. And today's meditation had only given him 1 droplet. This further reinforced the importance of spirit cores to Meng Hang. Therefore, after some hesitation, he finally decided to sell the spirit weapon dagger he had just obtained to exchange it for spirit cores. After all, with the Sharingan, there would be plenty of opportunities to obtain more spirit weapons in the future. His most urgent task was to increase his strength. The Tianfu commercial firm was one of the top commercial firms in the Dragon Kingdom. No matter which city it was in, there was a branch. The Tianfu commercial firm not only sold unsealed spirit weapons, but also sold genuine spirit weapons. However, the prices of the two were vastly different. After all, whether the former could open a complete spirit weapon was still up in the air. But what could be guaranteed was that the unsealed spirit weapons sold here were all obtained from ancient battlefields. Unlike the ghost market, where 80% of the items were artificial trash, Meng Hang arrived at the Tianfu commercial firm in the center of Cloudwater City. Standing in front of the magnificent gate, Meng Hang couldn't help but stare in shock. As expected of one of the top commercial firms in the Dragon Kingdom, there were 2 nearly 2-meter-high true fire lion sculptures on both sides of the gate. And the most important thing was that the outside of the sculptures were plated with real gold. As soon as he entered the firm, a beautiful woman wearing a Chong Sam, with a tall figure and an extraordinary temperament, greeted him. She did not show any sign of neglect because Meng Hang was dressed in school attire. "Hello, sir. I don't know what you need. I can assist you with my recommendations." Meng Hang didn't look at the dazzling array of items on the surrounding display tables, fearing that he would drool. He took out an inconspicuous dagger from his chest and asked, "I don't know if you buy weapons here?" Looking at the dagger in the young man's hand, a hint of almost imperceptible contempt flashed in the woman's eyes. However, due to her professional standards, she still maintained a smile and said, "I'm sorry, sir. We don't buy weapons here." "Oh? You don't even buy spirit weapons?" With that, Meng Hang poured a trace of his mental energy into the dagger. Instantly, the previously inconspicuous dagger emitted a chilling light. "A spirit weapon!" The Chong Sam woman exclaimed in a low voice. Although spirit weapons were not so rare as to be once in a century, they were also not something a typical family could obtain. And most people who obtained spirit weapons would not sell them, but keep them for their own use. "I'm sorry, sir. Spirit weapons are too valuable, and it's not up to me to decide. Please follow me." As she spoke, she led Meng Hang to the second floor. Completely different from the splendor on the first floor, the second floor was more ancient and rustic. An elderly man in a traditional Tang suit was sitting on a priceless golden sandalwood chair, sipping tea, as if he hadn't noticed their arrival. The woman in the Chong Sam walked carefully up to the old man, bent over, and said softly, "Old Tang, someone has come to sell a spirit weapon. Please make a decision." "Oh, a spirit weapon?" Old Tang gave a soft, "Huh," put down the teacup in his hand. "You can go down first. I will entertain this young friend." He waved his hand, dismissing the woman and getting up to cup his hands towards Meng Hang in a salute. "I am Tang Guoqiang. You can call me Old Tang. I am in charge of the Tianfu commercial firm's Cloudwater City branch. Please forgive my rudeness earlier." "Tang Guoqiang? Which excavator technique is strongest?" Meng Hang's mind blanked out, and he said it without thinking. Huh. Even Old Tang, who had seen the world and was always calm, was stunned by Meng Hang's inexplicable words. Never mind, never mind. Let's talk about the main business." Meng Hang laughed awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. It couldn't be blamed on Meng Hang for that. It was mostly because what Old Tang said was just too classic. The two sat down, and Old Tang poured a cup of tea for Meng Hang again. Then, he picked up the dagger and carefully examined it. He gently grasped the dagger, and with a slight wave, the dagger immediately emitted a blinding light. This light was several times brighter than when Meng Hang had used it. Chapter 11. Don't flaunt your wealth. Meng Hang's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of surprise flickering within them. He hadn't expected this unassuming old man to be a hidden master. Thinking about it, though, anyone who could become the head of the Skirich Trading Company would naturally possess considerable strength. Tang Lao retracted his spiritual power and handed the dagger back to Meng Hang, nodding with satisfaction. Not bad, this is quite a good quality low-tier spirit weapon. Low-tier spirit weapon? Meng Hang asked instinctively. He'd only heard of spirit weapons, but hadn't known they were graded. Tang Lao looked at Meng Hang with a touch of curiosity. You don't even know about spirit weapon tiers? Where did you get this then? Don't tell me you stole it from your family's collection. Meng Hang smiled but remained silent, offering no answer. Tang Lao didn't press the matter upon seeing his reaction. He had only asked out of casual interest and had no intention of prying. Skirich Trading Company was immensely wealthy. They wouldn't cause trouble over a low-tier spirit weapon. Spirit weapons are graded according to their power: low-tier, mid-tier, high-tier, epic, sacred, and divine, Tang Lao explained. While low-tier and mid-tier spirit weapons are relatively rare, they're still available in the market. Epic and above are practically priceless and impossible to find. Meng Hang nodded, understanding dawning on him. He hadn't realized there were so many intricacies involved with spirit weapons. He then looked at Tang Lao somewhat anxiously. So, Tang Lao, how much can I sell this dagger for? Tang Lao hesitated for a moment before replying. If you're sincerely looking to sell, Skirich Trading Company will offer 1 million for it. I'm confident you won't find a better offer in Cloudwater City. PFT. Meng Hang had been about to take a sip of tea, but the shock of the offer made him spray it all out. Sorry, Tang Lao. That was a little uncontrolled. I must have misheard. How much did you say? Tang Lao frowned, wiping his face with his sleeve. Young people these days have no composure at all. 1 million, and you're completely taken aback. Only 1 million? Meng Hang felt like throwing another cup of tea at him. He was 18 years old, and he hadn't seen even a tenth of that amount, let alone a whole million. Deal. Meng Hang agreed without a moment's hesitation. Haha, that's the spirit, young man. Tang Lao laughed heartily. Our Skirich Trading Company has all sorts of goods. Everything you could imagine is here. Would you be interested in taking a look? Oh, what do you have? Meng Hang's eyes lit up. His primary purpose was to buy power cores, but he was also interested to see what else they had for sale. Let's put aside spirit weapons for now. Since you came to sell one, you probably don't need another for a while, Tang Lao said. We also sell power cores, mid and high-level breathing techniques, and recovering spirit fluid. Meng Hang had seen the first two items before, but he had never heard of recovering spirit fluid. Embracing the virtue of not being ashamed to ask, he spoke up. Recovering spirit fluid? What does that do? Tang Lao was not impatient with Meng Hang's limited knowledge and patiently explained, spirit, as in mental spirit. As the name suggests, it allows an ability user to quickly restore their spiritual power. You could say it's a must-have item for travelers and assassins. Meng Hang nodded, understanding. He then asked with some confusion, so why isn't it called recovering? But before he could finish the next word, Tang Lao slammed his hand on the table, roaring, shut up. If you say that, the book will get banned. Although he was tempted by the high-level breathing techniques and recovering spirit fluid, Meng Hang didn't forget his objective. How much is a power core? The lowest level core is 100,000. That's more than enough for a newly awakened ability user like yourself. With Tang Lao's experience, he could easily see that Meng Hang was a beginner. Can't you make it a bit cheaper? I'll bring more spirit weapons to sell here in the future. You think spirit weapons are like cabbages? You can just sell them whenever you want? Tang Lao smiled calmly, but internally cursed. My friend, you're joking? That's already the lowest price. Meng Hang shook his head helplessly. All right then, I'll buy 10 of the lowest level cores. As Meng Hang walked out of Skirich Trading Company, he felt like his heart was bleeding. 1 million. 1 whole million. And I didn't even see a single bill. He suddenly remembered an internet meme. Money earned at Skirich, money spent at Skirich. You won't take a single dime home. He then touched the 10 power cores in his pocket, and his mood brightened. Looking back at the flamboyant sign that read, Skirich Trading Company, he thought with resentment, when I'm strong enough, I'll buy all their unsealed spirit weapons and sell them back to them. He'd already considered buying unsealed spirit weapons from Skirich Trading Company with his Sharingan, then selling them back. It would be a case of chicken lays egg, egg lays chicken, and he would instantly become rich, reaching the peak of his life. However, this method was too risky and could easily be seen as suspicious. He didn't plan on doing so until he had more power to protect himself. Clutching his full pocket, he hurried home, eager to start his cultivation. Little did he know that, as he left Skirich Trading Company, a young man with yellow hair, a short distance away, was watching his back with a sinister gaze. Came out of Skirich Trading Company, and his pockets are bulging like that. I'm gonna teach you a lesson about not flaunting your wealth today, he muttered before quietly following. Chapter 12. RR Robbery. The sky was already darkening as Meng Hang walked out of Skirich Trading Company. As he turned into a narrow alley, the already dim environment grew even darker. Meng Hang, who was still basking in the joy of purchasing the power cores, suddenly stopped. He felt a malicious gaze on his back. Turning around, he saw a yellow-haired youth around 25 or 26 years old standing at the mouth of the alley, grinning at him. Meng Hang's brow furrowed, realizing this was no friendly encounter. Before he could say anything, the yellow-haired youth spoke first. Rob. The young man stuttered, unable to get out the last word. Meng Hang looked at his flushed face with a dark line appearing on his own. You can't even speak properly, and you're trying to rob people, Meng Hang said helplessly. The yellow-haired youth's face reddened even more after being ridiculed. Our robbery? Why you kid? How dare why you? You mock your grandpa. You really don't know how to write the word death. Just hand over all the stuff you bought from Skirich Tea Trading C Company, and in all the money in your pea pockets. Then I'll spare you. The sentence took almost 2 minutes to complete, and Meng Hang was getting anxious for him. Bro, can you just get on with it? By the time you finish talking, I'd be home. Meng Hang's words were sincere. He was really in a hurry to get home and cultivate. He had no time to waste. Why you? You don't appreciate the goodwill. He suddenly summoned a ball of fire in his hand, making his face flicker with the light. Just then, the system notification sounded. Ding! System activated. Fight the yellow-haired man to the end. Reward, +10 strength attribute. Hand over the power cores and beg for mercy from the yellow-haired man. Reward, 3 Tomoe Sharingan. Holy crap! Meng Hang cursed in shock after seeing the second reward. He hadn't expected the system to be so generous. He'd only awakened his 2 Tomoe Sharingan a few days ago, and now it was offering him the 3 Tomoe. But the choices the system gave. Meng Hang felt as if the system had some hidden ill will, trying to turn him into a coward. Seeing Meng Hang so shocked, the yellow-haired man thought he was scared by his display and said smugly, What? You're afraid? It seems why you have good taste, to see the brilliance in me. I awakened a DD grade fire ability, SOUH high school student. You can't compare to me. Okay. Meng Hang interrupted the yellow-haired man before he could continue, afraid that it would be daylight before he finished. Meng Hang rubbed his hands together, assuming a flattering posture. You're right, sir. I immediately noticed your brilliance. My admiration for you is like a never-ending river. Meng Hang's flattery made the yellow-haired man feel like he was floating on air. In Meng Hang's praise, he suddenly felt like SSS grade abilities were nothing, and Emperor-level experts were dogs on the road. Why, you have good eyes, kid. Just hand over everything in your pea pocket, and I'll spare you this time. Today, I'll even acknowledge you as my little bro. If you face another situation like this in the future, and mention my name, absolutely a good card. The yellow-haired man puffed his chest out proudly. Oops. Affected by the yellow-haired man, Meng Hang started to stutter as well. He spat out a few times, then asked, So what is your name? It's your grandpa never changed my name. People in the Jianghu call me Town 3 Mountains. Chow Jun. Town 3 Mountains? More like he can't even manage Town 3 streets. Meng Hang muttered inwardly. So it's Chow bro. A pleasure. Hearing Meng Hang's praise, Chow Jun nodded in satisfaction. This bro isn't just for fun. If you want me to acknowledge you, you have to show some goodwill. As he spoke, he glanced again at Meng Hang's bulging pockets. I understand. Meng Hang said, then pulled out all 10 power cores from his pocket and offered them to the yellow-haired man. Power cores. A gasp of surprise escaped Chow Jun. He was so shocked at seeing Meng Hang pull out actual power cores that his jaw almost dropped. He had originally thought Meng Hang would only pull out some common spiritual treasures. He hadn't expected to see power cores worth $1 million. He snatched the power cores, his hands trembling, gazing at them as if they were a beautiful woman. "This is all I have. I hope you're satisfied, bro." He was so focused on the power cores he was barely listening to what Meng Hang was saying. After cautiously glancing around to confirm no one was watching, he quickly stuffed the power cores into his clothes. "I in the future. Why you'll be under my, Chao Jun's, protection," he said before turning to leave. He now had the same idea as Meng Hang. He needed to rush home and cultivate. The moment Chao Jun turned around, the system's reward arrived. Ding! Quest completed. Reward, 3 Tomoe Sharingan. Meng Hang's previously black and white eyes suddenly turned crimson, and the 2 Tomos within them became 3, evenly spaced around his pupil. Unfortunately, Chao Jun was already walking away and did not notice this strange change. A surge of heat flowed through Meng Hang's body. Host, Meng Hang. Ability, 3 Tomoe Sharingan, A grade. Spirit power, 122, human rank. Strength, 32. Agility, 38. Constitution, 33. The stat boosts varied depending on the grade of the awakened ability. After some rough calculations, Meng Hang discovered that his stats had increased by 20 points each from E grade to A grade. He couldn't even imagine how powerful Lin Luoxue, who had an SSS grade ability, would be. Crack, crack. Meng Hang stretched, and the sound of popping beans echoed from his body. Looking at Chao Jun's back, who was eager to leave, he suddenly shouted, "Wait." Chao Jun turned back, looking annoyed. What now?" Meng Hang grinned, his eyes transforming into Sharingan, and mimicking his tone said, "Ararob, Ararobbery." Chapter 13. You're not human. Chao Jun was momentarily stunned, his eyes filled with confusion. "Huh? I said, robbery?" Meng Hang repeated. Chao Jun's confusion was replaced with a sneer. Pointing a finger at Meng Hang, then at himself, he asked, "Why you wanna rob me?" Meng Hang nodded, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Yeah, is there a problem with that?" Chao Jun's laughter vanished, replaced with a sinister glare. "Kid, don't think that awakening your ability makes you a hotshot. If you want to die, I'll help you on your way." Fire Fist. Flames erupted on Chao Jun's right hand. He pushed off with his legs and lunged at Meng Hang. Though his speech was slow, his speed was not to be underestimated, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Feeling the intense heat wash over him, Meng Hang remained rooted to the spot. A smile played on his lips as he stared at the incoming figure with blood-red, unnerving eyes. Chao Jun's fiery fist was raised high, ready to incinerate this clueless kid. This would also destroy the body and get rid of the evidence. But at that moment, he felt like something was blocking his throat, leaving him breathless. It felt like a living thing was crawling up his throat. What is this? Chao Jun's eyes bulged, almost popping out of their sockets. He forgot all about Meng Hang, the one he was about to crush, and dropped to his knees in agony. A feeling of suffocation overwhelmed him as he desperately clawed at his neck, gasping for air. But it was no use. Whatever was in his throat kept pushing its way out, filling his mouth. Chao Jun's mouth opened involuntarily, and the next second, a raven, pitch black with blood-red eyes, emerged. A raven? Chao Jun looked on in horror, unable to comprehend what was happening. The black raven turned to give Chao Jun a cold, emotionless look, before flapping its wings and taking to the sky. Why does a raven feel so familiar? Wait, blood-red eyes. It all clicked for him. He looked up at Meng Hang, fury burning in his eyes. It's you. What kind of ability is that? He'd never heard of an ability that could control living things and make them grow inside someone's body. What if you put a Titan Python inside of you? It would blow you up in an instant. What kind of twisted ability was this? Meng Hang didn't answer. Instead, he lowered his gaze, looking at the horrified yellow-haired youth. Only then did Chao Jun realize that he was groveling on the ground like a stray dog. Meng Hang stood before him like an emperor, looking down on him with cold indifference. By this point, the alley was completely dark, making the scene even more unsettling. Chao Jun raised his head, but he could no longer see the boy's face, only a pair of blood-red eyes staring into his soul. Looking into those bizarre eyes, he felt a chill run down his spine, like the world was becoming blurry and twisted. No, impossible. How can I be scared by a high schooler? Chao Jun roared inwardly, his face contorted in rage. He reignited the flames in his right hand and unexpectedly swung his fist at Meng Hang's stomach. The next second, his fiery fist passed right through Meng Hang's body. I did it? Chao Jun stared in disbelief. He hadn't expected to land the surprise attack so easily. What was all that fuss about? He's just a paper tiger. He almost scared me to death. But the next second, his pupils shrunk, the smug look replaced with pure terror. Meng Hang's body, which his fist had gone through, hadn't bled a single drop, nor was it reduced to ashes like it should have been with his ability. Meng Hang stood there like a ghost, devoid of life. Suddenly, Meng Hang's body exploded at the point where he was pierced, transforming into a swarm of ravens that scattered into the sky, leaving behind a pile of black feathers. No, that's not all. An enlarged pair of blood-red eyes were hovering in midair, staring at Chao Jun. Ah. Chao Jun's face turned pale, his legs scrambling backward as he tried to escape the eerie eyes. He pointed a shaky finger at the Sharingan suspended in the air. I know it. You're not human. You're a ghost. You're a ghost. The fear made his speech suddenly fluent again. Back in reality, Meng Hang hadn't moved an inch. Yet, bizarrely, Chao Jun was stuck in the position he had been in after turning around to face Meng Hang, his facial expression frozen. The moment Chao Jun had turned to meet Meng Hang's eyes, he had fallen under a Sharingan illusion, though he was completely unaware of it. Meng Hang wasn't having an easy time of it either. Using the 3 Tomoe Sharingan with his current spirit power was proving difficult. Chao Jun's deep dive into the illusion might have felt like a long time, but in reality, it had only been a matter of seconds. And even those few seconds had drained most of Meng Hang's spiritual power. Sensing that he was almost depleted, he couldn't waste any time. He took a few steps forward, standing before Chao Jun, who was still trapped in the illusion, his face contorted in terror. Ignoring his frightened state, Meng Hang unleashed a kick. With his 32 points of strength, the equivalent of 3 grown men, his foot connected with Chao Jun's chin. Chao Jun didn't even make a sound before collapsing on the ground. Meng Hang deactivated his Sharingan, his eyes returning to their normal black and white state. He knelt and searched Chao Jun from head to toe. Besides his stolen power cores, all he found was a few $100s. Meng Hang clicked his tongue, called him a poor bum, and left. The next morning, as the alley buzzed with the usual hustle and bustle, a passerby discovered Chao Jun lying unconscious and called the city guards. At the hospital, a middle-aged man around 40 and a young woman around 20, both in city guard uniforms, were questioning Chao Jun. While the incident wasn't a big deal, as city guards, they couldn't let any lead go uninvestigated. After all, their mission was to protect Cloudwater City. The thought of a beast slipping into the city was catastrophic. What was even more concerning was the recent appearance of a White Lotus cultist who had reached the sky rank. Even after sending a team after him, he had managed to escape even in his severely injured state. So they couldn't afford to miss a single clue. When Chao Jun woke up, he was still shaken by the nightmarish events. When he saw that he was surrounded by city guards, he immediately cried out, "Guard! I was attacked by a ghost last night?" The serious-faced young woman nearly burst out laughing, barely managing to control herself. If Chao Jun had said he encountered a beast, they would have taken it seriously, but a ghost? What age were they living in? Who even believes in ghosts anymore? Are you sure it was a ghost and not a beast or a person? The middle-aged guard asked, his patience wearing thin. I'm sure. 100% sure. That ghost had blood-red eyes, and it turned into ravens to fly away. Chao Jun answered fluently. The middle-aged guard shook his head and said to his partner, "Let's go. He's probably hurt his head and isn't coherent. We'll come back in a few days." He then turned to leave. Chao Jun saw that the two were about to leave and shouted, "Guard! I'm telling the truth. Wait, how come I'm not stuttering?" It wasn't until this point that he noticed that his speech was perfectly fluent. He then erupted into a fit of laughter. "I don't stutter anymore. Who's gonna call me stuttering now?" Listening to his insane laughter, the young woman nodded in agreement. He's definitely got a head injury. Chapter 14. The White Lotus Cult. As the saying goes, there are 2 sides to every story. While Meng Hang was dealing with Chao Jun, he couldn't wait to get home. He sat cross-legged on his bed, a power core in hand. When he started his breathing technique, a thick fog of spiritual power spread through his mental world. When Meng Hang opened his eyes again, the power core had been reduced to dust. He glanced at his phone. It was midnight. He remembered getting back around 8 o'clock, so he had spent about 4 hours to fully absorb a single power core. Not caring about how much his spiritual power had increased, he took another power core and started absorbing it again. When Meng Hang opened his eyes again, the sky was bright, and there were 3 piles of core residue beside him. System, Open the status panel. Host, Meng Hang. Ability, 3 Tomoe Sharingan, A grade. Spirit power, 1022, human rank. Strength, 32. Agility, 38. Constitution, 33. His spirit power had jumped from 122 to 1022. This meant that every low-level core gave him about 300 points. Meng Hang looked at the remaining 7 cores, shaking his head regretfully. I only managed to absorb 3 cores in one night. What a waste of time. I need to earn some money to buy a better breathing technique. What he didn't know was, even with a better breathing technique, no one would dare to absorb spiritual power continuously like him. Others would have their heads explode. Of course, exceptions were those geniuses from wealthy families who were assisted by all sorts of rare treasures since childhood, making them hard to compare to. But even they weren't as monstrous as Meng Hang. And based on normal spiritual power rankings, reaching 1000 meant they were about to reach sky rank. Meng Hang, however, didn't seem to be reaching that next level. Crap, it's 8 o'clock. Meng Hang glanced at his phone and, realizing the time, quickly washed up and rushed to school. When he opened the classroom door, everyone was already in their cultivation state. He looked at Yi Qianwen at the front of the class awkwardly. Yi Qianwen gave Meng Hang an annoyed look. She assumed he was late because he was sleeping in, but, to avoid disturbing her students, she didn't say anything. She merely motioned for Meng Hang to go to his seat. At this stage, the school didn't really have much to teach. Everything was up to the students. Another day passed in the blink of an eye, and Meng Hang was once again the first to rush out of school. This went on for 3 more days. Meng Hang had absorbed all 10 power cores. His spiritual power increased from 1022 to 3185, and his rank finally rose to Earth Level 1, doubling all his stats. As usual, Meng Hang walked along the worn-down stairs, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the empty stairwell. Because he was now out of power cores, he didn't rush home. Instead, he casually made his way up the stairs. Just then, he heard footsteps behind him. Meng Hang subconsciously looked back. He saw a man around 1.8 meters tall with a hooded cloak walking up the stairs. The dim environment and shadows from his cloak made it difficult to see his face. The man walked quickly, easily passing Meng Hang. Meng Hang frowned subconsciously. The building he lived in was decades old, and the residents were mostly elderly people. He had no recollection of this man, and he felt a chill when he passed him. Meng Hang lived on the 3rd floor. As he got his key to open the door, he heard the sound of a door opening from the 4th floor. He grew more suspicious. Lu Granny, a lonely old woman with no family, lived on the floor above him. Her husband had passed away years ago. Since Meng Hang was all alone, Lu Granny would call him over for dinner every now and then. These past few days, he had been immersed in cultivation and had only just noticed that he hadn't seen her in a while. Maybe it's a distant relative of hers? But I haven't heard anything about her having relatives. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken this long to visit. Meng Hang frowned, sensing that something was wrong. I drink wine, light a lone lamp. How many get drunk? How many go mad? Crap, here we go again. Meng Hang cursed, seriously questioning his system. Where did it even get these bizarre songs? Ding. System activated. Choose to go to the 4th floor, knock on the door and enter Lu Granny's house. Accept, reward. 8 gates formation. Reject, reward. +5 constitution. Hearing that the reward was Might Guy's 8 gates formation, Meng Hang was not excited. Instead, his eyebrows furrowed. Knowing the system's pattern, it wouldn't give him something so valuable for no reason. Something bad was probably happening on the floor above. Lu Granny had treated him like her own grandson. If something bad was going on, he would go up even without a reward. Meanwhile, on the floor above, Tang Yang sat in a meditative pose, holding a power core. He had received orders from the leader to come to Cloudwater City for an important mission. But the Cloudwater City guards were too perceptive. Before he could complete it, he had been discovered. He had barely escaped, severely injured. He glanced at the frozen body of the old woman on the floor, his eyes showing not an ounce of sympathy. Venerable mother of unborn, true emptiness hometown. It is an honor to give your life for the glory of the church. Your soul will return to the sacred land. The White Lotus cult had appeared in the previous era, before the global spirit awakening, but they had disappeared long ago. However, in the past few decades, the White Lotus cult had reappeared under the banner of overthrowing the Qing and restoring the Ming. No, that's not it. It was purifying the world and bringing forth the Holy Land. They had quickly amassed a large number of followers, many of whom were powerful ability users. In order to achieve their goals, The White Lotus cult cooperated with beasts, resulting in many deaths. The government labeled them as a terroristic organization and began to hunt them down. Tang Yang could feel the sword intent raging through his body. He could only use his spiritual power to suppress it. Otherwise, that sword intent would tear him to pieces. Impressive Zhao Sanpeng. Worthy of a sky rank master. Even his casual strike is so powerful. Luckily, the leader gave me a secret artifact to escape with. Otherwise, I would have been done for. Thump, thump, thump. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Tang Yang's eyebrows furrowed. He remained silent, acting like there was no one inside. He had to focus on recovering. He didn't want to expose himself because of some minor disturbance. However, the person outside didn't give up and continued to knock. Thump, thump, thump. Lu Granny, are you home? Chapter 15. 8 Gates Formation. Open. Tang Yang still didn't respond, figuring that the boy outside would leave if he didn't get an answer. Lu Granny, I bought some fruit to see you. Looks like she's out. I'll come back later. Tang Yang let out a sigh, thinking Meng Hang was about to leave. But before he could even finish the exhale, the knocks came again. Damn it, didn't you say you would come later? Is that short breather of yours later? Tang Yang cursed, mentally berating the boy's entire lineage. Wait a minute, I don't remember Lu Granny going out today. Did something happen? No. If something happens to her at home, no one will know. I should call the police. Hearing the young man say he was going to call the police, Tang Yang finally couldn't sit still. The police were one thing, but if they called the city guards, his current state wouldn't allow him to escape. Creak. As Meng Hang raised his hand to knock again, the old iron door finally opened a crack. A gloomy-faced middle-aged man peered out, sizing him up. Meng Hang pretended to be surprised. He looked at the floor number on the wall, then back at the middle-aged man with a confused look, as if suddenly remembering something. Oh, I know. You're the son Lu Granny always talks about, right? Tang Yang's lips curved upward into a fake smile, nodding. That's right. I'm her son. My mother is not feeling well today and is resting. I'll let you know when she's feeling better in a few days. Hearing the man claim to be Lu Granny's son, a cold glint appeared in Meng Hang's eyes. He was now certain something had happened to Lu Granny. His expression unchanged, Meng Hang acted worried and anxious. Lu Granny is sick? Then I must go in and see her. I lost my parents when I was young. Lu Granny treated me like her own grandson. Hearing that the boy was an orphan, Tang Yang smirked. He hadn't wanted any trouble, fearing that killing the boy might attract his family's attention. But if he was an orphan, who would care about his life? Tang Yang's smile was the smile of a wolf looking at Little Red Riding Hood. He forced his face into a gentle expression. Since my mother treats you as her grandson, then I am an elder of yours. Come in. I'll go and wake her up. Okay, uncle. Meng Hang gave a naive smile, walking in without any sign of suspicion. He walked into the bedroom like he knew the place, and his smile instantly turned serious. Lu Granny was encased in a massive block of ice, her chest still. It was clear she had long passed away. Creak. Bang. The door shut, leaving the room eerily silent, except for the approaching footsteps outside the door. Ding. Quest completed. Reward. 8 Gates Formation. As the system notification sounded, Tang Yang appeared at the bedroom doorway. Venerable mother of unborn, true emptiness hometown. Your Lu Granny has returned to the embrace of the unborn mother. Now, I will send you on your way so you two can meet in the sacred land. As he spoke, Tang Yang's expression was no longer gloomy, but instead filled with a fanatical, almost deranged fervor. Meng Hang turned his head sharply, his eyes emitting a faint red glow in the dimly lit room, like a demon from hell staring at its prey. Tang Yang, who had been caught up in his own self-delusion, was startled by Meng Hang's bizarre appearance. After a long pause, he chuckled coldly. A pupil-based ability, how impressive. But you picked the wrong opponent. The temperature in the room plummeted. Even Meng Hang's breath turned into a cloud of white mist. At that moment, an ice spike suddenly appeared beneath Tang Yang's feet, rapidly extending towards Meng Hang. Though not very powerful, this move could instantly freeze opponents weaker than himself, freezing or suffocating them to death. Tang Yang was confident that with his sky rank power, handling a high schooler was an easy task. But the next second, Tang Yang's expression changed drastically. The ice spike that had been heading for Meng Hang suddenly twisted and transformed into a giant python the size of a bowl. The python turned and hissed at Tang Yang, revealing its sharp fangs. It lunged forward, aiming for his neck. Everything happened so fast. Tang Yang couldn't react and could only instinctively raise his right arm to block the attack. Wait a minute. As a sky rank expert, Tang Yang had plenty of combat experience. He immediately realized he was under an illusion. He had fallen into Meng Hang's illusion, but the difference in rank was too great, and he quickly managed to break free. Since the moment Meng Hang entered the house, he had sensed a dangerous aura from the man. So, even as he activated his Sharingan, he didn't let his guard down. 8 gates formation. First gate. Gate of opening, open. His spiritual power surged through his body, causing his blood to boil. Bang! Pushing off with his foot, he dodged the incoming ice spike and appeared beside Tang Yang in the blink of an eye, throwing a kick. At the same time, Tang Yang broke out of the illusion. Sensing the whooshing sound beside him, his face turned pale. Without thinking, an ice wall formed around him. The next second, the ice wall shattered under a tremendous blow, but it did manage to deflect most of the force of Meng Hang's powerful kick. Tang Yang's face was ashen. His forehead was covered in sweat, revealing his internal turmoil. He had escaped Zhao Sanpang, yet he almost died by a high schooler's hands. You little brat, you were playing the pig to eat the tiger. He grabbed at the air, and an ice blade appeared in his hands. He slashed it at Meng Hang with great ferocity. Meng Hang didn't attempt to block it. He leaped back, barely dodging the blade. After landing, he looked at the ice crystals on his clothes. Just the chill was enough to freeze his clothes. He didn't want to imagine what a direct hit would do. Kid, I admit you're strong for your age, but unfortunately, I'm a sky rank expert. You dared to surprise me. Now you will taste the torment of 1,000 cuts. Tang Yang crushed the ice blade, turning it into countless ice shards. These shards shimmered with a cold, sharp light. Like countless blades, they flew towards Meng Hang, intent on stripping him of his flesh. Seeing the incoming shards, Meng Hang's expression was cold and indifferent. You think sky rank is a big deal? Second gate, gate of rest, open. Third gate, gate of life, open. Chapter 16. Instant kill beyond levels. Young and naive. Tang Yang sneered, believing that the boy was ignorant of the power of a sky rank expert. As the ice shards were about to envelop Meng Hang, his blood seemed to boil, his whole body turning red with a faint layer of green light covering him. Boom! A massive explosion occurred. The power of Meng Hang launching himself from the floor caused it to shatter. Tang Yang only had time to blink before Meng Hang was gone. At the same time, Meng Hang's mocking voice came from behind him. Sky rank, is that all you've got? Tang Yang's expression shifted drastically. He didn't understand how the boy could suddenly have such an insane speed boost. Ice barrier. He quickly used his ability to create an ice barrier to block Meng Hang. Too slow. With a cold shout, Meng Hang kicked, causing an explosion of sound. Tang Yang felt an enormous force hitting him. He felt like he was struck by a speeding truck. His body flew back uncontrollably. Bang! The old wall shattered, creating a hole. Tang Yang was still flying, and had not come to a stop. Without any hesitation, Meng Hang pushed off the ground, chasing after him. Tang Yang spat out blood as he flew through the air. He was trying to adjust his body, but as there was nothing to grab onto, he could only watch himself fall. Luckily, it was only the 4th floor. Even if he fell, his body wouldn't be harmed too badly. I didn't expect a small city like Cloudwater City to hide such an anomaly other than the SSS rank Lin Luoxue. He managed to defeat a sky rank expert. You little bastard, after I heal up in Cloudwater City, I'll come and play with you. He began to consider how to escape after he hit the ground. Although Meng Hang's kick had worsened his injury, he was confident he could escape in the chaos. If that doesn't work, I will threaten everyone on this street. With the full force of a sky rank master, I don't believe they'll let all those innocent people die to follow me. Although countless thoughts flashed through Tang Yang's mind, only a few seconds had actually passed. His body was suspended in the air, about to fall. Just then, he saw a figure glowing in a pale green light appear beside him. He knew it was Meng Hang. Watching the persistent Meng Hang, Tang Yang cursed internally. He thought that Meng Hang would simply jump down and wait for him on the ground, so he would have time to plan his counterattack. He never expected this kid to go off script and approach him directly in the air. Looking at Meng Hang's emotionless face, a chill ran through him. Bang! While still suspended, Meng Hang kicked Tang Yang again, sending him flying. At the same time, Meng Hang swiftly landed on the ground. Boom! His legs bent and then pushed upward with force, creating a huge crater in the ground. Using this recoil, he transformed into a streak of light once again. After the second kick, Tang Yang was flung into a nearby building. Before his body could even make contact, Meng Hang had already appeared above him. How can he be so fast? Just as that thought occurred, he heard the boy coldly say, "Sky rank. Is that all you've got?" Meng Hang raised his right foot and slammed it down onto Tang Yang's stomach. Swoosh. Boom. The ground cracked and shattered, creating a crater that was nearly a meter deep. Tang Yang lay in the middle like a rag doll, blood pouring out of his mouth. At this point, all his bones had been shattered by Meng Hang's kick, making it impossible for him to move. He stared at the boy in disbelief, unable to accept that he had escaped Zhao Sampang only to be defeated by a high schooler. Looking at the dying man in the pit, Meng Hang wasn't planning on stopping. He stepped into the air, using it to propel himself downwards like he was running on a wall. Utilizing the momentum of his rapid descent, Meng Hang brought his knee down on Tang Yang again. With this blow, Tang Yang's body arched, like a shrimp. Blood, mixed with bits of internal organs, sprayed out. "Kid, the White Lotus cult won't let you go. Wait for their judgment. I will return to the arms of the unborn mother, while you will face the most terrifying of her punishments." Ha ha ha, cough cough ha. Tang Yang laughed maniacally, then went silent. His eyes showed no fear of death, only endless fanaticism. Meng Hang, ignoring his final words, relaxed only after he saw that the man had stopped breathing. He then released the 8 gates formation. The moment he did, weakness rushed through his body. He fell to the ground, collapsing on top of Tang Yang's body. Pain, as intense as the tides, washed over him. He gritted his teeth to resist the pain, determined not to make a sound. So this is the side effect of 8 gates, Meng Hang thought before losing consciousness. But before he did, he faintly heard the system notification. Ding! Host defeated a Sky rank ability user beyond their own level. Reward: Double Divine Manjikyu Sharingan. Slaughter Shop activated. A few minutes earlier, Su Xiaoxiao was a live streamer. With her pretty looks and outgoing personality, she had garnered 1 million followers. She usually streamed indoors, but today she had plans to go out with friends for dinner, deciding to be an outdoor streamer. Brothers and sisters, I'm great, right? I think of you even when I'm going out for dinner. I'll show you some of my girlfriends in a bit. Although they're not as good looking as me, they're still pretty. I won't be selfish and let you see what they're like first. Hearing this, the comments exploded. That's our Xiao Xiao. Always there. I don't want to see it. I only want to see Xiao Xiao. The other women will only hinder my sword drawing skills. What he said. She is my goddess, as long as she doesn't speak. Just then, a huge boom echoed, scaring pedestrians below. They stopped and looked up. Su Xiaoxiao was no exception. The boom made her pale, but as a live streamer, she had a natural instinct for trends. She had a feeling that a big story was about to happen. So she quickly turned her camera to where the sound came from. She saw a man crash out of a wall, and then a figure covered in a green light that seemed to appear from nowhere. Chapter 17. Trending on social media. Holy crap, that was fast. How did that glowing green figure appear? The moment Meng Hang appeared had been captured by Su Xiaoxiao's camera, causing a stir in her stream's chat. Wow, he must be a speed-type ability user. How else could he be that fast? The guy who was kicked is in bad shape. The wall has a massive hole in it. What kind of grudge is that? Before the viewers could even finish their comments, the glowing green figure's next move made them all gasp. They saw the man who had been kicked out of the building get kicked again, before the glowing green figure disappeared. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? The streamer's filming sucks. We can't even see him properly. At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao's mouth was agape, completely stunned. It's not that I can't film him, he's too fast. My phone can't keep up with him. To her eyes, the green light only flashed by. She couldn't even follow Meng Hang's movements. Hearing her explanation, the stream's chat went wild. Whoa, too fast for the phone? What kind of ability user is that? He's probably at least a Sky rank expert, and a speed-type user as well. Holy crap, a Sky rank expert. A battle of the gods, a battle of the gods. The fight? No, it couldn't even be called a fight. It was a one-sided beatdown. It came and went quickly. After a few dozen seconds, it ended with a thunderous crash. The ground had been completely shattered, sending dust and rubble flying. Luckily, the onlookers had moved back dozens of meters, so no one was hurt. When Meng Hang deactivated the 8 gates formation, the crowd finally realized the glowing green figure was just a handsome young man. Wait, who said he was a sky rank expert. Have you ever seen such a young sky rank? Holy moly, he's still wearing a high school uniform. So, high schoolers these days are all like this. Impossible, no way. The high schoolers who just awakened their abilities only had their ceremony a few days ago. How can anyone reach sky rank in such a short time? Maybe he's a natural awakener. I have no words. A dozen minutes after Meng Hang had passed out, a large group of city guards arrived, led by the middle-aged man from the hospital. By then, the crowd had grown bigger, completely surrounding Meng Hang. The city guards quickly dispersed the crowd, establishing a perimeter. When the middle-aged man saw the body in the crater, he was momentarily stunned, before his expression drastically changed. Is that cult's remnant? Then, seeing a young man above him, he looked at him in disbelief. No way that boy killed him. Although the city lord injured him, he was still a sky rank master. Other guards began to discuss Tang Yang's cause of death. Just then, one of the guards, who had been questioning the crowd, returned and told the middle-aged man, "Captain, I asked around. It was indeed that young man who killed the cult's remnant." Wow, how old is he? It would be great if we could recruit that kid. Don't even think about it. Look at his uniform, he's a high schooler. He'll have an incredible future ahead of him. Why would he want to stay in a small city like ours? After the initial shock, the city guards quickly secured the scene and put Meng Hang in an ambulance to take him to the hospital. The crowd, seeing that the show was over, dispersed, leaving the scene empty again. Although the crowd had dispersed, the fight was recorded by viewers of Su Xiaoxiao's stream. The footage was uploaded to the internet and quickly went viral. Wow, he's so fast. How can a normal high schooler be that fast? Is he using cheats? Is this the difference between me and a genius? He is so fast, the phone can't even record him. Lin Luoxue ended her training for the day and picked up her phone to catch up with the latest news online. With her SSS-ranked talent and family's immense wealth, providing her with all the power cores she needed, she had already reached the peak of the human rank, only a step away from reaching the sky rank. Even with her calm nature, she couldn't help but feel excited. As soon as she opened her phone, a video at the top of the trending topics caught her attention. She curiously clicked on it. When she saw the green figure's unbelievable speed and power, she was somewhat surprised. But it wasn't enough to truly shock her. There were many powerful people in Dragon Country, and although sky rank experts were powerful, they were not that rare. But when she saw the last part of the video, her eyes widened. Why did the figure seem so familiar? Wait, it's Meng Hang. Lin Luoxue abruptly leaped off her bed, a look of disbelief on her face. She rubbed her eyes and dragged the progress bar to the end of the video to confirm. How is this possible? He only awakened a few days ago. How can he reach this level? She compared Meng Hang's power in the video to her own, and realized she had absolutely no chance of winning. Yi Qianwen finished her lessons for the day, took a relaxing shower, and wrapped a towel around herself as she left the bathroom. Her long, wet hair was loosely draped around her, revealing her perfect curves. So relaxing. She collapsed onto the bed with a groan. She didn't think she had ever felt more relaxed. Ding! She saw a new notification from Weibo and reflexively clicked on it. Yi Qianwen's slightly unfocused eyes grew more serious. By the end, they were replaced with confusion, disbelief, and wonder. That's Meng Hang? My student. Meng Hang? Impossible. He's an E-rank talent. It must be someone who looks like him. I will definitely ask him about it tomorrow at school. Li Xingliang was gripping his phone, his forehead veins bulging. No way. He's an E-rank trash. How can he suddenly be so powerful? Li Xingliang had been planning to challenge Meng Hang again to make up for the embarrassment he had suffered in front of the entire school. But seeing the video had shocked him to the core. It had completely destroyed his desire to challenge Meng Hang. In the city lord's mansion, Zhao Sanpang was enjoying a leisurely cup of tea when a frantic figure pushed the door open. It was the middle-aged guard, Lu Zhaoliang. Seeing the flustered Lu Zhaoliang, Zhao Sanpang looked at him with a helpless expression. Old Lu, you're almost 40 years old. Why do you still act like a 20-year-old brat? You're not calm at all. You should learn from me. You need to be able to maintain your composure even if a mountain collapsed in front of you. Lu Zhaoliang gave an embarrassed smile. He could only reply, City Lord is right. I was just a bit flustered because that cult's remnant was killed today. Hearing that the cult remnant he had injured a few days ago was dead, Zhao Sanping raised his eyebrows before saying smugly, Haha, it was just as I predicted. A sky rank ability user couldn't possibly withstand my sword. Tell me, old Lu, did he die from my sword's energy tearing through his body? Hearing this, Lu Zhaoliang's expression grew even more awkward. Sir, he didn't die from the sword energy. He was killed by someone else. Zhao Sanpeng's lips twitched. He tried hard to maintain his authority as the city lord. Haha, I was just joking. So, who in our city guard killed that sky rank ability user? Which expert discovered him and took action? Sir, it wasn't one of our city guards, it was a high school student. Chapter 18. Crimson Blood Python. Well, high schoolers are pretty good. There is no limit to what a young hero can achieve. Wait, a high schooler? Zhao Sanpeng suddenly raised his voice, his flab wobbling. A high schooler killed a sky rank ability user? Are you sure? Even the naturally awakened geniuses from those big families in Dragon Country couldn't achieve this. Seeing the city lord's surprised look, Lu Zhaoliang smiled to himself. So much for composure. Sir, we already checked. He is indeed a high school student from 3rd High. Third High. Hearing that it was a 3rd High student, Zhao Sanpeng raised an eyebrow. A 3rd High student, who was able to kill a sky rank expert right after awakening. Even if it was an injured sky rank, it is still impossible for a newly awakened student. Unless it's that SSS rank girl, then it would make sense. Zhao Sanpeng said as if he had finally understood. Lu Zhaoliang, unable to bear his wild guesses, pulled out his phone, opened a save video, and explained. Meng Hang, 18 years old, orphaned. He currently lives alone. In the awakening ceremony a few days ago, he awakened an E-rank pupil type ability. Based on his fight with other students, it should be an illusion type ability. Zhao Sanpeng watched the video, his mind struggling to comprehend the ghostly figure. You're telling me this is an illusion type ability? Is he using his ability to hypnotize the viewers? Zhao Sanpeng's expression grew more and more serious as he watched the short, dozen-second video. He remained silent for a long time. Seeing that he wasn't speaking, Lu Zhaoliang didn't dare to ask him. He could only stand there quietly. After a long pause, Zhao Sanpeng finally spoke. He must have used some secret technique to forcefully boost his physical stats. But those types of techniques usually have severe side effects. Is the boy okay? Is he injured? City Lord, rest assured. If he were left to his natural recovery, he wouldn't be able to get out of bed for several months. I've already sent a wood ability user to heal him. He'll recover in a couple of days. Lu Zhaoliang hesitated before saying, Sir, should we ask the network operators to take down this video? If the White Lotus cult sees this, they will definitely do something crazy. Hearing this, Zhao Sanpeng's aura completely changed, sending a chill down one's spine. The oily and fat face revealed a cold smile, and his small, green eyes showed a hint of killing intent. A bunch of cowards. If they dare show their faces, I'll just chop off their heads. Meanwhile, while Zhao Sanpeng was discussing the White Lotus cult, in a secret base, several people were kneeling and trembling. A man with a pale, feminine face was staring at Meng Hang's video. The room was completely silent, except for the sounds of the fight. The atmosphere was so heavy that you could hear the sound of sweat dripping from the foreheads of the kneeling people. After a while, just as the people were about to go insane from the oppressive atmosphere, the pale man finally spoke. Hee, ha, ha, ha. My White Lotus cult's dignified sky rank master was completely helpless against a high schooler. Ha, ha, it's great. His tone was calm and emotionless. But hearing this, the kneeling people lowered their heads even further. That waste Tangyang deserved to die. I was worried that too many of us would enter the city and alert that pig Zhao Sanpeng, but that waste not only failed to assassinate that SSS rank Lin Luoxue, but he was also killed in broad daylight by a high schooler. Now, we've become the laughingstock of the other branches. What use are you guys? Growing more and more furious, Qiu Guang roared, slamming his hand down. The marble table beside him shattered into pieces like it was made of foam. The people below didn't dare to breathe. But one person gritted his teeth and said, Leader, please calm your anger. We will enter the city tonight and kill that boy in the video and that SSS rank talent. Hearing what this person said, Qiu Guang was even more furious. Do you have brains? Zhao Sanpeng probably has set up a trap and is waiting for us to jump in. The man's face changed. So are we just going to swallow this loss? Qiu Guang suppressed his anger with a sinister smile. The reputation of the White Lotus cult will not be sullied by a snot-nosed brat. This shame needs to be washed away with blood. I'll make all the citizens of Cloudwater City pay. Okay, you can all leave now. I will take care of this. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed everyone. Xiao Guang then vanished from the room. As spiritual energy returned, the world changed. The highways connecting cities had long turned into dense forests. Except for powerful ability users, who could fly through the air and were not afraid of the beasts, most people still had to take special trains, using the tunnels created by powerful individuals. Cloudwater City was no exception. In its southwest, there was a vast mountain range. No one knew how many beasts dwelled within. When Xiao Guang reappeared, he was in front of a giant cave in the depths of the mountain range. He waved his hand, and dozens of corpses appeared out of thin air. Looking at the bodies, they were both old and young. A pungent smell of blood filled the air. The dark, indiscernible cave was suddenly illuminated by two blood-red lights the size of lanterns. At the same time, a powerful suction force suddenly appeared, pulling all the bodies inside the cave. The sound of gulping down food emanated from the cave. Xiao Guang simply stood there with his arms behind his back, indifferently watching. A few minutes later, the sound of swallowing food disappeared. Then a giant python dozens of meters long with a crimson body crawled out of the cave. The two blood-red lights were its eyes. A fourth-order beast, the crimson blood python. The crimson blood python lowered its head, looking down at Xiao Guang like he was an ant, and actually spoke. It has been so long since I last tasted blood. The flesh of humans is the most delicious. Looking at the crimson blood python above him, Xiao Guang's face revealed a hint of displeasure. Just a beast? How dare it look down at him? A fourth-order beast was equivalent to a universe-rank ability user, but with his pride, a beast was still just a beast. If it weren't for the cult's plans, he wouldn't bother working with these beasts. I don't like that condescending attitude of yours, Xiao Guang said coldly. Oh. The crimson blood python wasn't offended. Its huge, triangular eyes revealed a trace of human-like mockery. Seeing as you brought me food, I'll barely tolerate it. As he spoke, his body shrunk rapidly, until it was a 2-meter-tall monster with a human head and a snake body. The previously composed Xiao Guang's expression changed dramatically as he saw this. You've reached the 5th order. Chapter 19. Rewards. Xiao Guang, his face etched with shock, subconsciously took a step back. The ability to partially transform their body into human form was a skill of 5th-order beasts, meaning the Crimson Blood Python before him should now be called Crimson Blood Demon King. While he might have scorned beasts in his heart, that had been when they were on equal footing in terms of power. Now that this creature was in the 5th order, he was no different than someone seeking to steal the hide from a tiger. Forcing himself to calm down, Xiao Guang pretended not to notice the Demon King's mocking gaze, coughed a few times, and said, Ahem. I was a bit abrupt earlier, but I still hope that you will abide by the agreement between our cult and the Demon Emperor, that we can help each other. The Crimson Blood Demon King flicked his long, thin tongue, licking his lips while greedily staring at the human before him. The flesh and blood of a universe-rank ability user was far more delicious than normal people. If it weren't for the Demon Emperor's existence, he would have devoured the human in front of him. You wouldn't come to me if you didn't have some need. So what brings you here, cult leader Qiu? Seeing the Demon King wasn't going to hold a grudge, Xiao Guang secretly breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Of course, I do have a matter that requires your assistance. Our cult intends to sacrifice the souls of all the citizens in Cloudwater City to the unborn mother, so we hope that you can help us. The Crimson Blood Demon King widened his eyes, staring at the human in disbelief. Are you mad? Cloudwater City might be small, but it has millions of people. If you really slaughter a city, Dragon Country won't let you go. Xiao Guang didn't care about the Demon King's shock. He continued, You don't have to worry about that. Right now, only a few major cities have Skyrank experts guarding them. Most of the experts at or above the universe rank are on the front lines. I'll hold back that Zhao Sanpang. Even if other city lords come to help, they won't be your match. We'll have plenty of time to destroy the entire Cloudwater City. The Crimson Blood Demon King squinted his eyes, pondering for a long time. I barely managed to escape that madman 10 years ago, and I have been hiding in the Cloudwater Mountains ever since. Based on a few words, you want me to take the risk of being discovered by him. Don't you think your cult is being a bit too arrogant? Xiao Guang smiled confidently. Don't worry, as long as you agree to help, we will use the White Lotus secret technique to create the 10,000 ghost blood refining array. We'll refine a blood essence pill using the essence of millions of people. I believe your strength will increase considerably with that pill. The blood essence pill was a product refined by the White Lotus cult using heretical techniques, capable of increasing an ability user's power. The more blood essence it contained, the more effective it would be. Even the Crimson Blood Demon King had heard of it, refining a blood essence pill with the blood essence of millions of people. Thinking of this, the Crimson Blood Demon King's eyes shone brightly. At his level, even a small step in improvement was extremely difficult. With that pill, he believed that his level, which had been stuck for so long, would finally increase. This risk was worth taking. If things went wrong, he could just escape the human territory. After coming to that conclusion, the Crimson Blood Demon King didn't hesitate. Okay, it's a deal. He then narrowed his eyes, staring coldly at Xiao Guang. If you don't keep your promise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chao Jun slept soundly and woke up. Ever since the incident in the alley, where he inexplicably stopped stuttering, he had felt that life was so beautiful. Chao Jun sat up and stretched comfortably. His injuries were basically healed, and he could probably leave the hospital today. Looking at the bed beside him, he glanced at it before looking away with a sneer. The person on the bed was a handsome, angular-faced boy who was extremely pale. Chao Jun couldn't stand those pretty faces. Why did they get to live off their looks, while he had to rely on his own strength? But the next second, his entire body stiffened, as if he had remembered something terrifying. Chao Jun mechanically turned his head back, his eyes wide as he stared at the boy on the bed in disbelief. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the room. He's CC coming, CC coming. Doc. I want to leave the hospital. He ran out of the room without even putting on his shoes. Meng Hang slowly opened his eyes after being awakened by the ear-piercing scream. He felt exhausted, his head throbbing in pain. Looking around and seeing that he was in the hospital, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. As expected of Might Guy's 8 Gates formation, it does greatly increase strength after opening, but the aftereffects are also very obvious. He then looked forward to the future. If only I had Hashirama's cells, that problem would be perfectly solved. Not long after he woke up, a fat, middle-aged man with a center parting hurried in, followed by a large group of people. The fat man looked at Meng Hang approvingly. With Meng Hang's confused expression, he said, "Hello, little Meng. Let me introduce myself. I am Zhao Sanpang, the City Lord of Cloudwater City. You have done a great deed, actually killing that White Lotus cult's remnant single-handedly. That was a sky rank ability user. You really are a young hero." Meng Hang looked at Zhao Sanpang with a strange expression, feeling like laughing. Sanpang? This body shape, this hairstyle, this name? He was reminded of a certain character from his past life. I didn't think that the Cloudwater City Lord would be so hilarious. Looking at the dazed boy before him, Zhao Sanpang assumed that he hadn't recovered from the fight. He didn't mind it, and continued smiling. Given that you weren't afraid of death, and successfully killed a sky rank ability user, the Cloudwater City government has decided to reward you with 10 power cores and 10 recovering spirit fluid vials. I hope that in the days to come, you will cultivate diligently and bring glory to Cloudwater City in the college entrance exams. As he spoke, he took out an antique-looking ring and handed it to Meng Hang. Everything is inside, and this space ring is also part of the reward. I'll give it to you as well. Hearing the rewards, Meng Hang's eyes widened. 10 power cores were worth 1 million, and each vial of recovering spirit fluid was worth 100,000, totaling 2 million. And although he didn't know what rank the space ring was, the lowest was worth at least 500,000. Meng Hang felt like his net worth had instantly increased, and that he was on his way to the peak of his life. The people behind Zhao Sanpang began to whisper to each other. I didn't expect that the city lord, who never gives anything away, would be so generous. He's given away over 2 million. My salary for an entire month is only worth 1 power core. This reward is worth 2 years of my salary. Sigh, people are so annoying. If you were able to kill a sky rank ability user, you would also be rewarded with these things. Never mind. City Lord, you're too kind. It's the duty of every citizen to kill those White Lotus cult remnants. Meng Hang puffed his chest out, putting on a righteous front. Then, Meng Hang suddenly grabbed his forehead, looking like he was in great pain. But, City Lord, I exhausted my spiritual power during the fight. Could you first give me a vial of recovering spirit fluid to recover it? Everyone was stunned. Even Zhao Sanpang's lips twitched. I just gave you 10 vials. Why are you asking for another one? Are young people nowadays so shameless? Though those were his thoughts, he still had to maintain his authority as the city lord. He forced himself to suppress the urge to yell, and took out another vial from the space ring, giving it to Meng Hang. Haha, little Meng, Rest up. You've received your reward. Just relax, and we won't bother you anymore. After a few more pleasantries, Zhao Sampang turned to leave, worried that Meng Hang would ask for more things. Okay, sure. City Lord, and all the other officials, take care. My body isn't feeling too well, so I won't see you out. Meng Hang's demeanor immediately changed after receiving the recovering spirit fluid. The appearance of him being in a state of spiritual depletion was gone. Everyone. Chapter 20. The Slaughter Shop. When everyone had left, only Meng Hang remained in the room. It was completely quiet. Glug, glug, glug. Feeling dizzy, Meng Hang didn't hesitate to gulp down the recovering spirit fluid. He felt a surge of energy rush through his mind, like a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head, waking him up. Good stuff, good stuff. Meng Hang muttered to himself, greedily stroking the empty glass vial. As expected, it was an essential item for traveling and exploring. It could be said that it was an extra life in certain situations. After moving his body around, Meng Hang realized that he was no longer in any pain, and his spirit power had recovered. He planned to leave the hospital today. The college entrance exam was only a few weeks away, and he didn't want to waste time in the hospital. Oh, right. Meng Hang slapped his thigh. He faintly remembered the system telling him that something had been activated when he had fainted. System. Open the personal status panel. All right. Meng Hang was speechless. Why did he feel that his system was getting more and more silly? Ding. System activated. Host, Meng Hang. Ability, Manjikyu Sharingan. Double Kimui, SS grade. Spirit power, 3185. Earth rank 1. Strength, 79. Agility, 91. Constitution, 81. If there had been anyone else in the room, they would have seen Meng Hang's idiotic smile with a few drops of drool hanging on his lips. Wow, I've reached the Manjikyu Sharingan? In the original series, the Double Kimui Sharingan was almost a bugged ability. Kakashi had only ever used a limited version. This meant that Meng Hang could fully utilize all of the Double Kimui's capabilities as long as he had enough spiritual power. How could he not be excited by this? With a soft gasp, Meng Hang noticed a new option, the Slaughter Shop, next to his personal status panel. System. What is the Slaughter Shop? For every beast or ability user that the host kills, he will gain the corresponding amount of points. For killing a Earth rank ability user or a corresponding beast, the host will gain 1 point. For Sky rank, 50 points. For Universe rank, 2,500 points, and for Heaven rank, 25,000 points. The higher the points, the rarer the items or abilities that can be exchanged. Of course, the points will decrease as the host's level increases. Hearing this, Meng Hang raised an eyebrow, excitedly opening the Slaughter Shop. He saw a wide array of items in the Slaughter Shop. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. His jaw almost dropped. Current points, 50. Thousand Blades Demon Blade, 50 points. As this is the host's first time opening the Slaughter Shop, this item is a newbie bonus. The next time the shop is opened, it will return to its original price. Great Freedom Breathing Technique, 500 points. Spirit Power 5 Element, Metal, 1,000 points. Spirit Power 5 Element, Wood, 1,000 points. Spirit Power 5 Element, Water, 1,000 points. Spirit Power 5 Element, Fire, 1,000 points. Spirit Power 5 Element, Earth, 1,000 points. Shadow Clone Technique, 2,000 points. Great Fireball Technique, 2,000 points. Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, Tsukuyami, 50,000 points. Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, Amaterasu, 50,000 points. Hashirama Cells, 50,000 points. He was stunned, completely stunned. Meng Hang felt his blood boiling. This was a cheat of the highest order. As long as he had enough points, he had the confidence to cut down even a god. Points. This is forcing me to go out of the city to kill beasts. Looking at his 50 points, Meng Hang hesitated. Should he save them to exchange for better things? Or should he exchange them now? He made his decision. What he got was his. He immediately exchanged for the Thousand Blades Demon Blade. Only attack, never defend. Peerless. Meng Hang's lips curled into a smile. Defend? That was non-existent. With the Double Kimui, did he even need to defend? This blade was simply made for him. The next moment, a long blade with a black handle and a faint purple glow appeared in Meng Hang's hand. Meng Hang gently stroked the blade, a cool sensation flowing from his fingertips. After a closer inspection, He saw that the blade was made up of countless pieces. With a soft swing, a sound like the wind being cut was released. Meng Hang looked at it. The more he liked it. He played with it for almost 10 minutes before putting it into his space. Of course, by space, he meant the Kimui's pocket dimension. Meng Hang had his own space. He didn't need the space ring's small space. Looking at the time, it was about 8 in the morning. Since he had nothing else to do, he decided to take out a power core and start cultivating. Around 5 in the afternoon, feeling as if he was fully healed, he asked the nurse for his clothes, and then hurriedly went home. In the joy of his great achievements and cultivation, he had forgotten something important. He had destroyed his home. Suppressing the heartache, he immediately called a taxi to take him home. Normally, he would choose to take the bus, if that were an option. When he got out of the car, Meng Hang was stunned. He looked around, making sure that the driver hadn't dropped him off in the wrong place, and stared at the old building he had lived in for the last 20 years. The once dilapidated walls were now brand new. Even the paint outside was fresh. Let alone the hole that he had kicked, there was no trace of it. Just as Meng Hang was confused, not knowing what had happened, a shout sounded from beside him. "Oh, isn't that little Meng? Weren't you in the hospital? How come you were out after only a day?" Meng Hang turned around to see that it was Aunt Lin from downstairs. Aunt Lin stared at the young man before her with a surprised look. When she saw Meng Hang kill the White Lotus cult's remnant yesterday, she barely recognized the powerful, ruthless young man she had watched grow up. Although surprised, she was neither afraid nor distant. In this era, even though it looked peaceful, it was only a facade. With enough power, people could easily break the law. Not to mention, there were still beasts watching from outside. So people were used to such things and were not afraid of Meng Hang's murder. On the contrary, his power made them respect him more. "Why didn't you rest properly? Why did you come out so early? Were you worried about the hospital bill? You kid, have always had a strong sense of pride. When you were little, I would always ask you to eat at my house. You would rather starve yourself than come over. Even now, if you have any difficulty, tell me. I can still help you with the hospital bill." Looking at Aunt Lin's ramblings and worried expression, Meng Hang felt a warmth in his heart. He quickly interrupted her. "Aunt Lin, don't worry. I only left after I had healed. With my current strength, is it still hard for me to earn money?" Chapter 21. Another challenge. Listening to Meng Hang's explanation, Aunt Lin finally relaxed. "By the way, Aunt Lin, I was only gone for a day. How did the house change so much?" Hearing Meng Hang's question, Aunt Lin proudly explained, "Little Meng, you wouldn't believe it, but you're practically the most talked about person in Cloudwater City right now. The city lord issued a notice praising your courage for slaying the White Lotus sect remnant who was at the Void Tier. This house was specially repaired overnight by Earth Elemental ability users arranged by the city lord. I always thought you were delicate, but I never imagined you could be so powerful." Meng Hang gave an embarrassed smile, inwardly surprised. He hadn't expected that the seemingly greasy, plump city lord could be so thoughtful. Returning home, he saw the room, once ravaged by fighting, was now completely clean. A feeling of gratitude for Zhao Sampang stirred within him. After a quick bowl of noodles, Meng Hang didn't rest due to the previous day's battle. Instead, he took out the core and resumed his cultivation. Arriving in this world had opened his eyes to a new reality. The activation of the system had given him the opportunity to see the pinnacle of this world. If he didn't work hard now, then he'd be beyond help. The night passed without incident. The next day, Meng Hang dressed as usual and headed to school. Unlike usual, however, whether he was walking down the street or riding the bus, people stared at him as if he were some rare species, whispering amongst themselves. This made Meng Hang extremely uncomfortable, feeling like a monkey on display in a zoo. "Hey, look, isn't he that guy from the video yesterday who killed the White Lotus sect member? Where? He does look a bit like him, but also not quite." The boy in the video had a chilling murderous intent, while this guy looks fair and delicate, like he's been spoiled his whole life. That's right. How could he be out of the hospital and in school so quickly after fighting with a Void Tier ability user? Of course, some held different opinions. "I bet it's him. I've watched that video at least 10 times. I'd recognize him if he was a pile of ashes. Keep it down, you idiot. What if he hears you? Don't forget he's a genius who can kill a Void Tier ability user. Saying he'd be a pile of ashes? He might just beat you up so badly, you wouldn't know where to cry." Meng Hang pretended not to hear the conversations around him and quickened his pace towards the school. He thought he could relax once he entered the school, but he was wrong. The students were even more frenzied. Holy crap! Meng Hang's at school. This exclamation caused the once orderly schoolyard to descend into chaos. Where is he? Where's my idol? No one fights with me. Meng Hang is my man. Dream on. He even rejected the campus belle, Lin Luoxue. What makes you think he'd choose you? No wonder he rejected Lin Luoxue back then. Now we see he has the right to be arrogant. That's not impossible. He might just like girls like me. Like what about you? Your 180-pound weight, or that F-grade talent of yours. Qin Feng, say that again, and I'll fight you right now. Because of the Lin Luoxue affair, he was already a household name in the school. Now with the events of the day before, the city lord himself had issued a notice praising him, and the online video had gone viral, thrusting him into the spotlight once more. Several people who were acquainted with Meng Hang quickly surrounded him, asking him about the events of the day before. Hey, Meng Hang, tell us what actually happened that day. How did you run into people from the White Lotus sect? Yeah, and how did you suddenly get so strong? Did you cheat somehow? Where did you get your cheat? Introduce me to it. I want one too. Looking at the students surrounding him, Meng Hang couldn't help but smile wryly. Could he not have even a little peace in the morning? Before he could respond, a muscular, tall figure pushed his way through the crowd from behind. Hey, watch it. Didn't you see me? Stop pushing. The person who was pushed over cursed angrily, but when they saw who it was, their expression instantly changed, and they swallowed the series of expletives they were about to unleash. The newcomer was none other than the top talent amongst this year's senior class. After Lin Luoxue, Taihu, with his A-grade ability, power amplification. Actually, an A-grade ability was already considered top tier for students at 3rd high school. However, this year, Lin Luoxue was a prodigy, and then Meng Hang came along to cause trouble, making outsiders unintentionally overlook him. But by outsiders, I mean people outside the school, because the students of 3rd high school were more than aware of his reputation. With his A-grade ability activated, power amplification made him a human beast. Most importantly, he was a battle fanatic. Anyone who caught his eye would be challenged, regardless of whether they accepted or not. He wouldn't even hesitate to attack first, and he never held back. A few times, if the teachers hadn't intervened, he might have crippled his opponent. That's why students hid when they saw him as if he were a plague. Taihu stared directly at Meng Hang, with a burning gaze that seemed to want to melt him. Meng Hang felt a chill go down his spine and goosebumps rise. Dude, I'm straight. I'm not into this. Meng Hang's words made Taihu realize that he had become a bit too intense. He quickly composed himself and said, Hello, my name is Taihu. Hearing that the person before him was Taihu, Meng Hang raised his eyebrows. He had heard about him and roughly guessed the reason for Taihu's arrival. Meng Hang pretended to be slightly surprised and nodded in response. I watched the video of you killing the void tier ability user. You are very strong. People in my family are saying that you used some secret technique to unleash that kind of power, but it doesn't matter. Secret technique or not, it's part of your strength. I want to experience the strength that can kill a void tier ability user, so I challenge you. Taihu introduced himself simply, without any unnecessary rambling, and stated his purpose. Meng Hang sighed helplessly, knowing it would come to this. Truthfully, Meng Hang looked down on these kinds of childish school challenges. They didn't grant kills for points, and they offered no benefits. Wouldn't he be better off cultivating? As if hearing Meng Hang's thoughts, the system's voice appeared. Ding. System activated. Accept Taihu's challenge, no reward. Reject Taihu's challenge, reward of 10 points to Constitution. Hearing the system's options, Meng Hang chuckled. You could have just told me to refuse. Meng Hang's choice was obvious. He immediately declined, saying, I'm really sorry, but I just had a big fight the day before, and my body is still weak. I really can't accept your challenge. Ding. Mission complete. Reward of 10 points to Constitution. Hearing this, the smile on Taihu's face didn't disappear. Instead, it became even more sinister. Whether you're weak or not, I'll decide when I test you. With that, his muscles instantly swelled up. His already nearly 6'3" frame grew to almost 10 feet, making him look like a faded green giant. Chapter 22. Illusion. Illusion again. You'll fight me today whether you want to or not. With a loud roar, he swung his massive fist at Meng Hang. Meng Hang frowned, surprised that Taihu would attack so abruptly. He quickly took a step back instead of trying to meet the fist head-on. He could have used his Kamiri ability to avoid the attack, but that skill was too overpowered, and he didn't want to expose it so early. Boom. Sand and gravel flew everywhere. Taihu's fist was extremely powerful, creating a large crater where Meng Hang had just been standing. Seeing this, Meng Hang's initially indifferent expression darkened. Judging by the power, Taihu hadn't held back at all. Even an ability user at the late human tier wouldn't dare take that punch head-on. Hmph, you're testing me. With a cold huff, the Sharingan activated. Of course, Meng Hang only activated his 3 Tomoe Sharingan. It was overkill to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. To deal with someone at just the late human tier, he wouldn't waste his time using his Mangekyo Sharingan. Meng Hang's brown eyes instantly turned crimson, and the 3 Tomoe patterns began to rotate. Taihu, who missed the punch, wasn't concerned. He stood in place, looking at Meng Hang with a provocative glare. But suddenly, he felt the once loud schoolyard fall silent, eerily so. Before he could react, boundless darkness descended, enveloping him. Taihu looked around, finding that besides darkness, there was nothing. Even his classmates had disappeared. He felt like he was in a black hole, surrounded by emptiness, and the deathly silence made it hard to breathe. No, there's still someone there. Taihu noticed that not everyone had disappeared. In the distance, Meng Hang was still staring at him, with his crimson eyes. In this pitch-black environment, Meng Hang's red eyes were so eerie that Taihu felt chills run down his spine. The next moment, Taihu's eyes widened, looking at Meng Hang with disbelief. He saw eyes suddenly open up on Meng Hang's body, their crimson pupils staring straight at him. And it didn't stop there. A second pair, and a third. In just a few seconds, Meng Hang's body was covered with countless eyes. What's more, throughout the darkness, hundreds and thousands of eyes opened, their emotionless red pupils all staring at Taihu. Taihu was finally losing his composure. His face paled, and fear filled his eyes. Although he guessed that Meng Hang was using an illusion-based ability, the scene before him was too bizarre. Stop with the theatrics. Is this all you've got? After being stared at by those eyes for nearly half a minute, Taihu, drenched in sweat, finally succumbed to the pressure. He gathered his strength and charged towards Meng Hang. Regardless of whether this is an illusion, if I defeat the person casting it, everything before me will resolve itself. With that thought in mind, Taihu reached Meng Hang and without any hesitation, kicked his head. The sound of rushing wind arose, and the force of the blow almost made Meng Hang's hair messy. However, Taihu found that he didn't dodge. Instead, he gave him a sinister smile. The smile made his scalp tingle. But the arrow was already on the bowstring. He couldn't take the kick back, so all he could do was curse to embolden himself. Smile at your own funeral. Die. Bang. The bullet-like kick landed squarely on Meng Hang. However, the successful hit didn't bring Taihu joy. On the contrary, his face changed dramatically, and he rapidly retreated. The Meng Hang he had kicked hadn't flown away. Instead, his body shattered into countless pieces, like glass, which then turned into a swarm of pitch-black crows. What made them different from ordinary crows, however, was that their eyes glowed crimson. The crows swirled in the air, not flying away, but staring down at Taihu. Seeing them, Taihu absurdly sensed mocking from them, just like the way Meng Hang looked at him earlier. While Taihu was looking up at the crows, he suddenly felt a tightening around his feet, and he looked down. He saw that a giant snake, as thick as a man's arm, had appeared out of thin air. It was a light tan, and it was quickly coiling itself around Taihu's foot, creeping up his leg. In the blink of an eye, the snake had wrapped around Taihu's entire body, making it impossible for him to move. Taihu's forehead bulged with veins. His entire body tensed up, and he attempted to break free of the snake with his terrifying strength. However, no matter how hard he tried, the snake's body was like a steel chain, not budging at all. The snake's head hovered in front of Taihu, its forked tongue flicking in and out. Its triangular eyes watched him with a sinister gaze. Taihu could feel the snake's tongue flicking at his face, and he could clearly smell the stench from its mouth. How could it be so real? The next moment, Taihu's vision blurred. The snake's body remained unchanged, but its head had changed to Meng Hang's. Before Taihu could react, the snake-headed Meng Hang opened his mouth at an unnatural angle, revealing a pair of sharp fangs as he lunged for Taihu's neck. Ah! A blood-curdling scream echoed through the dark space. Back in the real world, the once eager onlookers had grown impatient and started to whisper amongst themselves. I've been waiting forever. Are they gonna fight or not? I'm leaving if they're not. Yeah, they've been standing there for 5 minutes. Are they fighting, or just flirting? Be patient. Maybe this is how experts fight. They're studying each other and waiting for an opening? Dude, really? You're killing me. Ah. Just then, Tai, who had been motionless, suddenly cried out in terror and collapsed onto the ground. The scream made everyone around him shudder, and they instinctively stepped back a few steps. Holy crap, what just happened? How did Tai just fall? What did Meng Hang do? He defeated Tai, an A-grade ability user. Did they just battle on a spiritual plane, and Tai lost? A young man narrowed his eyes and rubbed his chin, acting as if he understood everything. Give it a rest. You just said they were studying each other. Now they're battling on a spiritual plane. Another young man replied mercilessly. Tai, sitting on the ground, slowly regained focus in his scattered eyes. He looked around blankly before finally understanding what had happened. Meng Hang gave a slight smile, looking at Tai, sitting on the ground, and said, I guess that means I win? Chapter 23. Beat him up? Hearing Meng Hang's question, Tai, face turned unsightly. Although he was unwilling, he nodded. You won. Whoosh. Tai, response caused a stir among the onlookers, and they all looked incredulous. The A-grade ability master just lost like that? What did they even do? How did Tai lose? No way, no way. How can Meng Hang, an E-grade talent, make Tai admit defeat without even lifting a finger? If he had used the secret technique he used against the Void Tier ability user, I'd accept it, but his win is way too bizarre. In fact, at the start, the onlookers were leaning more towards Tai winning. After all, it was widely believed that Meng Hang had used some kind of secret technique that day, but the side effects of those techniques were extreme. They didn't think that he would use it in a casual match. But the result was beyond everyone's expectations. He didn't use the secret technique. Just standing there was enough to make Tai admit defeat. This was beyond their understanding. Hearing Tai's admission of defeat, Meng Hang nodded in satisfaction, put away his Sharingan, and was about to turn and leave. Wait a minute. But just as Meng Hang turned, Tai's voice rang out from behind. Meng Hang turned his head back impatiently and asked, What now? Tai, who had already stood up, gritted his teeth. His face was filled with unwillingness. Although I admit defeat, I'm not convinced. Meng Hang rolled his eyes, thinking that if it wasn't for the system's temptations, who would have time to waste with this guy? He didn't spare Tai's feelings and directly countered, What do I care if you're convinced or not? Tai's face turned red at his words, but he still stubbornly said, I admit your illusions are strong, and I accept the loss. But using illusions is no way for a man. A real man's fight should be a fist-to-fist slugfest. Illusions? When did Meng Hang awaken an illusion ability? The crowd started to chatter again. From Tai's words, they finally understood the reason for his sudden loss. Meng Hang was shocked by his words. He almost rolled his eyes into the back of his head. Are you stupid? On the battlefield, any means necessary is used to kill the enemy. Who cares what method you use? Well, I don't care. If you don't agree, I'll pester you every day. I'll follow you in class, after class, to the bathroom, and back home. I'll even follow you if you get a girlfriend. Meng Hang was amused by his shameless words. You're crazy. Yeah, they all call me the martial arts madman. You're not a martial arts madman, you're a rogue. Meng Hang scoffed. Tai, who didn't mind Meng Hang's ridicule, he just shrugged as if he was immune to all criticism. Damn it, let's do it. This wasn't said by Meng Hang, but rather the system's voice in his head. I can't take it anymore. System activated. Defeat Tai with physical combat. Reward, 5 points to all attributes. Failure, deduct 5 points from all attributes. Damn it, let's do it. This time, it wasn't the system speaking, but Meng Hang yelling out in excitement after hearing the system's reward. This was 5 points to every attribute. Meng Hang's eyes turned a little red as he looked at Tai, like seeing a delicious feast. All right, you want to fight, right? Today, I'll show you why the roses are so red. First gate, gate of opening, open. Second gate, gate of rest, open. Instantly, his entire body was enveloped in a light green energy. Against a void tier expert, opening the third gate would have killed him instantly. Against a late human tier opponent like Tai, opening the second gate was already giving him a lot of respect. Meng Hang raised his arm and beckoned to Tai, his intent of provocation clear. It was as if he was yelling, Come at me. He's using it. He's using it. Meng Hang really used that secret technique from that day. It seems the secret technique doesn't hurt the body too much. Otherwise, he wouldn't use it so easily. That's not necessarily true. Look at Tai's shameless face. If you were in Meng Hang's shoes, wouldn't you be angry? That's true. If I could beat him, I would have slapped him across the face for his brazen behavior. The crowd's eyes gleamed as they watched Meng Hang use the 8 inner gates. They knew they were in for a good show. Who do you think will win? Can't you ask a more intelligent question? Meng Hang's secret technique is powerful enough to kill a void-tier ability user. Although Tai, who is an A-grade ability user, don't forget that he's only in the human tier. You should be asking how many moves Tai who can last. Then how many moves do you think Tai who can last against Meng Hang? I'd say 5 minutes. After all, his ability is A-grade, so we have to give him some credit. 3 minutes, no more than that. Tai who wasn't angry at Meng Hang's taunt. Instead, endless fighting spirit flared in his eyes. Although he was excited, he didn't dare to underestimate Meng Hang. With a roar, Tai whose veins bulged, and his muscles grew even larger, completely turning him into a muscle monster. Meng Hang, are you ready? Here I come. After going berserk, Tai who didn't charge straight at Meng Hang, as everyone had thought, but rather let out a huge roar. Holy crap, how much power can those muscles unleash? He could probably kill us all with one punch. Just this pressure alone makes my legs shake. I wonder if Meng Hang can withstand one of Tai who's attacks. Why did Tai who shout instead of attacking? Did he try to intimidate Meng Hang with his aura? Who knows? Maybe the muscles grew into his brain, and now he's lost his intelligence. Not hearing their whispered comments, Meng Hang frowned when Tai who roared, and his body instantly flashed to the side. In the instant he dodged, a blast of wind grazed past him, instantly obliterating a small tree, the circumference of a person's embrace. Holy shit! The onlookers exclaimed, shocked by Tai who's sudden maneuver. He can do that? How much power do you need to generate to create such a powerful shockwave? No wonder he's an A-grade ability. A simple roar unleashes such a weird but powerful attack. I wouldn't even be able to withstand the roar. As Meng Hang dodged, Tai whose eyes lit up, and he shouted inwardly, good opportunity. He exerted force with his legs, and he leaped towards Meng Hang with lightning speed. Despite Tai whose bulk, he was surprisingly agile. In an instant, he was above Meng Hang, and his right leg was raised high, about to come crashing down on his head. Battle Axe. Chapter 24. Strength Overwhelms. Feeling the sharp pressure coming from above, Meng Hang didn't dodge this time, but instead raised his right arm to block. Bang! The thick leg, as big as an elephant's, collided with a normal arm, and the resulting shockwave spread out in all directions. Crack crunch. Meng Hang stood firm, as straight as a pine tree. However, due to the sheer force of Tai whose kick, the floor tiles under Meng Hang's feet shattered. Hiss! The aftershocks of their exchange made the onlookers gasp. What kind of monsters were these two? They had just awakened a few days ago, yet their strength was already this terrifying. That's impossible. Tai whose heart was in turmoil when he saw that his kick had no effect on Meng Hang. He knew Meng Hang's strength when using his secret technique, so he had held nothing back, going straight for his strongest attack. He didn't expect to defeat Meng Hang with one move, but he thought he could, at least, cause some damage. He hadn't expected him to block the attack so easily. Facing the shameless Tai who, Meng Hang didn't give him an ounce of courtesy and directly mocked him. Is that all the strength you have to challenge me? You're useless. You're big for nothing. You're fighting like you haven't eaten. Use the strength you used to suck on your mama's tit. Even with Tai whose thick skin, Meng Hang's words made him blush with embarrassment. He was a dignified A-grade ability user. When had he ever been ridiculed like this? You can say that I'm shameless. You can say I'm bullying others, but you can't say I'm weak. A man cannot be called weak. Meng Hang, don't get cocky. We'll see who's weak. He said this and tried to charge at Meng Hang again. But before he could move, his vision blurred, and Meng Hang's figure disappeared in front of him. Behind you! Someone yelled, and Tai who finally realized the sound of rushing wind coming from behind him. He cried out in alarm. Not having time to think, he quickly dodged to the side, barely avoiding Meng Hang's incoming punch. Oh, you're quite fast. Meng Hang clicked his tongue, surprised by Tai whose quick reaction. But he didn't pay it much attention. As Tai who was off balance, Meng Hang changed his outstretched right fist into a grab, and he grabbed Tai whose right arm. You dare to compare strength with me? Tai who was delighted rather than surprised by Meng Hang's grasp. Compare strength with him? Had he forgotten what his ability was? A-grade ability, power amplification. He was not afraid of comparing strength with anyone. But the next moment, He felt a feeling of hopelessness as an unstoppable force came from the slim hand on his arm. Then Meng Hang's next move shocked everyone into silence. They didn't even dare breathe. They watched as Meng Hang grabbed Tai Hu's right arm and lifted the almost 10-foot-tall, human-shaped beast as if he was a little chicken, and then smashed him hard on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Tai Hu was like a rag doll, being tossed around by Meng Hang and then thrown onto the ground. He was smashed dozens of times. The asphalt roads around them were pulverized. Finally, Meng Hang had released his anger and let Tai Hu fall, not caring about the limp form of Tai Hu. Tai Hu was lying on the ground motionless, his eyes dull. His physique was such that he was not seriously injured, but he couldn't accept this result. He had been crushed, in his most prideful aspect, strength. The schoolyard fell silent. The people stared at Meng Hang as if he were some kind of monster. Who was the strength-based ability user between the two of them? From now on, they should give you the title of humanoid Tyrannosaurus. After a full 2 minutes of silence, the crowd finally exploded into an uproar. Holy crap, that's strong. Is that the power of someone who killed a void tier ability user? He's a monster. With that secret technique, who needs an ability? He can just use physical combat to kill ability users. Who knows what kind of luck Meng Hang had to find such a secret technique? We should forget about it. Awesome. Right after the fight ended, the system's untamed and bold voice echoed in Meng Hang's head. Dare to challenge my host. He needs a lesson, or else he won't know who the boss is. Meng Hang sweated. What was going on? How was his system becoming so weird? Bro, can we try to be a bit low-key? Low-key? That doesn't exist. As a great person once said, only those without power need to be low-key. I haven't heard of any great person saying that. Lu Sun. Meng Hang's forehead turned black. Bullshit. Lu Sun didn't say that. Ding. Mission complete. Reward, 5 points to all attributes. With the fight settled, Meng Hang put away the 8 inner gates. The onlookers only saw Meng Hang's face turn pale after he put away the technique. His footsteps stumbled as he was about to fall to the ground. A graceful figure flashed by and steadied Meng Hang. The onlookers realized it was Lin Luoxue. Lin Luoxue had been hiding in the crowd to watch Meng Hang's fight. She was astounded by his display of power. Seeing Meng Hang falter, she had not even thought about it and instinctively rushed forward to support him. Although she hadn't fulfilled her grandfather's last wish, Meng Hang's ancestors had helped her grandfather before. She would help him if she had the chance. Are you okay, Meng Hang? Should I take you to the infirmary? Meng Hang waved his hand, pretending to be weak, and said, I'm fine. It's just the aftereffects of using the secret technique. Although this technique is powerful, it comes at the cost of my lifespan. The longer I use it, the more power I unleash, but the more life force it drains. That short fight just cost me a month of my lifespan. Other than that, it doesn't do any real damage to my body. I'm just mentally exhausted and a little weak. Hearing this, the onlookers shook their heads sadly. It was actually a technique that came at the cost of life. This made people hesitant. If you use the secret technique too much, you might just drop dead one day. Who could accept that? The envious glances that were originally directed towards Meng Hang now turned into pity, mockery, and regret. Lin Luoxue became worried for him, and she quickly advised, Meng Hang, the power that secret technique gives you is tempting, but it is not a long-term solution. After all, you are still young, and your future is limitless. You don't need to rely on a secret technique. His previous words were a complete lie. With his current physique, even if he used the 3rd gate of the 8 inner gates, he wouldn't be in as much pain as before. The reason why he had said that was because possessing an amazing power came with a risk. Such a powerful secret technique without any side effects would definitely make various forces covet it. Even now, he had no guarantee that some people wouldn't have ideas about the 8 inner gates. Hearing Lin Luoxue's elder-like advice, Meng Hang felt his head spinning. He didn't understand why she cared about him so much. Is it because of my unparalleled charm? Meng Hang thought to himself narcissistically. Yes, you're right, Lin. I'll keep that in mind. You're so concerned about me. I actually rejected your proposal back then. Otherwise, Before he could finish, Lin Luoxue's face turned crimson. She pinched him hard on the arm, called him a pervert, then ignored him and turned to leave. Meng Hang looked at her back in confusion. You were the one who forced me to marry you, so why am I the pervert now? The onlookers, especially the male students, looked at the twos, flirting with envy. As expected of the guy who rejected a goddess's marriage proposal. He's so amazing. He's actually teasing her in front of everyone. An example for us all. I am far from reaching his level. Chapter 25. You, my classmate. In a rather luxurious office, two figures were standing by the window, looking down at the scene below. The principal, with a respectful demeanor, stood cautiously to the side. Leading the scene was the plump figure of Zhao Sanpang, the city lord of Cloudwater City. A slight smile tugged at Zhao Sanpang's lips as he watched the battle below, his eyes full of approval. I must say, old Lin, you've struck gold this year. Not only do you have a genius like Lin Luoxue with her SSS grade talent, but these two students are also excellent prospects. Hearing the city lord's praise, Lin Xiaowen couldn't help but show a look of pride. Still, he humbly said, "Your praise is too much, city lord." Although Meng Hang's power was impressive, as he said himself, it comes at the cost of his life force. It shouldn't be used too often except in critical situations. Zhao Sanping also showed a hint of regret. Yes, it's a shame about that secret technique. I was even thinking of asking that kid if he would sell it to me later. But what interests me the most isn't the secret technique, it's those eyes of his. At the mention of Meng Hang's eyes, Lin Xiaowen also nodded solemnly. Zhao Sanping continued, I remember that his awakened ability during the awakening ceremony was an E-grade eye-related ability, right? That's right, Your Honor. But judging by his actions just now, being able to put Tai Hu into an illusion without him noticing and prevent him from breaking free, it's clear that Meng Hang's ability is far beyond an E-grade. Lin Xiaowen looked puzzled. I personally oversaw the awakening ceremony. I witnessed his awakening, so there's no reason for there to be any error, unless... As he said this, Lin Xiaowen seemed to realize something, and he stopped talking, looking at Zhao Sanping with disbelief, as if he was waiting for his confirmation. Zhao Sanping narrowed his eyes and nodded. I thought the same thing. If I'm not mistaken, that kid may have awakened a very rare growth-type ability. Hearing the city lord's confirmation, Lin Xiaowen's face turned red with excitement. So does this mean that third high school might have two SSS grade talents at the same time? Hey, old Lin, don't get your hopes up too high. Although Meng Hang most likely awakened a growth-type ability, no one knows where that growth ends. He could become SSS grade, or he might end up at A grade. Furthermore, the growth of abilities takes time, so we need to keep our expectations in check. The city lord is right. The others sent Tai Hu, who was lying on the ground, to the infirmary. Injuries during matches were common for the students here. The only difference was that this time, Tai Hu was the one being sent to the infirmary. Normally, he was the one who sent other students to the infirmary. All right, it's about time. Senior students, please gather in the gymnasium. A teacher's voice rang out through the loudspeaker. As if they already knew, the students all headed towards the gymnasium. Only Meng Hang looked confused. He quickly grabbed his deskmate, Nua Yun, and asked, Why are we going to the gymnasium? Are we not cultivating today? You don't know? Nua Yun looked at him in confusion before realizing that he had been absent due to his injuries. She quickly explained, Today is the senior send-off ceremony. Actually, there isn't much difference between cultivating in school or at home now. Even worse, cultivating together will mess with certain students' cultivation plans. So the school has decided that until the National College Entrance Examination, we won't have to come to school. Meng Hang nodded in understanding, feeling extremely pleased. He had been wondering how to ask the school for leave. He couldn't say directly that he was going to the city to hunt demons. The school would definitely not agree. Schools in this world placed a great emphasis on training, so the gymnasium was enormous and comfortably accommodated hundreds of students. As the students entered, they were stunned by the scene before them. The once bare and simple gymnasium, solely for students' training, now looked like a five-star banquet hall. Huge crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, casting a gentle light. Tables were laden with food, drinks, and wine for students to choose from. Most prominent was a huge stage at the front of the hall, with neon lights emitting colorful rays, making it look radiant. Wow! It's like New Year's. The students exclaimed as they entered. Lin Xiaowen calmly walked to the front of the stage, picked up the microphone, and began his speech. I still remember the scene of your first day of school. I didn't expect that time would pass so quickly, and in the blink of an eye, you're about to graduate and step onto a larger stage. Eaglets must soar to the sky eventually. The future belongs to you. Our era is not peaceful, and you need to experience the cruelty of the front lines firsthand. Therefore, this era will not allow us to fail those heroic souls who fell in battle. May you use your remarkable wisdom, strong willpower, and fearless spirit to constantly explore and advance. But cultivation must be balanced. There's more to life than just cultivation. There is also the passion of youth. That's why the school is hosting this event. I hope you can put aside all your burdens today and enjoy yourselves to the fullest. The future of the Dragon Nation belongs to you, and I hope that in the future you will all shine brightly. After speaking, Lin Xiaowen bowed deeply to the audience. In an instant, applause thundered through the hall and lasted for a long time. The students looked at the principal on the stage with tears in their eyes. After Lin Xiaowen finished his speech, all the teachers left the hall, leaving it truly for the students. At first, everyone was still a bit reserved, and an awkward atmosphere permeated the hall. But after a few glasses of wine, the atmosphere started to become lively. Some even turned red in the face, talking boisterously after being drunk. Others took the opportunity to confess to their longtime crushes. Some were embraced with passion, and others left in disappointment. Youth is beautiful, full of nascent love and pure friendship. When the atmosphere reached its peak, some students even ran onto the stage, expressing their feelings with song. The songs expressed their sadness, affection, heartbreak, all sorts of emotions. Just as the crowd was immersed in this sad farewell, a person suddenly shouted in the hall, "Meng Hang, as a celebrity of our school, how about you go up and sing a song?" He was correct. From the campus Belle's confession to his later killing of a void tier expert, he could be considered a prominent figure of third high school. Meng Hang was also moved by the emotions in the hall, and he didn't refuse, walking onto the stage generously. "Meng Hang, what song do you want to sing? I'll play the accompaniment." A volunteer backstage asked. "It's all right. I can play the guitar myself." Meng Hang smiled and picked up a guitar on the stage. In his previous life, students faced intense competition. Parents, afraid of their children falling behind, had them learn various skills from a young age. Meng Hang was no exception. He possessed a number of skills that he hadn't had the opportunity to show here. Today, he finally got to use them. "I'd like to sing my deskmate for everyone. I hope everyone remembers the friendships forged in the past 3 years of high school." After speaking, he lightly plucked the guitar strings, and the simple melody instantly touched the hearts of everyone present. "Will you remember tomorrow the diary you wrote yesterday? Will you still miss tomorrow the crybaby that you used to be? Who married the sentimental you? Who looked at your diary? Who put up your long hair? Who made your wedding dress?" Chapter 26. A song that made a top star cry. The simple guitar melody and plain lyrics contained a hidden undertow in many people's hearts. Different from the commercial nature of most popular music, Meng Hang's low and slightly melancholic poetic performance quieted the entire banquet hall. The crowd was immersed in the melodious singing, unable to break free. Some even had tears in their eyes. Deskmate Nua Yun stared blankly at Meng Hang on the stage, and several crystal tears flowed down unconsciously. "Is this song for me? Is this how he feels? Did he reject Lin Luoxue because of me? I didn't even notice. Silly, why didn't you tell me?" Lin Luoxue, who was below the stage, stared blankly at Meng Hang on the stage, her gaze a little unfocused. Meng Hang's low voice slowly sang out their youthful and awkward memories. It slowly made its way into her heart. She hadn't expected that Meng Hang was not only a formidable opponent, but also so talented in singing. After the song ended, Meng Hang bowed slightly and stepped off the stage. Even after the song ended, the hall remained silent. The crowd looked bewildered, their eyes wet, recalling their high school lives. Clap, clap, clap. Someone came to their senses and started to applaud hesitantly. The sound pulled the others out of their memories, and they also started to applaud with all their might. In an instant, applause thundered throughout the hall and lasted for a long time. Some people secretly wiped away the tears in their eyes and said, "This song is so good." Even though there aren't any fancy words or fancy music, every line hits the heart. "Woo-woo, I really don't want to leave you all. Don't forget me. Don't worry, we'll be friends for life. Woo-ya, I want to tell you, your deskmate of 3 years, I've always liked you." Some of those who were still embarrassed to confess were deeply moved by the song. Finally, they could no longer suppress their feelings and loudly confessed to the people they loved. He didn't want to live with regrets, not being able to watch the people he loved walk down the aisle with someone else. The girl named Wu-ya was also crying. Excited, she said, "You idiot, you finally said it. Do you know how long I've been waiting?" Then, the two embraced tightly, not caring that there were other people present. "Lin Luoxue, I like you. Be with me." A handsome guy saw that confessing actually worked. He also mustered up his courage and confessed to Lin Luoxue. Lin Luoxue, I also like you. I will do my best to make you happy. Another person saw someone confessing to his goddess. He was not willing to be outdone, and he shouted loudly. With these two taking the lead, those who had a crush on Lin Luoxue were also moved and joined the confession. In an instant, the hall echoed with Lin Luoxue, I like you. Meanwhile, the culprit, Meng Hang, was stunned, looking at the scene before him. He didn't expect that his song would have such a big impact. At this time, a young girl came to Meng Hang timidly and stammered, Meng Hang, I recorded the video of you singing. Can I post it online? I believe that with this song, you'll become famous. Meng Hang thought about it and felt that it wouldn't affect him, so he agreed. Hearing Meng Hang's consent, she happily ran off. She took out her phone and posted the video online. She had a premonition that this song would go viral on the internet. The send-off ceremony continued until the afternoon. The students finally expressed their goodbyes before reluctantly saying farewell to each other. Meng Hang also said goodbye to his homeroom teacher with his classmates. Needless to say, it was another emotional scene of bittersweet separation. After all of this, it was already around 5 p.m. when Meng Hang walked out of the school. Little did he know, his song, My Deskmate, had already caused a huge sensation on various internet platforms. What kind of heavenly song is this? Just a few simple words made me cry. You don't understand the meaning the first time you hear it, but the second time you listen, you feel like you're in the song. I miss the pure light of that time. After listening to this song, those things that are buried deep within my heart suddenly surge to the surface. The blurry faces begin to clear, and the unfamiliar voices become familiar. I feel that my youthful memories have been awakened in this song. Is that boy who sang the song a trainee from some company? I'm suddenly not so averse to young, pretty boys. Why haven't I heard this song before? Did that boy write it himself? Talented and handsome. The entertainment industry is lacking this kind of pure talent. Xiaoyi had a busy day and finally returned to her apartment. As the most popular female star of her time, she developed well in the film, television, and music industries, with a large group of loyal fans. She was basically a regular on the top of internet search lists. Any of her activities would become the focus of the public. Today was the day of her third album release. She knew that she would definitely be at the top of the hot search rankings. Excitedly, Xiaoyi opened her phone, but when she saw the hot search rankings, her face stiffened. A nameless anger rose in her heart. Her album release news was actually second place. The top spot actually belonged to a song she had never heard of before, called My Deskmate. Xiaoyi didn't understand. With her popularity, why would a song be more popular than her own? Suppressing her anger, she clicked on it. She wanted to see who had spent a lot of money buying the top spot, being able to suppress her. The video that popped up showed a handsome boy wearing a high school uniform. As the boy lightly plucked the guitar strings, Xiaoyi's heart inexplicably trembled. Will you remember tomorrow the diary you wrote yesterday? The simple lyrics and the melodious tunes unknowingly opened the door to her sealed memories. Who married the sentimental you? Who looked at your diary? Who put up your long hair? Who made your wedding dress? When she heard this, Xiaoyi touched her face. She didn't realize that she was already crying. After navigating the entertainment industry for so many years and seeing the dark side of society, she was no longer the naive girl she used to be. But this song made her recall the wonderful times of school and that wonderful boy. Are you doing okay? Xiaoyi looked dazed, muttering. She opened the comments section and left a message. Does anyone know this boy? I would like to invite the writer of this song to write a song for me. Xiaoyi's comment was like a huge stone thrown into a lake, creating a massive splash. Holy crap, Xiaoyi actually commented, with the verified tag. It's her in real life. I didn't expect this song to bring Xiaoyi here. Because of Xiaoyi's comment, the buzz about Meng Hang was once again pushed to another high. Chapter 27. Serendipitous Encounter. At this moment, Meng Hang was completely unaware that his impromptu performance had gone viral. Back home, he didn't rush into cultivation. Instead, he prepared for his departure from the city the next day. He went to the supermarket to buy essentials like bottled water, food, and other items. He also tossed his clothes and shoes into his spatial storage. He had no idea how many days he'd be outside the city, so it was best to be prepared. Once he packed his bags and finished a quick meal, it was already close to 8 p.m., and it was getting dark. The principal's speech had left a profound impact on him. Since his awakening, he had either been cultivating or fighting every day, without a proper rest. Cultivation was about balancing work and rest. Just blindly cultivating wasn't necessarily a good thing. So he decided not to cultivate tonight and recharge his energy for tomorrow, so he'd be in top shape. Sitting on his bed, feeling bored, Meng Hang suddenly realized that when he wasn't cultivating, he didn't know what to do. After a moment's thought, since he didn't know what to do, he might as well go for a walk. He took off his school uniform, changed into casual clothes, and went downstairs. He didn't call a taxi or take the bus. Instead, he wandered aimlessly, taking in the sights of the city. Although Cloudwater City was only a third-tier city, and it couldn't compare to the prosperity of those large cities, the greenery was exceptional. Lush parks were intertwined with tall buildings, creating a unique charm. Meng Hang walked forward, admiring the scenery around him. He didn't have any specific destination. He just wanted to walk aimlessly and return when he got tired. After a while, Meng Hang was drawn in by a moving melody. He subconsciously stopped walking. It was a female vocalist singing. Her voice was clean, refreshing, and ethereal. But unlike her pure voice, her singing wasn't weak. On the contrary, it had an amazing power that surprised Meng Hang. Looking up, he saw that it was a music bar. It seemed that the source of the singing was the resident singer. Hesitating for a moment, Meng Hang couldn't suppress his curiosity about the singer and stepped inside. This bar wasn't the kind of place that focused on clubbing, so instead of being noisy, the environment was especially elegant. People who came here were mostly looking to unwind after a day of work, so they came with 3 or 5 friends to drink and chat about life. As soon as Meng Hang stepped inside, he saw that all the seats were already taken. All of the customers were staring at the singer on the stage as if she had captured their souls. Wow, does she really have that much charisma? Meng Hang muttered to himself, and he also fixed his gaze on the singer. The girl on the stage had skin as white as snow. Her eyes were like pools of clear water, and when she looked around, she had a refined elegance that made others feel inferior and unworthy of her. Especially with her tight jeans and a simple white shirt, she showed her exquisite figure perfectly. Meng Hang was also drawn to the girl's beauty for a few seconds. But the more he looked, the more his brows furrowed until finally his face became quite strange. How is it her? After listening to Meng Hang's song in the afternoon, Lin Luoxue's mood had been restless. It wasn't that she had fallen head over heels for Meng Hang just because of a song. It was because her greatest hobby was also singing. Before she awakened, she secretly found a part-time job as a resident singer in a bar during her breaks, hiding it from her family. Lin Luoxue's family was one of the wealthiest in Cloudwater City, so she wasn't doing it to make money. She simply wanted to sing on a stage for others to hear. However, after she awakened her SSS grade ability, her family and the school held high expectations for her. This expectation was not only a hope, but also heavy pressure. Lin Luoxue didn't want to disappoint the people around her, so after awakening, she cultivated day and night. She even abandoned her greatest hobby. But after listening to Meng Hang's song, she couldn't suppress her love of singing any longer, so she came back here to sing tonight. As Lin Luoxue was immersed in the joy of singing, she saw a figure walk through the entrance in the corner of her eye, and her voice hitched. Why is he here? Fortunately, her professionalism was decent. She only paused slightly before continuing to sing. Meng Hang hadn't expected that the renowned campus belle and SSS grade talent would be working as a resident singer in a bar. So, his expression was first strange, then changed to one of amusement. He didn't look down on Lin Luoxue for her job. He just found it interesting. Not in a hurry to leave, he randomly found a seat in the corner and ordered 2 bottles of beer to enjoy her singing. Listening to her melodious voice, Meng Hang had unknowingly drunk 4 bottles of beer. His head was actually feeling a bit dizzy. He didn't know if it was because the alcohol was too strong, or because Lin Luoxue's voice was too intoxicating. That jerk isn't leaving. Seeing that Meng Hang hadn't left, and was actually drinking, Lin Luoxue felt like punching him. But there was nothing she could do. She had already agreed with the bar owner to sing 5 songs tonight. And Lin Luoxue also knew that many people here were regular customers who specifically came after hearing that she was back. If she just quit now, it would cause problems for the bar owner. So she bit the bullet and finished singing all 5 songs. Then she hurriedly stepped off the stage and walked towards Meng Hang. When Meng Hang saw Lin Luoxue walking towards him, he smiled slightly and raised his hand to greet her. But Lin Luoxue didn't give him the opportunity to say anything. She grabbed his arm and dragged him to the back door of the bar. What are you doing? What is going on? Why are you grabbing me without warning? Wait, I haven't paid my bill. Lee, charge his expenses tonight to my account. After Lin Luoxue shouted, she continued to drag Meng Hang towards the back door. Meng Hang could feel the power in her arm and couldn't help but click his tongue. As expected of an SSS grade ability user, even without activating her abilities, her strength was this high. As Meng Hang was secretly shocked, he didn't know that Lin Luoxue was even more surprised. What's going on? My level is at the Earth tier, and my ability enhances my physique, so how can he resist me so easily? That jerk is definitely hiding something from us. Lin Luoxue disregarded Meng Hang's resistance and dragged him to a small alley behind the bar before letting go. Meng Hang pretended to be a helpless young girl, covering his chest and looking at Lin Luoxue with terror. What are you dragging me here for? I'm telling you, if you dare to do anything, I'll scream for help. Lin Luoxue was amused by his actions, and she pretended to be fierce, threatening him. Go ahead and scream. No one will come to save you. Chapter 28, Ambush. After saying this, Lin Luoxue waved her small fist, warning Meng Hang, you have to keep my job as a resident singer at the bar a secret. If I find out that you blabbed to someone, then don't blame me. Humph. Although there was nothing shameful about being a resident singer at a bar, it was inappropriate for a high school student like her to be seen working there. Hearing that Lin Luoxue dragged him out because of this, Meng Hang quickly nodded. He wasn't a gossip, so he would naturally not tell others. Seeing that his attitude was sincere, Lin Luoxue nodded with satisfaction. Okay, you're a smart one. Let's go. I'll treat you to a meal when I have time to thank you for keeping my secret. She's just going to let me go? Meng Hang was a little reluctant and said, we've already talked about this, but you're not going to do anything to me? I feel a little disrespected. Lin Luoxue's face turned red at Meng Hang's shameless words, and she spat lightly. Teasage, you pervert. Seeing Lin Luoxue's shy expression, Meng Hang couldn't help but tease her, so he acted mysterious and said, I'm telling you, I have a cat at home that does backflips. Do you want to go see it? Lin Luoxue's eyes widened in disbelief. A cat that does backflips? Is that true? Is your cat some kind of demon beast? Meng Hang was speechless by her innocent reaction. He hadn't expected that this girl could have this kind of cute side. After a while, Lin Luoxue realized that Meng Hang was trying to trick her into going to his place. She pinched Meng Hang's arm with her slender hand and fiercely threatened, you jerk, if you tease me again, I'm really going to lose my temper. Don't forget, I'm an SSS grade ability user. Even if you use that secret technique, you may not be my match. Ouch! Meng Hang cried out in pain and quickly begged for mercy. You're right, Goddess Lin. I would never dare to do it again. You're going to do it again. Unknowingly, their relationship became more intimate due to their banter. Hee hee, it's great to see this young couple flirting with each other. Tonight, we'll send you two to the afterlife. You can have company on the path to hell? An eerie voice suddenly sounded. At the same time, a man dressed in black robes appeared from the shadows at the end of the alley. His face could not be seen. Meng Hang and Lin Luoxue both sensed ill intent. They became serious and sternly questioned, who are you? The unborn mother, the true home. You killed the members of my White Lotus sect. The system never allows me to use this name. So from now on, I'll use Unborn Sect. Did you think this was over? Hearing that it was someone from the Unborn Sect, Lin Luoxue stepped forward, protecting Meng Hang behind her. Meng Hang, don't attack. Your secret technique has too many side effects. I can handle it. Boy, you're lucky. A beauty like her is actually protecting you. I don't know what kind of luck you have. But you don't need to argue. Neither of you is going to escape tonight. He waved his right hand, and a gust of wind arose. A wind blade shot towards the two. Feeling the power of the wind blade, Lin Luoxue's expression changed. A void tier ability user. She didn't dare to be careless. The space behind her distorted, and a fiery phoenix flew out from within. A phoenix! The black-robed man exclaimed, and even Meng Hang was stunned. As expected of an SSS grade summoning type ability, she's summoning a legendary divine beast right off the bat. Screech! The fire phoenix that flew out of the void screeched sharply. A ball of blazing flames instantly condensed in its mouth and shot straight towards the wind blade. Boom! The two powerful attacks collided mid-air, creating an enormous amount of energy. The surrounding buildings were flipped over, leaving only an empty space. Even the bar next to them wasn't spared. Seeing this, Lin Luoxue felt guilty, but she didn't say anything. This was a matter of life and death, and she didn't have time to think about anything else. Hee hee, as expected of a genius who awakened an SSS grade ability. She can actually block my attack, but it will be even more fulfilling to kill such a top-tier talent. After speaking, he sliced forward with his right hand. A wind blade several times larger than before condensed. The violent energy it contained made Lin Luoxue extremely fearful. Late Void Tier. Meng Hang, run. I can't block it. As an early Earth Tier ability user, Lin Luoxue was confident that she could fight him, and maybe even defeat him, with her SSS Great ability. But the Black-Robed Man was at the Late Void Tier, so it was more than just an ability could make up for. Lin Luoxue wanted to dodge, but the speed of the huge wind blade was too fast, and it reached her instantly. Am I going to die? Seeing that she had no way of dodging, Lin Luoxue looked despairing. Sigh. Just then, Lin Luoxue suddenly heard a sigh from behind. Then, she was surprised to find that the space around her had begun to distort. What's going on? Her vision blurred, and when she reacted, she realized that she was in an unfamiliar space. Then, her vision blurred again. She was standing behind Meng Hang, and the huge wind blade was behind them. Its power cut a groove more than a dozen meters long into the ground behind them. At this moment, a tear of blood slowly rolled down from Meng Hang's crimson eyes. He had used Kamui, transporting Lin Luoxue to another dimension, saving her life. He hadn't wanted to expose his power so early, but he couldn't watch her die. Meng Hang, whose face was pale, took out a recovery potion and drank it. Only then did his complexion improve. He hadn't expected that transporting someone to another dimension would take so much of his energy, directly using up 2/3 of his mental power. As for the harm done by his Mangekyo Sharingan, it wasn't that obvious since this was his first time using it. Lin Luoxue stared blankly at Meng Hang, her eyes full of gratitude and shock. She never imagined that the person she was protecting earlier had saved her life. Meng Hang, did you save me just now? Meng Hang didn't turn his head back. He only said softly, I'll explain after we finish off the unborn sect remnant. The black-robed man stood frozen on the spot, his eyes filled with shock. You little bastard. What are you exactly? How can you use space abilities? Lin Luoxue, who had been transported away, didn't understand what was happening, but the black-robed man had seen the whole process clearly. Meng Hang, whose face had recovered, looked at the black-robed man and said mischievously, Come catch me. If you can catch me, I'll Lin Luoxue, who was behind him, felt a black line appear on her forehead. What was with him? Could he act seriously for once? The black-robed man, who had been strolling leisurely, was no longer calm and shouted, Old Six, attack! This little bastard is strange. Chapter 29. Terrifying Double Kamui. As soon as the words left his mouth, a figure appeared out of nowhere next to Lin Luoxue, wielding a short blade, aiming straight for her neck. It was a transformation-type ability user, a natural-born assassin. He had been lurking near the two for some time, waiting for this decisive moment. Careful. Meng Hang's expression drastically changed. He immediately activated the third gate of the 8 inner gates. His speed surged, bringing him to Lin Luoxue's side in an instant. With a strong push, he sent her flying away. As Lin Luoxue was sent flying, she saw that Meng Hang had replaced her position. The dagger that was supposed to slice through her throat was now piercing Meng Hang's neck. Meng Hang! Lin Luoxue screamed in agony midair, tears streaming from her eyes. He actually took that blow to protect me. That thought filled her mind, stirring a tremor within her heart. Thump! Lin Luoxue landed heavily in the ruins, kicking up a cloud of dust. The full force of a Void-Tier expert's attack, aimed at a vital part of Meng Hang's body. There was no way he could have survived. Ignoring the tears in her now ruined white shirt, she scrambled to her feet and prepared to fight the unborn sect members to avenge Meng Hang, even if it meant her death. But as she glanced at the spot where Meng Hang had been standing, she stopped in confusion, not quite understanding what was happening. Meng Hang was standing there unharmed, holding a long, purple blade. In contrast, the person who attacked him was lying in 2 pieces at Meng Hang's feet, drenched in blood. The black-robed man stood not far away, his face full of terror. What is going on now? Lin Luoxue's mind felt overwhelmed. Meng Hang had given her so many unbelievable shocks tonight. She was becoming numb. The scene then rewound back to the moment Lin Luoxue fell to the ground. The unborn sect assassin had an ability similar to a chameleon. He could change to match the colors of his surroundings and blend into them, making him almost undetectable. The assassin hadn't expected that Meng Hang's reaction would be so fast. He had managed to push Lin Luoxue away at the last moment, causing his attack to fail. But it didn't matter who he killed. Assassins were all about killing with one strike. Looking at Meng Hang, who was close by, the assassin smiled sinisterly. He twisted his dagger and stabbed it right into Meng Hang's carotid artery. As the dagger pierced Meng Hang's neck, the assassin's expression changed to one of sickening glee. He sucked in a deep breath, expecting to see the blood splatter on his face. But the next moment, the dagger went right through without any resistance, as if it hadn't even pierced the flesh. This made the assassin's brain momentarily freeze. "You sneaky bastard. You truly lived up to your name as Old Six." Meng Hang was furious. He hadn't noticed that there was actually someone lurking next to him. It made him feel fearful. The demon blade, Thousand Blades, instantly appeared in his hand. He seized the opportunity while Old Six was stunned and slashed down. Old Six was stunned for less than a second. The incoming blade made his scalp tingle, and the threat of death loomed over him. But Old Six was a void-tier expert, a seasoned assassin. He reacted immediately, raising his dagger to block it. Splat! Blood splashed everywhere. The purple blade in Meng Hang's hand actually chipped where it touched the dagger. But, strangely, the blade didn't split in half. It maintained its shape and slashed through Old Six. The Thousand Blades, infused with mental energy, was so sharp that it directly split Old Six in two. Whoa, this is so powerful. Meng Hang didn't expect this blade to be so sharp, taking out a late void-tier expert with a single blow. He wasn't arrogant. He knew that his victory was due to his strange abilities and the fact that the assassin had been caught off guard. The two battles may seem long in description, but it had only taken a few seconds. It was so fast that the black-robed man hadn't even had time to react before his companion's soul departed. "You little monster, what are you? What is that blade? You're playing dirty. You're cheating." The black-robed man asked loudly, hysterical, trying to hide his fear. The leader had sent them, two late void-tier experts, to deal with two high school students. One of them was a killer, skilled at assassination. They had initially felt indignant, thinking that they were being wasted. But who would have thought that this little monster would have such strange abilities? It made his heart panic. Wind Blade Barrage. The black-robed man poured all his mental energy into his ultimate move. Countless wind blades roared past, obliterating everything in their path before rushing towards Meng Hang. Boom, boom, boom. The dense wind blades slammed into Meng Hang's position as if they were free. In an instant, sand and rocks flew, and smoke and dust rose, engulfing Meng Hang's figure within it. Seeing that Meng Hang hadn't dodged, the black-robed man's face was full of glee. He laughed maniacally. "Haha, you overconfident little bastard. Even a normal universe-tier expert would avoid this attack. You actually dared to meet it head-on. You're asking to die. What did you say? It was too noisy just now. I couldn't hear you." A faint voice came from the smoke. Then the smoke slowly dissipated, revealing the figure within it. Within a 10-meter radius centered around Meng Hang, the ground had sunk by almost 5 meters. Yet, Meng Hang, who was standing in the center of the crater, was completely unharmed. Even his clothes weren't damaged. The black-robed man's laughter abruptly stopped, replaced by a fear of the unknown. Cold sweat poured down his forehead. He didn't even say a word. He just turned and ran. He had to tell the leader that SSS-grade Lin Luoxue wasn't the biggest threat. It was Meng Hang. The black-robed man was fast, and he covered several dozen meters in a few flashes. Although Meng Hang's abilities were strange, he didn't believe that the little monster could outrun his late void-tier speed. "You little bastard, you just wait. Your death is not far away. You and the entire Cloudwater City will be offered to the unborn mother." So loud even when you're running. Meng Hang jumped out of the deep pit, flicked his ears, and looked indifferent. He didn't get up to chase him. "Run? Can you even run? I already took off my pants, and this is all you're showing me?" Kamui. He activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Meng Hang's left eye focused on the black-robed man's head in the distance. Space twisted. Bang! The black-robed man, who was moving at high speed in the distance, suddenly lost his head. Blood spurted out of the broken neck like a fountain. His body moved forward a few more steps due to inertia before he collapsed onto the ground, silent. Even in death, he didn't understand how he had died. Chapter 30. The Real Objective Revealed. After dealing with the two unborn sect members, Meng Hang's face was pale, and he staggered as he deactivated his powers. He painfully pulled out another recovery potion and drank it. Only then did his complexion improve. Using Kamui consumed too much mental energy. Each time he opened a space to send someone into another dimension, it drained him completely. "It seems like I need to prepare more recovery potions in the future." Then his eyes lit up as he thought of something. Meng Hang first went to the side of Old Six. Without any hesitation, he removed the spatial ring on his right hand. Then he picked up the dagger that had fallen nearby and put it in the spatial ring. This dagger was clearly a spiritual artifact. Meng Hang would not miss out on it. Then, he happily ran out several dozen meters and took the black robe's spatial ring before going back to Lin Luoxue. At this moment, Lin Luoxue hadn't recovered from the shock. She was staring at Meng Hang blankly. Meng Hang waved his hand in front of her eyes and said, "Although I'm handsome, you don't need to stare at me like that. If you can't get enough of me, I can reluctantly go home with you so you can see me all you want." Lin Luoxue didn't care about Meng Hang's teasing. She mechanically reached out and pinched his arm. "Ouch!" Meng Hang cried out and jumped several meters back in pain. "Lin Luoxue, are you crazy? I just saved you, and now you're pinching me. You're killing the donkey after it did the work. Wait, that's like calling myself a donkey. Lin Luoxue, you're biting the hand that feeds you." Meng Hang scolded loudly. At this moment, Lin Luoxue's eyes regained their focus. She nodded, muttering to herself, "He feels pain. So this isn't a dream? Hiss, if this isn't a dream, then why does it feel so unbelievable?" Then, Lin Luoxue looked at Meng Hang with a pair of watery eyes, looking shocked. "Meng Hang, tell me the truth. What ability did you awaken?" This is a long story. Let me cut to the chase. It's like this." Boom, boom. Just as Meng Hang was thinking about how to dodge the question, a few explosions came from the distance, attracting their attention. They then discovered that not just the area near them had been reduced to ruins. Looking around, fires were rising into the sky everywhere in Cloudwater City. Lin Luoxue's expression changed drastically. She exclaimed, "Has the unborn sect launched an all-out attack on the city? Have they lost their minds?" Meng Hang found that the loudest explosions were coming from the sky. He couldn't help but look up. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions were deafening, but all Meng Hang could see was the light from the collision of abilities in the pitch-black sky. He couldn't see exactly what was happening. Sharingan. Out of curiosity, Meng Hang used his Sharingan to look at the sky again. With the Sharingan's powerful dynamic vision, he could finally see two figures attacking each other at speeds invisible to the naked eye. The flashes of light were the aftereffects of their collisions. Hiss. Feeling the power of the two, Meng Hang couldn't help but gasp. Without a doubt, these two must be experts above the universe tier. Universe tier experts were terrifyingly strong. After another collision, the two finally separated and stood in the air, facing each other. One of them was a plump figure holding a thin, long sword. Meng Hang immediately recognized the person as the city lord of Cloudwater City, Zhao Sanpeng. The other person was a beardless, young man with an effeminate face. The young man was thin, but he was holding a huge broadsword. Meng Hang almost thought that the two had swapped weapons during the battle. Zhao Sanpeng looked at the fires burning below, and he smiled coldly. "Unborn sect fiends, I didn't expect that you'd dare to attack Cloudwater City. Today, I'll make sure that you won't escape this place alive." Choguang's face looked quite unpleasant. Although, on the outside, their strength appeared to be evenly matched, he knew that his own strength was slightly weaker than Zhao, the fat pig. "Hee, fatty Zhao, don't just talk big. Let's see what you can do." "Very well, very well, very well. Choguang, let's settle our scores today." Sky opening. Zhao Sanpeng roared. The long sword in his hand emitted a dazzling light. As he swung his sword, the sword energy carried a world-destroying aura as if it would truly cut the sky in half, heading straight for Choguang. Feeling the powerful sword energy, Choguang's expression became solemn. He didn't dare to be careless. He circulated all his mental energy throughout his body, and his muscles expanded, transforming the skinny youth into a giant of 3 meters tall. Choguang gripped his broadsword with both hands and slashed. Soul-cutting. The blade energy also had enormous power, meeting the incoming sword energy. The blade and sword energies collided in midair, creating a huge flash of light that lit up the entire sky for a moment. The aftershock spread in all directions. Even Meng Hang's clothes, who was far from the battle, were fluttering from the energy. The next moment, the blade energy dissipated, and the sword energy continued, carrying the remaining energy, heading towards Choguang. Choguang's expression changed drastically. He quickly raised his sword to block. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. He fell from the sky like a cannonball and crashed into the ruins on the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Choguang was lying in the ruins, coughing up 2 more mouthfuls of blood. Looking up at Zhao Sanpang, who was looking down at him from the sky, his eyes strangely revealed a sly look. He mustered the last of his remaining mental energy into his chest and shouted, "The time has come! Activate the formation!" Cho Guang's voice was deafening, echoing throughout the entire Cloudwater City like a chant. Hu, hu, hu. As soon as he finished speaking, howling sounds came out of nowhere. Dark mist appeared in the surrounding areas of Cloudwater City, engulfing the entire city. Seeing this scene, Zhao Sanpang's face changed drastically, and the veins on his forehead bulged. 10,000 Ghosts Blood Refinement Formation. Cho Guang, you actually want to refine the millions of people in Cloudwater City? Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? Cho Guang didn't care about his question. Our unborn sect only acknowledges the unborn mother. We've never believed in any divine retribution. I've killed countless people in my life, and I'm still living a great life today. Then I will punish you on behalf of heaven today. With that, Zhao Sanpang slashed his sword towards Cho Guang. Seeing Zhao Sanpang attacking him, Cho Guang's expression finally changed drastically. He shouted, "Crimson Blood Demon King, what are you waiting for? Are you really going to wait until I die before making a move? Hee. How could this king allow you to die? I'm still waiting for you to present the Crimson Blood Pill." As soon as these words were spoken, all the people of Cloudwater City, including Zhao Sanpang, felt an unnamed pressure. It was so strong that they couldn't even breathe. Chapter 31. The Terrifying Crimson Blood Demon King. The words had barely left his mouth when the already dark sky was suddenly filled with storm clouds, and lightning flashed. Within these clouds, 2 beams of crimson light appeared, like a pair of blood moons. Below, both the people of the Supreme Teachings and those of Cloudwater City stopped what they were doing, staring blankly at the sky. What is that in the sky? Why are there a pair of blood moons? An ominous sign has appeared, surely a harbinger of great misfortune, someone exclaimed in alarm. But before anyone could figure out what was looming overhead, an enormous snake head emerged from the clouds, coldly surveying the scene below. And those blood moons were simply the giant serpent's eyes. A demon beast invasion. The crowd cried out in terror, scattering in all directions. The entire city was engulfed in an atmosphere of panic. Over the years, Cloudwater City had experienced demon beast attacks before, even a beast tide or 2. But none of them had ever brought such a sense of overwhelming pressure. The serpent's dozens of meters-long body, vaguely visible in the clouds, resembled a true dragon weaving clouds and making rain. Unfortunately, it wasn't a bringer of auspicious rain. It was a demon come to reap the lives of Cloudwater City's people. The giant snake that had emerged opened its maw, revealing a bloody cavern, and a powerful suction force emanated from the sky. The ground started to churn with flying sand and stones, like a typhoon, uprooting trees and sending them skyward. Countless people were also drawn to the heavens by this force. Some desperately clung to nearby buildings, trying to resist the pull, but it was useless. They could only watch helplessly as they and the buildings were sucked into the air. The Crimson Blood Demon King's maw was like a bottomless black hole, indiscriminately devouring everything. With just this one gulp, nearly 100 people were swallowed whole. The threat posed by high-level demon beasts to humans was evident. A single breath cost so many lives. Zhao Sanpang, witnessing the scene, was livid, his teeth grinding together. He roared at the sky, "You are that crimson blood serpent from back then. You dare show yourself again. Aren't you afraid the martial king will cleave you in 2, you beast?" The Crimson Blood Demon King, having swallowed hundreds of lives, belched contentedly, fully emerging from the clouds and slowly descending to the ground. Only then could people clearly see that the serpent was tens of meters long and as tall as a multi-story building. Upon landing, the Crimson Blood Demon King merely swished its tail, instantly toppling the nearby high-rise buildings into a field of ruins. People near the buildings desperately fled, but countless were crushed by falling debris. Strangely, the blood of all who died did not seep into the ground. Instead, it was drawn upward by an unseen force, coalescing into a single, scarlet blood orb. Dark fog enveloped the sky, and the wails of countless ghosts filled the air. The ground was desolate, strewn with corpses. Cloudwater City had become a living hell. Zhao Sanpang's eyes burned with rage. Seeing the city he was sworn to protect turned into this, his heart bled. "You monster! You'll die for this!" he cried out. Although Zhao Sanpang could see that the Crimson Blood Serpent was already a 5th-level demon beast, he showed no fear. The usual slovenly demeanor of Zhao Sanpang vanished, replaced by the air of a warrior heading into a battle from which he might not return. With a flash, Zhao Sanpang appeared next to the Crimson Blood Demon King, channeling his spiritual power into his longsword and thrusting it directly at the serpent's body. The Crimson Blood Demon King looked at the human like an ant, his triangular eyes full of derision. "How dare a firefly try to outshine the moon?" he seemed to say. "How could a mere Earth-level ability user compare to a mighty 5th-level demon beast?" Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed in the air. To Zhao Sanpang's shock, his usually invincible spiritual weapon only produced a few sparks when it struck the serpent's scales, leaving a shallow white mark. "You're just an ant," the Crimson Blood Demon King sneered, his massive tail sweeping towards him with earth-shattering force. Sensing the power of the strike, Zhao Sanpang dared not meet it head-on. He dodged the attack with a series of quick movements. Boom! When the tail slammed into the ground, the entire area shook. Zhao Sanpang couldn't imagine what it would have been like to have been struck directly. He pulled several recovery potions from his storage space. Normally, he was too miserly to use them unless absolutely necessary, but now he downed them like they were free. Opening the heavens. Having dodged the Crimson Blood Demon King's strike, Zhao Sanpang knew that ordinary methods wouldn't be enough to hurt it, so he unleashed his strongest technique. A sword beam shot out, its power tearing through space as it struck the massive Crimson Blood Demon King. Piss it. Blood splattered as the serpent's tough scales were sliced open, leaving a gaping wound from which blood gushed. "You insect! You have a death wish." The Crimson Blood Demon King was furious that a mere Earth-level human had dared to wound him. Arg! A roar of rage ripped through the air, the sound waves spreading in all directions. Ah! Bang! Bang! Hearing the roar, countless people clutched their ears, collapsing to their knees in agony. But even that could not withstand the sound wave's tremendous power. Heads burst open, one after another. The blood of those who died converged into the scarlet orb in the sky, making its color even more vivid. The Crimson Blood Demon King looked at Zhao Sanpang, his eyes cold. Suddenly, a dark beam of light flashed from its mouth, striking Zhao Sanpang's chest. The beam was so fast, he only became aware of it when it was upon him, leaving no time to react. "So this is it. I've failed the people of Cloudwater City," he thought. In that moment, a single tear ran down his cheek, not out of fear for his own imminent death, but out of guilt for failing to protect the millions in Cloudwater City. Divine might? At that moment, a faint voice echoed in his ear. When he opened his eyes, he found himself standing next to a young man. The place where he had been just a moment ago was now a bottomless pit, corroded by poison, with wisps of violet smoke rising from it. Zhao Sanpang couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his brow, a wave of fear washing over him. Simultaneously, he was shocked by the young man's strength. To easily save him from a 5th-level demon beast, and to seemingly possess the extremely rare spatial ability, he couldn't help but wonder when such an incredible person had appeared in Cloudwater City. However, due to the dim light, he couldn't clearly make out the young man's face. He could only cup his fist in a respectful gesture and say, "Thank you for saving my life. I, Zhao Sanpang, will forever remember your kindness. It's no problem. Just remember to compensate me with 100 or 200,000 spirit cores later." Hearing the lazy tone, Zhao Sanpang's mouth fell open. His eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. In disbelief, he yelled, "Meng Hang?" Chapter 32. A fire sale on Six Paths Power. Meng Hang was equally helpless. When he saw the terrifying demon beast, his first thought was to run as far away as possible. A demon beast of that level was not something a low Earth-level trash like him could fight. Use divine might? The range of spatial distortion he could achieve now was like using an ear spoon to scrape flesh off himself. Meng Hang figured that even if he used divine might nonstop, it would at most blind himself and maybe make the demon beast feel a little pain. As for Susanoo, he felt that if he really used that technique, defeating the demon serpent would not be a problem. But with his pitiful spiritual energy, if he dared to use it, he'd end up painting a big flower in the sky by exploding his head. Ding! System initiated. Help Zhao Sanpang hunt the Crimson Blood Demon King. Success. Reward. 13 deadly slashes. Failure. Forfeit. Sharingan. Both divine might. Meng Hang, who was about to flee, froze, his face so dark you could almost squeeze water out of it. System, UXXXX? Meng Hang unleashed a string of curses, berating the system's entire lineage, although he didn't know if it actually had one. A tyrannical contract. A blatant tyrannical contract. He was an Earth-level ability user being forced to participate in a battle against a high-level ability user? Meng Hang seriously doubted whether his 2 pounds of flesh were enough to even fill the gaps between the Crimson Blood Demon King's teeth. Hey, wait a second, old buddy. I'm not done yet. The system calmly interrupted Meng Hang's tirade. Considering the vast difference between you and the Demon Serpent, this system is now offering a promotional fire sale. Not $99.98. Not $998. Now only $98. Only $98. Take the 6 Paths Power Trial card home with you. 98 points of killing points. Can't lose out. Can't be tricked. Allows you to experience invincibility. Holy crap. Is that even a thing? Are you a monkey on drugs? Listening to the system's impassioned sales pitch, Meng Hang's eyes glazed over. Once again, he was amazed by this bizarre system. He checked his kill points. He had exactly 100. These were the reward for killing the 2 no-rank disciples of the Supreme Teachings earlier. Buddy, I'm really thankful. You even left me 2 kill points, Meng Hang said, tears in his eyes. He looked like he was heartbroken, but inside he was actually ecstatic. That was 6 Paths Power. With 6 Paths Power, he was confident he could activate Susanoo. What was it like to sit atop a mountain of treasure but not be able to spend it? Meng Hang had been itching for so long to finally feel it. He didn't hesitate. He immediately accepted the system's temptation. Luoxue, you go home first. I'm going to go help City Lord Zhao. What? You're going to help the City Lord? Lin Luoxue, upon hearing Meng Hang's words, was shocked, her face drained of color. She quickly advised, are you crazy? I admit that you're strong now, and you can kill 2 no-rank ability users in a blink. But the battle there is not something we can participate in. That's a 5th-level demon beast. Meng Hang looked at Lin Luoxue's anxious face and inwardly sighed. Do you think I don't know that? It's just that I've been saddled with this unreliable system. Although that was what he thought inside, his expression showed a sense of righteousness. He glanced around at Cloudwater City, which had already been mostly reduced to ruins, and his eyes were full of sadness. Cloudwater City raised me for 18 years, and now the demon beast has ruined it, and I am powerless to stop it. My heart is filled with guilt. A man should stand between heaven and earth and do what is right. Since I've encountered this matter, I must contribute what little strength I have, even if it means sacrificing my life. Meng Hang's words of righteousness moved Lin Luoxue to tears. Meng Hang, I never thought you were such a selfless and noble person. Compared to you, I'm far too lacking. Meng Hang, whose skin was as thick as a city wall, was rather pleased with Lin Luoxue's praise. Still, his face remained serious. My goal is to be a noble person, a selfless person, someone who rises above vulgarity. The system's voice echoed in Meng Hang's mind. Meng Hang, you're a real dog. Can't you be any more shameless? Dog, damn, I didn't expect you to be such a top member of my family. I can't even keep up. Lin Luoxue, hearing his words, bit her lip and decided, I'll go with you. Meng Hang quickly waved his hand, interrupting her. No way, Missy. You'll only be walking straight into your death. You saw earlier that I awakened a spatial ability, so even if I can't win, I can run. If you go, I'll have to worry about you. Lin Luoxue pouted, feeling terribly wronged. She was a genius with an SSS-level ability, so why was Meng Hang making her sound so useless? However, upon thinking about it, what he said wasn't wrong. If she went, she would only be a burden. Okay then, you must be careful, she said, pausing before continuing, as if she'd made up her mind. If you can come back alive, I promise you a little surprise. What kind of surprise? You'll know when the time comes. Meng Hang didn't linger. He activated the 8 Gates released formation, using all his strength to rush toward the battle between Zhao Sanpang and the Crimson Blood Demon King. Watching Meng Hang's retreating back, Lin Luoxue's eyes were filled with longing. You must come back. The events of that night played out in her mind. Meng Hang didn't care about his own danger, pushing her out of the way. He stood before her, his tall figure filling her with a sense of security. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Luoxue's heart was quietly opening up to Meng Hang. Along the way, Meng Hang's face turned grim. On both sides of the road lay bodies, crushed by falling buildings, or their heads shattered by the Crimson Blood Demon King's roar. A man was kneeling on the ground, crying out his wife's name, while children were helplessly searching for their parents in the ruins. These horrifying scenes gripped Meng Hang's heart like an invisible hand. You deserve to die. Meng Hang's eyes flashed with endless killing intent, and he increased his speed once again. When he arrived at the scene of the battle, he just caught the scene of the dark beam striking Zhao Sanpang. Mangekyo Sharingan, activate. Divine Might. Without any time to think, Meng Hang focused his gaze directly on Zhao Sanpang and, at the last possible moment, teleported him next to him. Zhao Sanpang, seeing that it was Meng Hang who had appeared, was initially slightly stunned, then his face changed. Kid, what are you doing here? I'll hold it off, you go. Although Meng Hang's spatial ability surprised him, he couldn't allow Meng Hang to put himself in danger. It would be even more terrible if such a genius were to die here. Ignoring Zhao Sanpang, Meng Hang stared at the massive creature in the distance, coldly saying, "You little mud skipper, you're looking to die." Chapter 33. So you don't like being called a mud skipper? Eh? A mud skipper? Zhao Sanpang, who stood nearby, looked at Meng Hang as if he were a monster. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that this young man would dare to call a 5th-level demon king a mud skipper. Are young people today all this arrogant? Zhao Sanpang thought inappropriately. He couldn't fathom what gave Meng Hang the confidence to say such a thing. If the system knew what Zhao Sanpang was thinking, it would proudly declare, "I did." Zhao Sanpang hurriedly stepped forward and covered Meng Hang's mouth, fearing that he would say something else to provoke the Crimson Blood Demon King. It wasn't that he was afraid Meng Hang would anger the Crimson Blood Demon King and implicate him. Rather, he was afraid that a furious attack would be something he couldn't withstand, and then Meng Hang wouldn't have the chance to run away. The blood of this generation of youths should be spilled on the front lines, not here. The Crimson Blood Demon King was also stunned by Meng Hang's casual remark. Me? A 5th-level demon beast? Tens of meters long? And this tiny, 1.8-meter ant calls me a mud skipper? Where does your confidence come from? It was somewhat intimidated by Meng Hang's calm demeanor, and it started to suspect that Cloudwater City was hiding a master of the Cosmos tier or higher. Otherwise, why would he dare speak to it like this? It was already prepared to turn and run if that was the case. It had managed to escape from that man back then. It was quite confident in its running skills. However, when it used its massive spiritual power to scan Meng Hang, its expression became comical. Nanny? Earth? Earth tier? The Crimson Blood Demon King seriously doubted its eyes. It used its spiritual power again to check. Still Earth tier? This time, it was absolutely sure that it hadn't made a mistake. The Crimson Blood Demon King laughed, a laugh born of extreme rage. Mud skipper? How many years had it been since someone dared to call it that? It recalled that the last person who called it that was that madman. Back then, it was forced to flee with its tail between its legs when that madman chased it. Well, maybe not a dog, a snake. At the time, it had not dared to retort. It had just fled desperately like a stray snake. That madman called me a mud skipper, and I couldn't retort, but why would a trash like you with the Earth tier dare to? A humiliation that had been suppressed for many years, along with the anger, was all released with Meng Hang's one sentence. You are the ant. Your whole family are ants. I will make you die. The Crimson Blood Demon King's eyes glowed crimson, and it opened its maw and lunged at Meng Hang. It was going to crush this bastard who dared to call it a mud skipper in the most primal way. The stinking wind hit him full in the face. Zhao Sanpang's face turned pale as he reached out to drag Meng Hang away. System. Redeem 6 paths power. All right, buddy. In an instant, an overwhelming power filled his entire body. An incomparably powerful aura suddenly emanated from Meng Hang, causing the still air around him to whip into a gale. Zhao Sanpang, who was about to grab Meng Hang, was thrown back by a huge force, flying over 10 meters and landing heavily on the ground. Feeling the pressure coming from Meng Hang, Zhao Sanpang was utterly shocked. This isn't what an Earth tier is supposed to feel like. What's going on? Was this kid just pretending to be weak? And that wasn't all. Before he could recover from his shock, the scene that followed was like a thunderclap going off in his head, making his scalp tingle. With the support of the 6 paths power, Meng Hang's spiritual power instantly multiplied many times over. His spiritual world transformed into a vast ocean. A pale blue flame erupted from Meng Hang, quickly forming the shape of a huge skeleton. But it didn't stop there. The skeleton continued to expand, and its exterior started to grow blue-tinted flesh. In the end, it became a great Tengu, nearly 100 meters tall, clad in armor with wings on its back. Note: this is a reference to a popular Chinese web novel trope. If this is inconsistent with the original material, apologies. Compared to the fully formed Susanoo at nearly 100 meters tall, the Crimson Blood Demon King, with its tens of meters, now resembled a mud skipper. I freaking. He was stunned. Completely stunned. Zhao Sanpeng's fat face turned red. His eyes were wide. His mouth was gaping open, and his hair was standing on end with shock. What kind of ability was this? What kind of operation was this? Was it a divine manifestation? What kind of ability user could manifest such a gigantic divine form? The appearance of the Susanoo shocked the entire Cloudwater City. The civilians who were still fleeing and crying all stared blankly up at the massive figure, confused about the appearance of yet another enormous being. Lin Luoxue, who was hurrying home, also noticed the phenomenon, and her face showed shock. For some reason, she had a feeling that the giant was somehow related to Meng Hang. She shook her head, forcefully suppressing that unrealistic thought. How is that even possible? This extraordinary being can't possibly be something Meng Hang can summon. Meng Hang looked at the pale blue flames around him. Feeling the endless energy surging within his body, he was in awe. As expected of the fully formed Susanoo, the style is so high. He then looked at the Crimson Blood Demon King, trembling below, his eyes full of derision. What's wrong? Don't you like being called a mud skipper? The Crimson Blood Demon King was also stunned. It didn't understand why things had changed so quickly. It had clearly been an Earth-tier ant, but now it was something that it looked up to. Hearing Meng Hang's question, a strange, human-like fawning expression appeared on its menacing face. A great man? No, a great demon king, should be able to bend as circumstances dictate. Keeping his life was what mattered most. Yes, you were right, I am just a mud skipper. If you are not satisfied, I can make myself even smaller. After speaking, the Crimson Blood Demon King actually shrunk itself a little more. Zhao Sanpeng, listening to the conversation between the man and the beast with a blank expression, felt like he had an army of grass-mud horses trampling over his heart. Hey, you're a 5th-level demon beast. Where's your demon king dignity? Do you have no shame? Meng Hang was also speechless at its shamelessness. He thought he was pretty shameless, but it turns out this serpent was even more shameless than he was. At that moment, a glint of coldness flashed in the Crimson Blood Demon King's triangular eyes. It didn't believe that just because it was giving in, Meng Hang would let it go. What had happened today could not be forgiven. Better to strike first. Countless pale violet energies converged in its mouth, forming a huge violet sphere. You don't know when to quit. Meng Hang scoffed. A shuriken appeared in the Susanoo's hand, and it hurled it towards the Crimson Blood Demon King. Divine Might Shuriken. Just as the violet energy ball was fully formed, the shuriken arrived in front of the serpent. The space around the shuriken began to twist as it hit the demon beast, and surprisingly, the energy ball, along with the Crimson Blood Demon King's head, were transferred into an unseen space.
Passive.
A thick column of blood gushed out, shooting straight into the sky, turning into a bloody rain that fell on the ground. Thump! The demon serpent's corpse, no longer supported by its strength, landed heavily on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust several meters high. A 5th-level demon king, equivalent to a Cosmos-tier expert, was instantly killed by Meng Hang just like that. At this moment, Meng Hang, controlling the great Tengu form of the Susanoo, hovered in the air. He was truly like a demon descending from the heavens, a god of the mortal world. This Susanoo was amazing. Chapter 34. Using my points to play mahjong? Qiu Guang, hiding in a nearby corner, felt like he was dreaming. A 5th-level demon beast died so easily? I'm dreaming. This must be a dream, he mumbled. His eyes filled with terror. Run. I have to run. Where had the spirited Qiu Guang gone? Now he just wanted to sneak away like a stray dog. But his actions were seen by Zhao Sanpeng, who was instantly furious. Beast, you think you can escape? The supreme teachings colluded with demon beasts to slaughter our people. Today you will all die without exception. None of you will escape. With that, he pointed his long sword straight at Qiu Guang's throat. Qiu Guang was already terrified out of his wits by the 100-meter-tall Susanoo. He no longer had any desire to fight. He only wanted to run away. He didn't dare to meet Zhao Sanpeng's attack head-on. Meng Hang, standing on the Susanoo's head, was still savoring the power the Six Paths power had given him. He was a bit disappointed. This was just a one-time experience. If he had the Six Paths power permanently, he would be able to kill anyone who stood in his way. The movements on Zhao Sanpeng's side caught his attention. When he saw that Zhao Sanpeng's longsword was about to pierce Qiu Guang, a thought occurred to him. Based on the fight between the two of them earlier, he could tell that the guy from the Supreme Teachings was at least the same level as Zhao Sanpeng, a universe-level expert. And what did that mean? Points. This was a huge pile of kill points. How could Meng Hang possibly watch as the points that were right at his fingertips slipped away? Stealing kills was what he was best at. Divine might. The next moment, Qiu Guang's headless body fell to the ground, lifeless. Hiss. Zhao Sanpeng sucked in a breath of cold air. It wasn't that his head had been twisted off, but he still felt chills crawling up his spine. Of course he knew that it was Meng Hang who twisted off Qiu Guang's head, but this ability of Meng Hang's was too bizarre. Zhao Sanpeng put himself in that situation and thought that if he faced that attack, he wasn't confident he could dodge it. What in the world is this kid? Hee. Points acquired. Just as Meng Hang was gleefully counting his gains, he felt a sudden emptiness all over his body. The Six Paths Power's trial time had run out. At the same time, without the support of the Six Paths Power's massive spiritual power, the Susanoo form instantly vanished. That's it. Meng Hang was shocked. From the activation of the Six Paths Power to the defeat of the Crimson Blood Demon King, it had only been a few minutes. His 100 points could only be used for such a short time? He then felt his feet give way, and his body instantly started to fall. Only now did he remember that he was 100 meters in the air. Now that he no longer had Susanoo, wouldn't he be smashed into a pulp if he fell? Divine Might. Meng Hang quickly activated Divine Might, wanting to teleport himself to another space. But he realized to his dismay that even though he had used the Six Paths Power, the battle had exhausted all of his spiritual power. He no longer had enough energy to open a spatial rift to teleport. System, you're an asshole. Why didn't you tell me that the Six Paths Power would have such a short time limit? You're trying to trick me, aren't you? 8-1. Pong. The system's calm voice sounded inside Meng Hang's head. PLA, playing mahjong? Who are you playing mahjong with, you freaking system? Meng Hang, falling at a rapid speed, felt an army of grass-mud horses trampling through his heart. I'm just saying, buddy, what did you expect for 98 kill points? I was being very generous, okay? As expected, you get what you pay for. Meng Hang cursed inwardly. Buddy, you need to start earning kill points. At your current amount, you don't even have enough to cover my losses in a single mahjong game. What? You're using my kill points to play mahjong? This time Meng Hang was truly shocked. He felt like he'd stumbled on some secret. The system, realizing it had let something slip, didn't say another word, no matter how much Meng Hang asked. Meng Hang was still rapidly falling, but unfortunately, he hadn't reached the universe tier yet, so he couldn't fly. Universe tier? Flying in the air? Meng Hang's eyes lit up. He yelled at Zhao Sanpeng, City Lord, help! I can't fly. Zhao Sanpeng stared at Meng Hang, who was falling, his mouth twitching. You just killed a 5th-level demon beast in a blink, and then a second ago you killed a universe tier expert. Now you're telling me you can't fly? If you can't fly, then I definitely shouldn't be able to, right? I feel like I'm even less qualified to fly. That was what he thought, but Zhao Sanpeng didn't dare to hesitate. If this great expert was to actually fall to his death, he would become a sinner for the ages. He took a step forward, his body rising into the air, and in a blink, he arrived at Meng Hang's side, grabbed his arm, and gently landed him on the ground. When Zhao Sanpeng set him down, Meng Hang immediately collapsed to the ground, like a dead dog. City Lord, my spiritual power is severely depleted. Quickly, get me 2 recovery potions. When Zhao Sanpeng heard this, his small, mung bean eyes began to spin around cunningly. Didn't I give you 10 bottles a few days ago? You can use those. Mine were all used up in the battle earlier. What the hell? Meng Hang was furious, his tone rising several decibels. I don't believe you. You're the City Lord. You're telling me that you're short of recovery potions? Even though I'm the City Lord, I still have to spend money to buy recovery potions from the Heavenly Treasure Trading House, Zhao Sanpeng pitifully replied. Hearing this, Meng Hang's anger grew. So the reason why Zhao Sanpeng wouldn't give him any recovery potions wasn't because he didn't have them. He was just stingy about his money. Hey, old Zhao, you're being a bit unfair. I saved your life and helped Cloudwater City get rid of a 5th-level demon beast, and this is how you treat me? Zhao Sanpeng had nothing to say in response. He could only painfully pull 2 recovery potions from his storage space and hand them over to Meng Hang. All right then, I asked for 2, and you actually gave me 2. Meng Hang cursed in his heart, but he didn't hesitate to place one of the potions in his spatial ring. He gulped the other one down in one breath. Seeing this, Zhao Sanpeng's forehead was covered in black lines. He thought to himself that he'd finally met his match today. Several hours later, with the Crimson Blood Demon King dead and the Supreme Teachings leader beheaded, the remaining members of the Supreme Teachings were like a flock of headless chickens. They were quickly surrounded and killed by Zhao Sanpeng and his city guard. Without the Supreme Teachings controlling it, the myriad ghost blood refining formation outside of Cloudwater City lost its effectiveness. The dark fog that covered the city dissipated along with the ghostly howls. Although things had settled down, Meng Hang, standing in the ruins, still felt deep sorrow when he looked at the displaced refugees. Before, he had heard countless people talk about the dangers of demon beasts and the sins of the Supreme Teachings. But as someone who had crossed over from a peaceful world, he had never truly seen those things. He couldn't feel the same way that the people of this world did. It wasn't until this day, looking at the city that had been ravaged as if by a natural disaster, that he truly understood why humanity was locked in an eternal struggle with demon beasts. Chapter 35. Lousy Rewards. The Supreme Teachings, in collusion with the 5th-level Demon King, attacked Cloudwater City, resulting in the deaths of thousands of civilians, the displacement of countless people, and nationwide shock. It had been many years since the Dragon Kingdom had experienced such a catastrophic disaster. The Dragon Kingdom's top brass was furious, and they issued orders to hunt down the remaining members of the Supreme Teachings and sweep the demon beasts. Countless experts were dispatched, sweeping the demon beasts from the mountains outside major cities. All universe-level demon beasts or above were eliminated. For a time, the whole country was in an uproar, and the Supreme Teachings were like rats crossing the street, with everyone shouting for their heads. In a short month, numerous branch strongholds throughout the country were uprooted, suffering heavy losses. But that's all in the future. The next day, Meng Hang woke up early after a night's rest. However, when he opened his eyes, he was shocked to discover that his 5.2 vision was now a little nearsighted. This result was enough to break Meng Hang out in a cold sweat. The side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan were indeed terrifying. It was good that he hadn't used it too often, or he might go blind one day. From now on, I should try not to use the Sharingan unless absolutely necessary. Meng Hang thought with lingering fear. Oh, right, I haven't checked the reward for killing the Crimson Blood Demon King yet. System, quickly give me the reward. Ding. Reward has been distributed. Please check. The system's voice sounded in Meng Hang's mind. 13 deadly slashes, unparalleled blade technique. 1 slash will shock heaven and earth. 2 slashes will make ghosts and gods weep. 3 slashes will allow PDD to clear the jungle. 13 slashes, and even gods will fall from the heavens. 13 deadly slashes? What the heck is that? What age is this? Giving it such a lame name. But if 3 slashes can help PDD clear the jungle, then it must be pretty awesome. When the system issued the quest last night, Meng Hang only focused on how to kill the Crimson Blood Demon King, so he had no time to care about the reward. Now seeing the reward, Meng Hang felt a huge disappointment. He had originally thought he would get something like the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan or Hashirama Cells. Lame? Your whole family is lame. Hearing Meng Hang's disdainful tone, the system angrily retorted. What do you know? This is a technique I created after being inspired by Douyin, using all my heart and effort. You actually call it lame? What the heck? You created the blade technique? I fought a 5th-level demon beast last night, risking my life, and the reward I get is a technique you created? When Meng Hang learned that the reward was something the system created, he immediately refused to accept it. Rest assured, anything the system makes is top quality. Meng Hang didn't want to argue any further about this, and happily opened the kill point store. I killed a 5th-level Demon King and a universe-level ability user yesterday, so that's a lot of points. Self-reliance leads to wealth and comfort. I still have to rely on myself? Looking at the 2 kill points in the kill point shop, Meng Hang nodded in satisfaction. Wait a minute. Why were there still only 2 kill points? Meng Hang suddenly realized what had happened, and his eyes filled with anger. System, get your ass out here. Where are my points? Points? What points? The system asked innocently. Don't play dumb with me. What about the points I earned from killing the Crimson Blood Demon King and the Supreme Teachings ability user yesterday? Hey buddy, you're really dreaming. You only killed them with the 6 paths power. It wasn't by your own strength, so why should you get any points? What? That's a complete fallacy. So what if I use the 6 paths power? I was the one who killed them in the end. You didn't say I couldn't use external power back then. Hearing what the system said, Meng Hang immediately got angry and started yelling. Did I not say that back then? Mahjong is really distracting. The system said, a little guilty, mumbling to itself where Meng Hang couldn't hear, before saying in a serious tone, it didn't before, but now I'm saying it does? What? You can do that? All rights of interpretation belong to this system. Meng Hang was so angry that he started laughing. He said, through gritted teeth, fine, fine. You're great, you're so noble. An hour later, Meng Hang was standing in front of an ancient-style building. His argument with the system had ended with the system winning by being shameless. After all, Monopoly was the truth, and Meng Hang couldn't just drag it out and beat it up. So, he changed his approach and came directly to Zhao Sanpeng's mansion, ready to scam him and make back all the losses he suffered at the hands of the system. Knock, knock, knock. After waiting for a while, Zhao Sanpeng finally opened the door, his eyes still heavy with sleep. Who is it? Who's knocking on the door so early? Zhao Sanpeng said impatiently. Last night's battle had left him exhausted. After the battle, he had stayed up all night, holding meetings, researching plans for the refugees, and for the city's reconstruction. He had just closed his eyes for a short rest when he was woken up by knocking at the door. He was stunned when he saw that the person was Meng Hang and then curiously asked, Meng Hang, what are you doing here? Come on in. Zhao Sanpeng moved his fat body to the side, inviting Meng Hang in. Meng Hang didn't beat around the bush when he entered the house. He rubbed his hands together and said with a grin, Hey, old Zhao, I'm here today for a little thing. Meng Hang had already figured out what kind of person Zhao Sanpeng was last night. His lofty image as a city lord had instantly vanished, so he wasn't going to be polite with him today. Zhao Sanpeng had black lines appear on his forehead when he was called Old Zhao by an 18 or 19-year-old student. But after witnessing Meng Hang's power last night, he didn't dare say anything. I'm mainly here for one thing. The tens or hundreds of thousands of spirit cores you promised me yesterday. Can you give them to me? Hearing this, Zhao Sanpeng's sleepy eyes instantly opened wide. Kid, don't talk nonsense. When did I ever promise to give you spirit cores? Besides, even if I sell the entire Cloudwater City, I wouldn't be able to gather so many spirit cores. Seeing that Zhao Sanpeng wasn't admitting it, Meng Hang clutched at his heart, pretending to be grief-stricken and said, I fought for Cloudwater City. I even saved you last night, and this is how you treat the hero who saved Cloudwater City. Zhao Sanpeng was speechless. How shameless can someone be, to come up and call himself a hero? He thought, but in the end, it was true that Meng Hang had saved the entire city, so Zhao Sanpeng gritted his teeth, as if he had made a big decision. All right then, I'll reward you with 5 spirit cores. How many? Meng Hang immediately jumped up, angrily glaring at the stingy old coot. I fought for Cloudwater City. I even saved your life. And you're just trying to get rid of me with 5 spirit cores? Okay, fine. 10. No, 50. Why don't you go rob someone? 15. 45. After some haggling, Zhao Sanpeng finally agreed to give Meng Hang 20 spirit cores, plus 10 recovery potions and 2 jade essence pills. The jade essence pills were also very valuable. They contained a large amount of wood-based energy that could quickly repair body injuries. Meng Hang, satisfied, waved goodbye to Zhao Sanpeng, who looked like he was on the verge of death, and said, City Lord, go on back now. Don't catch a cold this early in the morning. Zhao Sanpeng stood at the door, grinding his teeth as he stared at Meng Hang's retreating back. His hands were clenched into fists so tight they were cracking. This was a huge loss. Kid, if you don't bring glory to Cloudwater City at this year's college entrance examination, just watch how I deal with you. Chapter 36. Leaving the city. After leaving Zhao Sanpeng's mansion, Meng Hang didn't go home. He had already prepared what he needed, so he went straight to the city gates. Just as he was leaving the city, a video appeared on the internet and quickly spread. At the beginning of the video was a scene of a massive demon serpent with crimson eyes emerging from the clouds. Those red moon-like eyes and that huge body, vaguely visible in the dark clouds, gave people an endless sense of pressure even through a screen. Holy crap, is that the demon beast that attacked Cloudwater City last night? It's so huge. A 5th-level demon beast, equivalent to a Cosmos-level expert. So terrifying. I really admire the person recording the video. The first thing they did in this situation was not run, but instead pull out their phone and film it. Is this deceased person okay now? Everything is normal at the tomb, They are even able to go online and post videos. Some were shocked by the terror of the Crimson Blood Demon King, while others joked about the poster being so brave. The video continued, and when the netizens saw how many people were killed just by the serpent opening its mouth to suck them in, or by its furious roar, everyone was silent. On one hand, they were shocked by the power of a 5th-level demon beast, which was like a natural disaster, and on the other hand, they were enraged at the demon beast's wanton slaughter of their compatriots. How dare they slaughter the city so wantonly? Is this beast taking advantage of the fact that no one in humanity can stop them? They aren't of our kind, and their hearts are different. The government is too lenient. They should just slaughter all the demon beasts outside the city. Was there no expert who stepped up to kill this demon beast? Did they just watch that animal do whatever it wanted? Do you think that Cosmos-level experts are like cabbages, appearing just when you want them to? Besides, most of the high-level ability users are fighting the demon beasts on the front lines. Also, the Cosmos-level experts in those large cities are too far from Cloudwater City. They're too far away to help in this situation. Just a single large demon beast is so terrifying. I can't imagine how difficult it must be for the soldiers to fight against the rampant demon beasts on the front lines. Holy crap, what is that? Just as everyone was worried about the future of humanity, giant hundreds of meters tall appeared in the frame, coldly staring down at the Crimson Blood Demon King. Here it comes. Here it comes. A human expert has appeared. Everyone was excitedly spamming the screen with comments. What kind of ability is that? It looks so awesome. Looks awesome? Please take out the word looks. Although it's hard to measure through the video, that giant must be almost 100 meters tall. One stomp of its foot could probably destroy 1/3 of the city. Then the giant just made one strike, and the Crimson Blood Demon King instantly exploded. This naked display of crushing power caused another round of exclamations. Holy crap, a 5th-level demon beast was just killed like that? When did our Dragon Kingdom get such a powerful expert? It might be the Dragon Kingdom's hidden weapon, only coming out when something like this happens. Does anyone know who he is? They are the hidden weapon of the Dragon Kingdom. How would anyone know? A man walking in the shadows. A man who keeps loneliness as his companion. Mom, I'm in love. This video instantly shocked the entire internet. Everyone was shocked by the terrifying power of the giant that appeared at the end. Unfortunately, the poster was too far away and didn't manage to record who used that power. The main character of the video, Meng Hang, was now standing in front of a deep and old forest. Meng Hang looked out. The ancient trees in the forest soared towards the sky, blocking out the sun. From time to time, the roars of unknown beasts echoed, making the already dark forest look even more ominous and terrifying. After taking a deep breath, Meng Hang grasped the demon blade Thousand Blades in his hand and stepped into the playground of the demon beasts. And just as his figure disappeared into the depths of the forest, 2 men and a woman arrived at the spot where Meng Hang had been standing. The 2 men were dressed in black suits, which made them look competent, and the woman, surprisingly, was wearing a cheongsam that revealed her long, slender legs. One of the bald-headed men glanced at the strange woman and frowned, saying, "You Mei Yao, I don't care how you dress in the city, or how you try to seduce young men, but out here, this outfit of yours will severely hinder your movements. If we fail to complete the family head's orders because of you, you know what the consequences will be. Don't say I didn't warn you." The cheongsam woman lightly glanced at the bald man. That single glance revealed a multitude of charms. "Relax, oldly. I know what's important. Besides, how could 3 middle-stage no-rank ability users fail to capture a high school student? If that happens, we can just bury ourselves here. Don't be careless. Don't forget that kid used a secret technique to instantly kill that no-rank ability user from the Supreme Teachings." The speaker was the other man wearing a black suit. Hearing what he said, the cheongsam woman curled her lip in disdain. "Hey, old Wu, can't you change your cautious nature? The situation from that day has been investigated. That piece of trash from the Supreme Teachings was only an early-stage no-rank ability user, and he was heavily wounded by Zhao Sanpang, so he couldn't use even 20% of his power. That's why that kid managed to take advantage of him. The family head sent 3 middle-stage ability users to prevent any accidents. What are you worried about?" The man called Wu wanted to argue but was stopped by the bald man. "All right, be quiet." Then, the bald man took out a special phone and dialed a series of numbers. Beep, beep, beep. After 3 rings, a low, middle-aged male voice sounded from the other end of the phone. "Speak." "Family head. Meng Hang has entered the mountains. Okay, no matter what methods you use, you must pry the secret technique out of that kid's mouth. As for the kid, make sure it's done cleanly. The person on the other side of the walkie-talkie spoke in an indifferent tone, as if they were discussing something completely unimportant. Understood. Putting the walkie-talkie away, the bald man glanced at the other two, especially at the Chong Sam woman. You all heard what the family head said. The secret technique on this kid is extremely important to the family head. If we fail, we can just dig a hole here and bury ourselves. The Chong Sam woman also abandoned her previous disdain, and her expression became serious. The bald man nodded in satisfaction. He then said to Old Wu, you're an expert at tracking in the wild. Although your innate talent is only E-level olfactory enhancement, that ability is invaluable in the wild. Tracking this kid is up to you. You absolutely can't let him escape. Old Wu nodded. He wasn't good at fighting, but when it came to tracking, the other two couldn't hold a candle to him. Don't worry, boss, I've got this. With that, he sniffed the air and led the other two towards the forest. Chapter 37. Showing off your skills in front of Guangong.
Passive.
Just as Meng Hang was walking through the forest, a black shadow rushed towards him like a sharp sword. Without hesitation, Meng Hang drew his long sword, and a flash of purple light sliced the shadow in half. Only after returning the 1,000 blades to its sheath did Meng Hang realize it was a large rat. Meng Hang curled his lip. Another first-level demon beast. He had been attacked quite a bit on his journey, but probably because he was still in the outer regions of the forest, they were all first-level demon beasts, and he hadn't earned a single point. Meng Hang pulled out his phone and looked at the time. It had been almost half an hour since he entered the forest. He hadn't gained anything, which was starting to irritate him. Just as he was about to move forward again, a rustling sound echoed through the once quiet forest. Then the trees around him seemed to come alive. The branches began to writhe and lengthen, and like countless slender poisonous snakes, they attacked Meng Hang. What the hell? At first, he thought he was under attack by a wood-based demon beast, and he quickly retreated to dodge the first wave of attacks. But the vines created by these branches were like maggots attached to a bone. They continued to swarm at him from all directions. This time Meng Hang's face changed. The whole forest seemed to be awakening from its slumber, harboring great hostility towards this intruder. He even saw, deep in the forest, countless vines converging into a tidal wave rushing toward him. Meng Hang's scalp tingled at the sight, and his face was one of disbelief. What level of wood-based power was this? He didn't believe a demon beast lower than the 5th level could do this. Mangekyo Sharingan. Without hesitating, Meng Hang prepared to activate both Divine Might to dodge this terrifying attack. A light sound of surprise. When he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, he suddenly noticed an anomaly. Then Meng Hang realized what was going on. He let out a cold laugh, deactivated his Mangekyo Sharingan, and stood still. Countless vines reached him in an instant and wrapped tightly around Meng Hang. Giggle, giggle. A few chuckles came from the nearby bushes. Then Meng Hang saw 3 people slowly emerge from the bushes. They were the same 2 men and 1 woman who had been following him. The Chong Sam woman chuckled and said with disdain, I overestimated this kid. Using his strongest attack right away, I said that the family head was being a bit melodramatic, sending the 3 of us to deal with a high school student. But this little boy is quite handsome. I'm going to have some fun with him later. As she spoke, she ran her slender tongue across her scarlet lips. The other 2 had also not expected that this mission would go so smoothly. Their faces were relaxed. Let's do the mission first. After we're done, you can do whatever you want with him, the bald man said, staring at Meng Hang. Seeing the 3 of them looking at him, Meng Hang put on a look of shock and helplessness and asked, Who are you? Why are you attacking me? Meng Hang's acting was superb. Tears were already welling up in his eyes, as if they were about to fall at any moment. Whatever you want, just name it. As long as you don't kill me, I'll agree to anything, Meng Hang eagerly said. The 3, led by the bald man, all curled their lips in disdain. They had looked down on Meng Hang even further. They had initially thought that someone who could fight to the death with the remaining members of the Supreme Teachings would at least be a determined youth. Who would have known that the youth in front of them was so pathetic? He was almost wetting his pants just after running into some danger. But this was good. Someone who was afraid of death would be easier to trick into revealing what they wanted. Boy, do you want to live or die? Hearing the bald man's question, Meng Hang couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly. That was such a dumb question. Who would answer that they wanted to die? Although he was inwardly annoyed, he still put on a look of hope on his face. Big brother, I want to live. I want to live. Old Wu sneered internally. This kid is still too young. He hasn't experienced the cruelty of society. Today, whether you want to live or die, you will not leave this forest. The bald man nodded with satisfaction and continued, very good. I like your attitude. As long as you hand over the secret technique that can unleash a person's potential, I'll spare your life. Meng Hang realized that was what they were after. He had already spoken at length about the side effects of the 8 gates released formation, but he didn't expect that some people still coveted it. So you guys are after that. This is my family's secret technique. It is impossible for me to pass it down to outsiders. Seeing Meng Hang was uncooperative, the bald man's expression instantly turned dark. Kid, don't be so ungrateful. We have many ways to make you beg for death. Meng Hang pretended to hesitate, and finally, as if he had made up his mind, said, I can tell you, but you have to tell me who sent you. Okay, as long as you tell us the secret technique, I'll tell you what you want to know. The bald man thought Meng Hang was just planning on taking revenge after his cultivation had improved, so he sneered and replied perfunctorily. Okay, good. Kid, I advise you not to bargain. Huh? He agreed. The three of them stared at him, not quite sure what was going on. They had originally thought that Meng Hang would argue a bit and demand that they reveal their identities before handing over the secret technique. Meng Hang agreeing so easily made them feel a little strange, but at this point, Meng Hang was a fish on a chopping board, and they could do whatever they wanted to him. They forced themselves to suppress the doubts in their hearts. Those who recognize the situation are the heroes. Once you hand over the secret technique, Big Sister will definitely treat you well, the Chong Sam woman said with a seductive smile, as if she wanted to steal Meng Hang's soul. I'll say, Meng Hang said, his head lowered. His body was tightly bound by the vines, and he couldn't move at all. I'll say your sister. Meng Hang suddenly raised his head. Sharingan. Activate. The three were shocked. Meng Hang, who had been unable to move, suddenly transformed into countless crows that scattered in all directions. And the vines that had been binding him seemed to come alive again. But this time they weren't rushing towards Meng Hang, but towards the other three. The vines came crashing down, and in an instant, the three of them were bound, unable to move. The bald man, struggling to break free of the vines, realized that the vines were like iron chains, extremely sturdy. Seeing he couldn't break free, the bald man furiously yelled at the Chong Sam woman beside him, You bitch! I told you to use your Jinjutsu to trap this kid. Why have you turned around and trapped us instead? At this moment, the Chong Sam woman's face was deathly pale, and her eyes were full of disbelief. It's not me. My Jinjutsu was reversed. At the same time, the scattered crows reassembled in front of the three. Meng Hang's figure reappeared, and he stared at the three of them with a pair of crimson eyes. Heh, you're so overconfident. You dare to play Jinjutsu in front of the Sharingan? Chapter 38. The Demonic Illusion Shackling Technique. It turned out the three of them hadn't been using any wood-based abilities to control Meng Hang. Instead, the Chong Sam woman had used her Jinjutsu ability to make Meng Hang believe he was bound by vines. When Meng Hang activated his Sharingan, he sensed a special fluctuation of the spiritual power in the surrounding space, and understood that he had been trapped in a Jinjutsu. Having realized what had happened, he stopped resisting and pretended to give in, to see what the people who were attacking him wanted. Looking at the three people who were trapped in his Jinjutsu, Meng Hang didn't say anything more. He simply drew his 1,000 blades and slashed at one of them. After all, the villains always die because they talk too much. Best to just solve one of them first. A purple light flashed past. A bloody line appeared on the black-clad man, Old Wu, and blood began to flow from it. Old Wu opened his eyes wide in disbelief, his eyes full of terror. He couldn't understand why the tables had turned so quickly. Just a moment ago, the young man had been a lamb to be slaughtered, but now, he had turned into a butcher wielding a blade. Save! Blood poured out of Old Wu's mouth, and he tried to say something, but his throat had already been cut, and he couldn't utter a single coherent word before falling to the ground, struggling weakly, before becoming still. The other two's faces changed drastically at the sight. They hadn't expected that this young man was so ruthless. He didn't give them any chance to explain. Bite your tongue. After the initial shock, the Chong Sam woman reacted quickly. She yelled at the bald man, and then, without hesitation, bit her tongue. A trickle of blood flowed from the corners of her lips. With that pain, she broke free from the illusion and quickly retreated. Hearing the Chong Sam woman, The bald man didn't hesitate. He also bit the tip of his tongue, breaking free from the illusion. The bald man, after freeing himself from the illusion, clenched his fists, veins popping out of his forehead. He stared at Meng Hang with bloodshot eyes and shouted, "We promised you that we wouldn't hurt you. So why did you try to kill us without saying anything?" Facing the bald man's question, Meng Hang just chuckled, his eyes full of ridicule. "We're all adults. Do you really believe the things you were just saying? Besides, the moment you decided to target me, you should have been prepared to be killed by me. How can someone so young have such a strong killing intent?" The bald man was shocked. He didn't understand how a high school student, who hadn't even graduated, could be so ruthless. Knowing that the matter had gone beyond recovery, the bald man didn't hold back. He took advantage of the moment when Meng Hang was talking and used his ability to launch a surprise attack. Earth spikes. The dirt beneath Meng Hang's feet suddenly began to move, and countless dirt spikes shot out from the ground. If he hadn't reacted in time, these spikes would have pierced through Meng Hang's body. But the result was disappointing for the bald man. Just as he was about to activate his ability, Meng Hang had already sensed the abnormality and stepped back, easily dodging the attack. "You look like a human, but why do you always like to act like a sneaky snake? Do you really like surprise attacks?" Meng Hang angrily glared at the bald man. With the Sharingan, he could clearly see the movement of the bald man's spiritual energy. So he knew that the sneaky snake was going to launch a surprise attack the moment he started moving his spiritual energy. "Yume Yao, what are you waiting for? Attack!" 3 middle-stage no-rank ability users attacking a low-level Earth-level ability user had resulted in one of them being killed. The bald man felt like he had no hope of winning. So he stopped caring about what he looked like and urged the Cheongsam woman to attack with him. He had to prevent the kid from doing anything else that could mess up the situation. The Cheongsam woman also knew that this was a critical moment. She started making hand seals, ready to activate her Jinjutsu again. After having learned about Meng Hang's strange abilities, she no longer hoped that she could control him with Jinjutsu alone. When experts cross swords, even a few seconds of distraction could decide a person's life or death. So, she only hoped that she could trap Meng Hang for even a second, to give the bald man an opening. Just as the Cheongsam woman was preparing to activate her Jinjutsu, Meng Hang instantly sensed the abnormality and scoffed. "You're beautiful, but you have no brains. Haven't you learned your lesson?" Sharingan, demonic illusion shackling technique. In an instant, the Cheongsam woman felt like several huge iron nails pierced through her body, pinning her to the spot, unable to move. At the same time, even though she knew she was under a Jinjutsu ability, she could clearly feel the pain of the nails piercing through her body. "Ah!" A painful cry escaped from her lips. The extreme pain prevented her from concentrating her spiritual power. What happened? The bald man's forehead was covered in sweat when he heard the Cheongsam woman scream. Spiritual type abilities were too strange. He was afraid that he would also fall into Meng Hang's trap if he wasn't careful. If that happened, then he would be truly helpless. "Old Lu, this kid's eyes are strange. Don't look at his eyes," the Cheongsam woman said, enduring the pain. She really was a spiritual type ability user. After just a few exchanges, she realized that all of Meng Hang's abilities came from his strange eyes. Hearing the Cheongsam woman's reminder, the bald man's face went from dismayed to showing a flash of understanding. The unknown was the most terrifying. Knowing the weakness of the opponent's abilities made him regain his confidence. He lowered his gaze, no longer meeting Meng Hang's eyes, but instead looked at the lower part of his body. Things would change if he waited too long, so the bald man stopped hesitating. He drew a long sword from his spatial ring, exerted strength from his feet, and slashed towards Meng Hang. Clang! Meng Hang raised his sword to block it. The two long swords collided, making a metallic sound. Meng Hang only felt a huge force coming from the blade, and his body was involuntarily pushed back several steps. Seeing that he had the advantage, the bald man's eyes shone brightly, and he gained even more confidence. After all, this kid in front of him was just an Earth-level ability user. Even though his abilities were strange, he was still no match for absolute power. He continued to relentlessly attack Meng Hang with countless flashes of light from his blade. Clang, clang, clang. Meng Hang was on the retreat, and his right hand was already starting to go numb. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Without using the Sharingan, his cultivation was still too low. Simply relying on his physical strength, he was still no match for a no-rank ability user. That day, he could instantly kill 2 late-stage no-rank ability users only because of the cheating ability of both Divine Might. But the Mangekyo Sharingan had too many side effects. Unless he was truly at the point of life or death, he wouldn't dare to use it recklessly. Looking at the increasingly aggressive bald man, a cold light flashed in Meng Hang's eyes. "Are you still not done, you bastard?" Seizing an opportunity, he made a slash with his sword. But this time, there was no metallic sound of clashing metal. Instead, the 1,000 blades in Meng Hang's hand strangely broke off in the middle. Meng Hang tilted his head slightly, barely dodging the long sword of the bald man as it went through the gap in the 1,000 blades. And even though the 1,000 blades was broken in the middle, it still maintained its shape as it slashed towards the bald man. Chapter 39. First slash. Yearning. How is this possible? What kind of weapon is that? The bald man's face was full of shock and disbelief. He didn't understand what kind of person this young man was. Not only did he have powerful secret techniques and bizarre abilities, but even the weapon he used was so unique. Seeing the purple longsword about to cut him in half, at the last moment, the bald man's whole body emitted a pale yellow light. With a clang, the demon blade 1,000 blades actually made a crisp sound when it struck his body. Meng Hang frowned. Seeing that the attack had failed, he withdrew his longsword and retreated. The pale yellow light faded from the bald man's body, revealing a suit of earthy yellow armor. Hee, kid, you're not the only one with abilities. My protective armor, formed from the essence of earth, is incredibly strong. Even a late-stage no-rank ability user wouldn't be able to break it easily, let alone you. Meng Hang, looking at his tortoiseshell-like armor, pondered briefly. With his current level, relying solely on physical strength, there was no way he could defeat the bald man. It seemed that he had no choice but to activate the 8 gates released formation. 8 gates released formation, first gate. Hey, wait a minute, buddy. Just as he was about to activate the 8 gates released formation, the system's voice sounded. Meng Hang's eyes lit up. Usually, when the system activated in situations like this, it meant that it was about to give him an advantage. So he excitedly asked, "Hey system, just tell me what the mission is, don't be so polite." There's no mission. I just wanted you to use that 13 deadly slashes technique you were rewarded with. This is a good time for you to experience the power of the technique that I created. Meng Hang's head was covered in black lines. Hey system, you're being a little too much. I'm in the middle of a life and death battle here, and you're telling me to use your unreliable blade technique. What if it doesn't work? I'm just saying, buddy, when have I ever screwed you over? You actually don't trust me. The system said somewhat angrily. Heh, you've screwed me over more than once. The system felt a little guilty and didn't respond any further. Instead, it turned around and issued a mission. Ding. System initiated. Use the 13 deadly slashes to kill the bald man. Reward, plus 5 points to host strength attribute. Failure, minus 5 points to host strength attribute. Damn it. Do you even have a code of professional conduct? Can you even release missions like this? Seeing this mission, Meng Hang's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but curse. But no matter how much he cursed this time, the system didn't say another word. At this time, the bald man had already attacked him again. Meng Hang gritted his teeth. He would go for it. If he really couldn't win in the end, he would grit his teeth and activate Divine Might again. Meng Hang held the 1,000 blades and poured his spiritual power into it. Hee, kid, don't bother struggling. With your current level, you can't break through my defense. Meng Hang didn't respond to him. He continued to channel his spiritual power. The 13 deadly slashes emphasized the harmonization of power and energy and intention to achieve a state of unity between man and blade. The entire world seemed to freeze. The leaves stopped rustling. The birds on the branches held their wings in a spread position, and even the bald man, with his long sword raised, stopped in place. Longing for you endlessly. Short yearning, a boundless grief. The surrounding environment returned. The rustling of the leaves sounded again. The birds on the branches had already flown into the sky, and the bald man had already arrived in front of him, raising his blade and about to slash down. First slash. Yearning. As the slash was released, the wind and clouds changed. A wave of energy swept around Meng Hang, creating a small tornado of countless fallen leaves. A blade of energy slashed horizontally. The protective armor was broken like paper, passing through the bald man's body unimpeded before continuing forward. Crack, crack. Countless thick trees were cut down by this blade, eventually leaving a clearing of more than a dozen meters. At this moment, the bald man was standing motionless in front of Meng Hang. The raised longsword was still in the air. It wasn't until a few seconds later that his lower body remained standing in place while his upper body slowly slid downward. The bald man, who was covered in hard armor, had been cut in two like this. Holy crap! Holy crap! Two exclamations sounded at the same time. The first, holy crap, was Meng Hang's. He hadn't expected that this slash would be so powerful. And that was only the first slash. He couldn't imagine what the power would be like when all 13 slashes were released. Perhaps, like the system said, he could really cut the gods out of the heavens. The second, holy crap, was surprisingly from the system. Damn it, you useless system. I knew you were setting me up. Meng Hang pulled out a recovery potion and poured it down his throat while cursing the system. Hearing the system's exclamation, he immediately understood that even the system hadn't been sure about it. It had been using him as a test subject. Don't pay attention to the details. You have to admit that it was powerful, right? Cool, right? Hearing this, Meng Hang was speechless. He nodded in agreement. Having taken care of the bald man, Meng Hang turned his gaze towards the Chong Sam woman, who was still being restrained by the shackling technique. At this time, Yu Mei Yao's face was deathly pale. Her upper and lower teeth were chattering, and there was no sign of her previous charm. That slash had shocked her too much. She couldn't imagine that such a stunning yet terrifying slash could be released from the hands of an Earth-level ability user. Seeing Yu Mei Yao like this, Meng Hang's playful side was awakened, and he used his hand to lift her chin. Oh, good sister, the tables have really turned. A moment ago, I was the one who was trapped, but how did I suddenly become the one who is standing here while you're the one trapped? Yu Mei Yao forced a smile on her pale face and said to Meng Hang, good little brother, I'm so blind. I didn't know how capable you are. Please forgive me for my ignorance. Meng Hang nodded silently. You guys really didn't know my abilities. If they had known that he had also killed the Crimson Blood Demon King, they would have run away a long time ago. Don't be like that. Didn't you say earlier that you wanted to play with me after everything was done? You haven't told me yet how you wanted to play. Hearing this, a flash of insight appeared in Yu Mei Yao's eyes. She thought, all men are the same. As long as they're breathing, they can't resist lust. Even though this kid in front of me is incredibly powerful, he's still just a high school student. He's still a virgin who hasn't experienced love and sex yet. If I use my charms, I'll definitely be able to make him swoon and fall head over heels for me. Thinking of this, her face, which had been covered in terror, became seductive again. She spoke to Meng Hang, exhaling a fragrant breath. So, little brother likes this? You should have told me earlier. As long as you spare my life, I'll be yours. You can do whatever you want. I'll make sure to serve you well. As she spoke, she deliberately puffed out the impressive scenery of her chest. Chapter 40. I really am quite the dog. Meng Hang's cheeks were flushed red, and his breathing became heavy. Is that true? Seeing that Meng Hang had been moved, Yu Mei Yao blew a fragrant gust of air into Meng Hang's face, and then continued, look at me. I'm already in your hands. How would I dare to lie to you? And I learned a bedroom technique when I was younger. I guarantee it'll make you feel like you're dying in pleasure. With a puff of fragrant air brushing his face, Meng Hang appeared to be overcome by desire, and his breathing became even heavier. Okay, I promise you. As long as you tell me who sent you, I'll let you go. Hearing this, Yu Mei Yao immediately became silent. At this point, she was barely able to save her own life. So of course she wouldn't worry about the person behind the scenes. She was only afraid that if she said it, Meng Hang would immediately kill her. After hesitating for a moment, Yu Mei Yao still asked, if I tell you who sent us, what if you kill me? Meng Hang casually replied, you've already experienced my spiritual type abilities. I can completely use my spiritual power to control you and make you tell me everything. Making you tell me things on your own is just to test your attitude. Then, he smiled charmingly and lightly stroked Yu Mei Yao's cheek with his hand, continuing, besides, I'm looking forward to experiencing your bedroom technique. Why would I be willing to kill you? Yu Mei Yao was confident that she had an unparalleled charm over men, especially virgins like the one in front of her. And seeing that Meng Hang's expression wasn't fake, she took a gamble and said, we are from the Zhang family in Cloudwater City. Meng Hang's eyebrows rose. He asked, the Zhang family, one of the 3 great families of Cloudwater City? That's right. I'm still curious. I clearly told you about the side effects of this secret technique. So why are you still interested in it? Yu Mei Yao chuckled self-deprecatingly. My dear brother, I've seen you kill without even blinking an eye. Why would you ask such a naive question? The Zhang family can completely train a batch of death row inmates to practice this secret technique. With this batch of death row inmates, the Zhang family's future will be boundless. As for the issue of lifespan, the cheapest thing in this world is human life. The Zhang family can train countless death row inmates. Meng Hang had an epiphany and realized that he was still too young. Good brother, I've told you everything. Can you let me go now? Yeah, of course.
Pass it.
A purple long sword directly pierced through Yu Mei Yao's body. Yu Mei Yao's eyes widened, full of disbelief. Why? At this time, Meng Hang's eyes were clear. There wasn't a trace of the lust he had just shown. You said it yourself, the cheapest thing in this world is human life. You, not human, Yu Mei Yao said, using the last of her strength, and stared venomously at Meng Hang before falling silent. Meng Hang looked at her corpse, thoughtfully nodding. They really do say I'm a dog. A horse is never fat without night grazing, and Meng Hang certainly wouldn't forget about picking up loot after killing someone. He poured out the contents of the 3 spatial rings. In total, he collected 500,000 cash, 2 low-grade spiritual weapons, 18 spirit stones, 5 recovery potions, and surprisingly, a genetic potion that could increase physical fitness. The most unbelievable thing was when he looked in Yu Mei Yao's spatial ring. He found a lot of spicy lingerie and some sex toys. It made Meng Hang thirsty. Spatial rings can even store these things. He was a little regretful that he hadn't gotten a chance to experience the bedroom technique that Yu Mei Yao had spoken of. He put the things that were useful to him into his ring. As for the rest, he just threw them on the ground, like trash. Just as Meng Hang was happily collecting his spoils, a beautiful girl was standing in front of his old, dilapidated door. It was Lin Luoxue. Today, Lin Luoxue was wearing a floral print dress, with canvas shoes on her feet, and her long hair was casually draped over her shoulders. She had clearly put some effort into her outfit. At this moment, Lin Luoxue was pouting, clearly angry about something. She had already learned from others that Meng Hang was safe and sound, which made her sigh with relief. She had been waiting for Meng Hang to contact her all morning, but no matter how much she waited, she didn't receive any news from him. She finally picked up her phone and called him, but the call went unanswered even after 3 attempts. This made Lin Luoxue curse Meng Hang countless times in her heart. Humph, you jerk. You don't even tell me that you're safe. Is my existence that insignificant to you? Seeing that she couldn't get a hold of him, Lin Luoxue decided to go to Meng Hang's house to find him. It wasn't that Lin Luoxue felt that she hadn't seen Meng Hang for 3 autumns, or that she needed to see him today. It was just that if she didn't see him today, she would have to leave Cloudwater City for Kyoto University, and it was unclear when she would see him again. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. After knocking 3 times, and waiting for a full 5 minutes in front of the door, and confirming that no one was home, Lin Luoxue reluctantly went downstairs. And waiting for Lin Luoxue downstairs was a middle-aged woman in her 30s. When Lin Luoxue came downstairs, she gave a forced smile to the middle-aged woman, and said, "Sorry for keeping you waiting, teacher. My classmate isn't home, let's go." Although Lin Luoxue was smiling, how could the experienced middle-aged woman not see the melancholy in her eyes? She couldn't help but shake her head helplessly. Luoxue, you are a 1-in-a-million talent. Being internally recruited by Kyoto University will make you soar to great heights. You don't need to care too much about this relationship. After all, your identities will be too different in the future, and nothing will come out of it. When her inner thoughts were called out by her teacher, a blush instantly appeared on Lin Luoxue's pretty face. Teacher, you've misunderstood. Meng Hang and I are just ordinary classmates. And he's actually very strong. He's even much stronger than me. Lin Luoxue said, staring seriously into the middle-aged woman's eyes. The middle-aged woman smiled wryly. She didn't take her words seriously, and just thought that a young girl was trying to justify her actions for the boy she liked. Okay, he's even stronger than you. A genius with an SSS-level ability? I'll wait for him at Kyoto University this year. I want to see what kind of young man is able to steal my Luoxue's heart. This time Lin Luoxue didn't deny it. She just lowered her head and said worriedly, "What if he applies to the Demon Capital University?" The middle-aged woman helplessly shook her head and didn't say anything more. She thought in her heart, "You really think that the Dragon Kingdom's top universities are like cabbages that you can get in so easily?" In the Zhang family mansion in Cloudwater City, Zhang Shuyuan was sitting in a luxurious hall, his eyes slightly closed, and his right hand lightly tapping the armrest. There's still no news from them? Family head, we've tried contacting them many times, but they're still unresponsive. It seems like it's bad news. A 60-year-old man stood respectfully beside Zhang Shuyuan and answered. Hearing this, Zhang Shuyuan frowned and couldn't help but coldly scoff. Himph, 3 pieces of trash. They couldn't even capture a high school student and lost their lives doing it. It seems that the kid is indeed strange. Issue an order. Starting today, the Zhang mansion is under lockdown to prevent that kid from coming to take revenge. Yes, family head. After hesitating for a moment, the old man still said, actually, it might not have been done by that kid. There are many terrifying demon beasts in Cloudwater Mountain Range. It's possible that they were just unlucky and ran into a demon beast they couldn't defeat. Zhang Shuyuan nodded non-committally. No matter what, let's be careful.